Hello, hello? OMG. Not my mic not having been muted this whole time. You guys didn't hear me doing any weird things, did you? Hi guys, hello, hello. How are you? Happy Lunar New Year! I'm wearing red. Am I looking very red? Reddish? Red themed? Oh, we can't keep listening to this one. But hi guys, how are you? Hi Bobby, hi Clutch, hi Support Nice People. Also, I saw you did a dono on Valentine's Day. OMG, thank you so freaking much. I'm sorry. You already know I be having problems with the dono alerts when we're streaming and with IRL and stuff. I don't know, I did see it, so thank you so much, by the way. Happy Valentine's Day to you. Hi Tarn, hi Tramo, hi J Lopez, hi Infernal, hi Shogun, hi Robot Rob, hi Silencer, hi Finesse, hi Riot, hi Run Rafa Run, hi Chewy, hi Pezzable, hi Swaggy, hi Eric, hi Eel, hello, cute outfit. Thank you. I was wanting to wear something red, but then I didn't want to wear anything that was like too nice since we're painting today. I was like, I didn't want to wear anything that I would be like upset if we got paint on, basically. So ended up on this dress, which I actually haven't worn before. It looks a little like weird when I'm standing, but I feel like it's cute when I'm sitting, so this is the view that you guys are gonna get. Hi Krustos, hello, hi Act, how are you? I like the white dots, they're like cream dots. Daniel, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs, oh my goodness, thank you, I really appreciate that, oh my goodness. Wait, I feel like it's so dark in here, we need there to be more lights. Let there be lights, but thank you if you guys got a gifted sub, please make sure to send a thank you their way. Hi Daniel, how are you? How's everyone doing? How are you guys' Lunar New Year going? Were you guys good? No one washed their hair today, right? You didn't wash away your wealth? I did. Upon farther research, I'm pretty sure you are allowed to shower today, just don't wash your hair. And no sweeping today, okay? Don't do any sweeping. It is also Random Acts of Kindness Day. Wait, I've never heard of Random Acts of Kindness Day. What? When did that become a thing? Hi, Tommy. How are you? Hi, Keela. Hi, Baneful. How's my day been? I'm like, I know that I tend to start my streams a little later, but like, I normally do nothing beforehand. What did I do? Well, I stayed up late last night because I was staying up till midnight for Lunar New Year, and then of course that just led to me staying up later than that. So I did sleep in, and then so then I woke up, and then I basically was like, I need to go, go. So then I rinsed off, did not wash my hair so I could keep all of my luck. I made some rice so that I could eat it with some leftovers because I'm really a leftover girly, and then got ready for stream. And I did actually film a video for my personal YouTube channel as well. So honestly, pretty good day. But yeah, I feel like me sleeping in and not getting out of bed until like 10:30, 11, like I felt like I've only been like mostly getting ready and doing things. Yeah, if I was one of those people that wakes up so early at like 7 a.m., like I would have had a whole day before this. Unfortunately, I am a gremlin, so. How are you guys though? How has your guys' Lunar New Year been going? You started getting a fever at midnight last night and wait, and you have a fever right now? No! Are you sick? Like are you like not feeling good, or is it, I mean, I feel like a fever is usually like, yeah, you're not feeling good. Like when I have a fever, I feel like I'm freaking dying. Cause like I'll get sick without a fever, but it's like if I have a fever, then I'm like really sick. I know, but it's the year of the dragon now, since I'm a dragon. It's not the year of the dragon, you goof. It's the year of the horse. It's the year of the horse. We had the Year of the Dragon 2 years ago. 2024 was Year of the Dragon. And then 2025 was Year of the Snake. And now we're going into Year of the Horse, 2026. So, we're going to be doing a horse painting. Last time it was the Year of the Fire Horse. It was 1967. Yeah, no, so so that's why I was like, apparently fire is supposed to be like a really big, like, passion, drive, energy, ambition type shit. So this is gonna be, guys, if you have big goals, I feel like 2026 is the year to pursue them. No, it's not a dragon year. Dragon year was 2 years ago. The zodiac rotates every 12 years, and if it helps you remember, like, I'm born in the year of the dragon, and that's the year 2000. So we had another dragon year, 2012. That's when my half sister was born, actually, so she's also year of the dragon. And then, yeah, 2024 was also Year of the Dragon. Which, honestly, I don't know. I'm like, how did my 2024 go? That's so long ago. I just can't even remember. Oh, wait. I do. Actually, sorry. I was... I was, like, grabbing some of my painting stuff, and I did not manage to do my go live posts yet. So... let's do that. Let's do that. I'm gonna post on my story. And then what? We gotta steal the ASMR viewers? One moment, please. One moment, please. Wow, I took selfies, but they all look the same, and I gotta choose between them. Alright, I'm just gonna choose a random one. I'm just gonna choose a random one. Okay, add to my story. Alright. Happy Lunar New Year. Should we do a little emoji? I think they have a red envelope emoji. They do! Where'd it go? Happy Lunar New Year! Capturing that fire horse energy in an oil painting. Hee. Okay, wait, let's do fire emoji, horse emoji. Ew, why is the horse emoji so ugly? Okay, I hate that, never mind. What about the painting palette emoji? Sorry guys, does it make me boomer that I use so many emojis? I'm a big emoji girly. I feel like I speak that emoji language. Okay, now I just need to add my link. twitch.tv/Kaylee May. Boom. Yeah. Sorry, I'm like trying to line the texts up. Okay. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Maybe I should like... And... post. Okay. Go live story is posted. I just watched an ASMR video today and it helped. Yay! Okay, I'm glad. I also feel like I upgraded the settings in my ASMR rerun channel, so hopefully it looks higher quality. I'm sick and have a sore throat. My body aches. Oh no, have some soup, Pezzable. Have some soup or something. I hope that you feel a lot better. I feel like it's, like, hard for me to eat a lot of food when I'm sick, which, like, I don't know if that's the same for you guys, but, like, I feel like that's how it is. So soup is, like, actually, like, one of my go-tos, because I feel like it's kind of like drinking rather than having to eat, because you need those nutrients so you can recover. Hi, Randall. Hello. Watch my first ASMR. I felt I was in a real sanctuary. Oh my gosh, yay. I'm trying to do some more, like, themed videos and whatnot. But my YouTube channel just got freaking in trouble for, I don't even know what. So please support my videos by watching, because I feel like YouTube's always getting mad at me for things. I don't know. I blame all the people who made ASMR into a weird thing when it's, like, not. I mean, it can be, I guess, but, you know. Hi, dude. Hello. You still have an appetite? Okay, that's good. That's good. Like I said, when I have a fever, it's like I'm a corpse. Like, I'm in bed, and I'm just like, ugh. So, sounds like, hopefully you're not too bad. I feel like it's the worst when it feels like you just, like, can't even get up and do things. But, I don't know. You know what? It's been a while since I've been sicky, so knock on wood, it stays that way. Now I feel like when I get sick, it's oftentimes, like, a sore throat or a cough, yeah. My wooden Japanese chopsticks coming tomorrow. I watched a video on how to use them, lol. Yay! Honestly, Puzzleable, my best advice for you is just to, like, practice. I feel like everyone holds chopsticks kind of differently. Like, just try out a bunch of different methods until you find what works best for you. Because, yeah, I don't know. I feel like sometimes when I'm, like, eating with people, I'm like, how are you holding that? Like, what the heck? So don't feel like there's one way to use them. That's also why I like chopsticks. I feel like they're pretty versatile. So, anywho, like, all I'm saying is don't watch one video and be like, this is the way I have to do it. Like, feel free to experiment, but you're gonna do great. I know it. I know it. You overcharged me for the YouTube algorithm. Thank you. It be strict over there, low key. YouTube be strict as hell. I don't know. I think it's also the fact that they kind of have, like, a bot review system. Like, sometimes I wish I could just, like, talk to someone or whatever, but I don't know. Strikes usually run out after 90 days. So, gonna have to wait 3 months for my channel not have a strike on it anymore. And yeah, it just sucks because then, like, if your channel has a strike, YouTube won't like push your videos or anything to, like, new viewers as much. So if you are an ASMR viewer, I would totes appreciate. You might have to go to my channel or whatever. Seriously, other people? Yeah, I was like, I don't know if someone, like, freaking bot report. It was just so weird because it was from our live stream last week, the Valentine's one, and it was like, the strike was, like, for nudity or what, like, I don't know. I'm like, okay, I'm not naked, so I don't know what that's about. I literally, like, reviewed the timestamp that it was, like, flagged at 2, and it was like, okay, like, nothing happened there. Little confused. So, and then I tried to appeal it, and then it got denied again. So yeah, if you were in my ASMR rerun channel and you were, like, seeing that, like, notification of, like, that stuff, that's why. So, just a little frustrated, but that's also another thing about, like, I don't know, because I feel like when ASMR, like, went kind of mainstream and then got, like, kind of hypersexualized or whatever, I feel like it kind of made YouTube be, like, a lot more strict on ASMR content. Yeah, like, I think it was, like, when I was, like, giving ASMR kisses or something, it was, like, saying that was, like, sexualized content or whatever, and I was like, bro, I'm not even licking up all up on the ears or whatever, like, I don't know, so, yeah, I don't know, we might low-key have to, like, not even do ASMR kisses anymore if YouTube is counting that as freaking, like, sexualized. Like, I don't know, bro, what the heck? I give kisses to my bunnies, that ain't freaking sexual, like, what the hell? I don't know. But, yeah, like I said, I feel like YouTube be cracking down on ASMR more, which is so sad, because I really want to try and hit 100K subs this year on YouTube, and I can get a little plaque. That would be so cool. That's weird. It's like PG, not even PG-13. No, for real. I honestly, like, don't really... I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like there's way crazier ASMR videos than me making kissing sounds into the mic. I'm not even kissing on the mic. What? I don't know. ASMR artists get the short end of the stick on YouTube. I know several that ended up with accounts banned for years with no appeal. Yeah. I saw that Veronica was able to get her channel back though, right? Cuz I felt so sad for her. Oh my gosh, cuz me and her were kind of ASMR friends for a little bit, and yeah, like I said, I do like the air licking, so I liked watching her ASMR and stuff. But then, yeah, her whole channel got banned, and I know she was really upset about that because I mean she is way more her channel does really really well, so that's a huge cut in her income and whatnot. So yeah, it just sucks because a lot of that process with YouTube too, again, I feel you're kind of talking with bots, you're never really talking with people, which makes the whole process even more freaking annoying. Worked previously as a cybersecurity consultant. Am I a spy? No, I'm not a spy. I didn't work for the government. I was just a consultant for a normal company, I guess, a consulting company. But yeah, randomly. I know, because I only recently saw that it was back, that she got it back, but she had been trying to get it appealed for literally years and years, which is why it's I don't know. YouTube's a little weird, but I'm trying to be on my YouTube shit, because I do feel YouTube is a good platform, generally speaking. I feel they're very good with their creators. It's really just the ASMR stuff, because I really haven't had any problems on any of my other channels. Anytime videos get flagged on my other channels, I'm okay, I can see why. Our Witcher 3 playthrough, there was fully a sex scene with nudity, and then my channel got flagged, and I was okay, yes, I can see why. I can see why. But for the ASMR stuff, it's okay, I don't know, I feel it's specifically that niche. Which again, it is also one of those things too, though, where it's okay, I do also know why they're being stricter with it, because yeah, it was getting a little weird for a little while there. When was that? In 2023 or something? I can't remember, but so I know why, but I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just ASMR because they don't understand it. Yeah, I agree. I feel ASMR is one of those things that the people that aren't into ASMR are really so weird about it. I don't know. They act it's so weird. It must be sexual. If she's making kissy sounds, obviously that's so sexual. What? I don't know. So I think you're right. We need to get more people who are ASMR enjoyers to work for YouTube. So if you are an ASMR enjoyer, go to freaking YouTube's LinkedIn right now. Get yourself a job there, because we need some peeps to defend us, bruh. Did I ever get into the 007 movies or games? LOL. What is that, James Bond or something? The only thing I know 007 from is Grey's Anatomy. Okay, also though, low-key, I do kind of want to start our painting kind of soon, because we can yap while I paint, Oh wait. Okay, so I kind of wanted to look up some inspo pics and stuff as well, but first, let me do our word of the day. I forgot to update that. ASMR is the best when it's legit. Yeah. I feel like it's one of those things where okay, wait, hold on, sorry. What should we have as our word of the day? What about vassal? Sure. I guess this is part of medieval, something medieval. Or we could do effluvia. No, kind of a negative vibe. All of these words are what about tabard? It's a type of short coat. Wow, okay. Okay, Okay, I'm gonna stick with vassal. Word of the day, and it's a noun. It's a historical noun. It's saying okay. Vassal. Noun. Bombastic. Sorry, I was just looking at the old word of the day. Bombastic side-eye. I don't know why I feel the need to say it like that. Alright, we're having a historical word of the day. Vassal, it's a noun. It means a holder of land by feudal tenure on conditions of homage and allegiance. Got it? You look thrilled with this word. Well, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like so many of the words that we do are like kind of negative. Like effluvia was like a terrible odor, or like, I don't know. A lot of them I'm like, sometimes I'm like, can I have like not a negative one? I'm redeeming bombastic as a trigger word tomorrow every 5 minutes. Alright, you're gonna run out of channel points. Nice, they're your channel points. Spend them on what you want. Okay, word of the day is updated. Tweet. Go live tweet. And then we should hopefully be good to go. I kind of wanted to maybe do a little Pinterest searching perhaps on some... So basically what I want to do is I want to come up... We're going to try and do an original painting today. I'm a little nervous. I almost always look at an inspo pic and basically try to recreate it painting. But I kind of want to like just get some reference pictures of what we want, and I think I want to try and do a more original painting. So yeah, I do still need like reference pictures and stuff like of what, you know, what pose we want the horse in and whatnot, because I'm not quite at that level yet. But I think this will be good. I think it'll be a little bit of a challenge, but hopefully not too bad of a challenge. Hopefully one that I can rise to. Are we your vessels? No, vassal. Vassal. So different than vessel. Vassal is like, yeah, a holder of a land. So basically it's like a lord. Like, you know how, like, in a lot of, like, medieval or fantasy things, it's like, oh, like, just swear fealty to this king, and then you can have this plot of land where you can make your little kingdom on, and you can be a lord of this little city or whatever. So, like, that's what that would be. So, that lord is holding this land, and it's feudal tenure, okay? So that is, the feudal system is basically where, like, a lord owns the land, and the peasants that live on it work on that land. Like, rather than like paying to live on the land, they're like paying with their labor. And obviously it was a freaking scam, because then like the peasants wouldn't have like literally anything else, and then sometimes like the lords would be like, oh yeah, you also have to like pay me for all the seeds that I gave you, like you know, your work only covered like what you live, but you still have to buy this, like whatever. So obviously medieval times were not, they didn't really have a lot of worker rights. You know, they weren't really having unions and whatnot, unfortunately. So, yeah, it wasn't a great system, but regardless, yeah. So the lord is only able to keep their land. Like, the king is allowing them to have it as long as they swear allegiance. Because if, like, the lord didn't swear allegiance, then the king would be like, I'm sending in troops and I'm taking my fucking land back. Type shiz. The Pokemon Rapidash could help a lot since it's literally... No, we were literally talking about that yesterday. We were like, is it going to be a Rapidash painting? But I don't want it to look like Pokemon vibes. Like, I do want to try to make it look more like, you know, but it probably will have definitely elements. But that's why I was thinking, like, maybe we could make like the body a different color or something, because Rapidash is like cream with like orange flames and whatnot, right? That sounds fair to me. Yeah. Would you work for your landlord for no money, just the ability to live there, and then now you can't buy any new clothes, or you can't buy anything because you literally, like, don't get paid? Doesn't sound great to me personally, but you know, I think that you do you. You do you. I didn't know there were people out here defending. I didn't know there were feudal system defenders out here. Ponyata. Oh gosh, I don't know all the. Wait, does Ponyata evolve into Rapidash or wait, what's the evolution track for that? Where are the Pokemon pros at in chat? Oh gosh. I almost want to put our focus music on. Okay, I am vibing with the Minecraft music, but I feel like we play the Minecraft music whenever we're having like chill degen days. So now I'm like, gosh, I put my focus music on so I can be freaking locked in on this painting. Sorry, I am trying to get some pics for my Go Live tweet. I defend the feudal system because I would be a noble back then and have lands. Oh, yes, obviously. Obviously, yeah, guys, like, if you're here in this channel, if you're a mage, like, obviously we would have that magical blood. Like, I don't know if I'd be a lord or a lady, like, I would probably be, like, the witch in the woods or something, unfortunately, because I'm a woman, but, like, if I were a man, I would easily be a wizard in a tower, and, like, they would call me a wise sage. But unfortunately, as a woman, they'd be like, no, you're not a wizard, you're not a cool wise sage, you're actually a witch, and we're banishing you to the forest. Ugh. And then I would come into their house late at night and cut their dicks off. Just kidding. I would curse their blood lineage and rise up to the accusations in which they throw at me. With a suit from a Pokemon company with the painting? No, that's only if I were just to try to sell the painting. To be fair, people in medieval times typically made their own clothes, and they were a hell of a lot more high quality than the clothes we have today. I think you're thinking of clothes made by a tradesman. I don't think the average peasant was having higher quality clothes than we have today. I also think... Have you ever worn an outfit full of non-stretchy fabrics? Basically, before the 80s, all clothing was, like, not very stretchy. And if you've ever actually worn, like, a full outfit of non-stretchy fabrics, I don't think you would really claim that they're that comfortable. However, I will say, like, clothes made by craftsmen and, like, people who dedicated their life towards making clothes probably were, like, very high quality, like, tailor-made to the individual, but, like, the peasant making a new tunic out of, like, an old flour burlap sack probably wasn't having the best outfits. So I wouldn't... Yeah, they weren't all expert seamsters, but definitely some. Like, I feel like usually it's, like, in every little village or town there probably was, like, one or two, and, like, everyone would probably go to them, and hopefully, like, that would be good. But I don't know. I will say, I'm, like, I think if you really went back into the medieval times, you would probably not think that they were wearing the most comfortable clothes ever. But that is one thing that I do miss, or I can't say I miss because I didn't experience it, but I do wish that we had more of an artisan class again, because that was something that for a lot of history there was the peasants and the farmers, and there was the nobility, and the middle class was more so the artisan class. So they were the ones making all of these things and whatnot. Why is it doing this? And honestly, I think that would be me. Like, I feel like I would want to be, like, in the artisan class for sure, because I like making things. I feel like it's cool. I like helping people out, and plus on top of that, you would actually, like, probably be close with your customers and, like, would have good relationships. I feel like you could, I would have an apprentice, and I'd be training them hard. All the local youngins would be like, oh my gosh, I want to be Kaylee May's apprentice. She's so amazing at making. I don't know what I would make, honestly, though. I feel like I would want to make contraptions. I would want to be a freaking medieval engineer or something. I guess I could do some paintings as well, but I'm not that good of a painter. Like, that's the thing as well. Have to avoid the Salem witch trials. I know. That is one thing, though, whenever I think about all the women that were, like, literally burned alive in a horrendous way just because, like, some motherfucker didn't understand what they were doing. That makes me sad, low-key, to think about. Because that literally would have been me. Like, straight up, like, I probably would have been burned alive if I was fucking around in those times. Justice for the poor girlies that fell victim to the Salem witch trials. Okay. I'm done with our go live tweet. And then, well, I was thinking maybe we can just steal the ASMR viewers once we start painting. Because then it'll be kind of ASMR vibes. Do post and post. Okay, I think we've basically done our go live list. Time to go to Pinterest. I love stretchy clothing and wearing comfy clothes. I know. I feel like we're spoiled with the stretchy clothing because, like, you really don't realize how, which for better or for worse, because, like, all stretchy clothing has, like, plastics in it and are not great. But, so, like, I have been trying to buy, like, more natural fibers. But, yeah, like, they're not stretchy. So I feel like I'm like, damn, like, it gets a little restrictive. But that's why it's, like, if you really want to be having, like, that nice-ass clothes, like, you should know how to, like, tailor your clothes a little bit. Because if your clothes aren't stretchy, like, they kind of have to be tailor-made. And that's how a lot of nice clothes used to be. And, like, that, I think that is kind of what Brady was kind of talking to about, was, like, oftentimes clothes really were made specifically for certain people. So they would be, like, made to their actual dimensions. Versus now all we got is freaking small, medium, large. And I think that is... I think that most human bodies can't just fall under 3 different categories. Sometimes if we're lucky, they'll add an extra small or an extra large. But even then, like, I feel like that's not as common as I wish it was. Because, like, I'm on the smaller end of that, and, like, a lot of brands don't ever have extra smalls. Like, I have to intentionally shop brands that, like, have more of that. What the heck? Dude, just let me sign in. There we go. Maybe? Bastard. Pinterest is being weird. Artisans and merchants? Oh yeah, merchants. I don't know. Could I be a merchant? I think I would be an artisan or a merchant. Guys, if I was in medieval times, what do you think would be a career that I would excel at? maybe let's pretend that there's no sexism and that me being a woman wouldn't be too restrictive. I know that's a big if. I know it's a bit, but we're just pretending here. We're just a warrior? No. Hijack. Queen? No. I don't think I could be a queen. See, the thing is like, I don't feel like I would ever really be someone born into generational wealth. Like, I just can't really imagine that. Like, I just genuinely, like, I don't know. I would much rather be someone who makes their own wealth. That's why I'm like, as a merchant, you can get really wealthy. As an artisan, like, I don't know, you have to be, like, really skilled or talented to receive a lot of wealth. I feel like if I really want to get that bag, which honestly, like, it would probably depend on my upbringing. I feel like if I had a rough upbringing, I feel like I would be caring more about, like, financial security, so I probably would pursue that merchant path. Wait, like, why is this low-key my life, guys? Okay, like, me, when I was young, growing up with, like, not a lot of financial stability. So, as I'm getting older, I'm like, I need to make money. So, I work in tech. In medieval times, it's sort of me being like, I need to go become a merchant. And then I'm grinding my ass off, but then all of a sudden I start doing some things for funsies, and then I'm like, wait, like, this is kind of fun, and, you know, seems like I'm kind of decent at this. That would be me streaming, or if a medieval version would be me, like, picking up an artisan craft for fun. I'm like, damn, I'm actually kind of a good cobbler. I can actually make some decent shoes. And then my life path diverges from the original plan. I could do both. Maybe I'll be a merchant for a little bit, and then I can use my merchant money to, like, support my artisan career in the long run, which is kind of what I did, honestly. I did work my cyber job for a while, and that is what helped me be able to come full-time with a little savings and make me not feel like it's so risky. Am I an astrology girly? I would consider myself an astrology girly, but like I know about astrology. But like compared to some of my friends, it's like I don't feel like I'm like I know as much as they do. Like I know like the sun signs and stuff like that, but like I'm not like, oh, if you have this on your birth chart as your moon sign, and then like I don't know. Like some of my friends, I feel like they just know way more than I do. If we're talking about medieval times, let's hop on Witcher. That should be potentially tomorrow. Well, then you would make and pave bricks and stone. Yeah. If you're in medieval times, realistically, you'd be married off against your will by your father to a wealthier family to increase your family status and wealth. Ignore the realism. Probably a tailor. You've got amazing work ethic. Oh, thanks. Yeah. Let's just ignore the sexism and stuff, and let's just. Honestly, though, there were a lot of really rich, powerful women who were able to live lives without their father, and I think that would be me. I think that if my father tried to marry me off, I would run away. And then I would probably have a much harder life. And I'd probably be like, struggling, like probably going through it, but then hopefully eventually finding my way. But I think I would literally rather die than like be married off to like an 80-year-old man who would like forcibly consummate the marriage to provide heirs. Like, no, I would actually just be like, yeah, I'm just gonna go on this. I'm just gonna go out, and if I die, I die, but can't be worse than this. Or I could just poison him before our wedding night, or like right after our wedding night before he consummates, if he's really that old. Maybe, I guess if he's really that old, I could just take him out. I guess that is what a lot of women would do, though, honestly. Like, a lot of women would just, like, take their shitty marriage with that old-ass dude, and then they'd be like, let's just hurry up this death. How about a nice, fat, juicy steak? Oh, you have heart problems? How about a nice, fat, juicy steak dinner every day? And then, because as a widower, you actually had way more rights than as a woman who had never been married. So, honestly, maybe you're right. I guess maybe if it really came down to it, I probably would just have to marry the 80-year-old dude. Damn. But then I would bide my time. And maybe I'd have to wait a year or two so it's not too suspicious, depending on how powerful and influential he is. But I feel like, I think knowing myself, maybe if I infiltrated his... I'm, like, really thinking about it. Like, maybe if I infiltrated his inner circle and, like, I got them to fuck with me, then when he did die, like, I wouldn't be so sus. Like... I'm plotting now. Now I'm plotting. Remind me to never marry you. No, see, this is the unfortunate reality of when women were forced into marriage. Like, this forces you to think about marriage that way. And I think that, I feel like you can still see, like, the residuals of that in our culture in a lot of ways. Because marriage oftentimes was something that women, and let's be real, girls, were oftentimes forced into. Although, only noble women were married off at a very young age. Oftentimes peasant women didn't get married and have kids until they were in their like early 20s or like 18, 19, 20 kind of range. So yeah, that's kind of the pro and con. And that's also another reason why I'm like, I don't know. Like, because women born in generational wealth were the ones that were married off at like age 12 and whatnot, and had to produce heirs for their husband who they were well married, who really cared about heirs, because obviously, like, as a peasant, as a farmer, like, you probably wouldn't care about having heirs as much as, like, you would, as a farmer, you do want hella kids so that you could have more motherfuckers to help you on the farm. Whatever. What if he is hot and smart and rich? Okay, well, then I wouldn't have anything to complain about, but that's hard to find even nowadays, where motherfuckers can start their own businesses at home and get educated on anything online. And I feel like it's a lot easier to be hot and smart. Rich is maybe questionable. We're actually having pretty big wealth inequality right now, but like, I feel like it's the easiest it's ever been to be rich, to be hot and smart, but, and there's still motherfuckers that don't take advantage of that, I feel like. Most arranged marriages were not as bad as common media portrayals. Same with underage marriage. People think child marriages were somehow very common in medieval times because of the shorter lifespan, but that's a common misconception. Yes, yep. We're on the same page. Really ever happen as much modern day? Our ancestors were not doing that often. It depends on the culture / era. Yes. Even in, like, a lot of cultures, it would only be, like, the wealthy, and it's just because they're trying to solidify ties. But even, like, a lot of cultures would have rules on, like, certain ages around consummating the marriage. I just read a book about Mongolian culture, and they were like, and actually something that I thought was like actually really cool about Mongolian cultures, or like historical Mongolian culture, was that yes, sometimes women would be married off, or like girls would be married off at a young age. However, it was seen as the woman's job to initiate the first time having sex, basically, with their mans. It was seen as like the woman's job. It was basically like the woman's role to like provide heirs, which also means it was the woman's role to like seduce, which means in like in like ancient Mongolian culture, it was oftentimes the woman who was the one that was responsible for like kind of instigating the sex and like all of those things, which I thought was like really cool. So like oftentimes, obviously, like they would be married for a couple years before that would happen, and I was like, wow, like I don't know, the way ancient Mongolian culture treated women was honestly like very interesting, and they were actually like pretty ahead of the times, I'd say. Anai, thank you for the tier 1. Happy 3 months. Sorry, I saw that, but I was like on a little rant. Thank you. I appreciate that. Heart. What if he's dumb and rich? No. I would take a smart. Well, okay. The most important thing to me is kindness. I think the most important thing to me is kindness, being a considerate and good person, being respectful of me and also other people, like waiters and whatnot, you know, that's most important, number 1. Like, if that's not you, Second, I do think is also, well, I guess to me, second would probably be fun. Or like I need to enjoy this person, you know? Like, they can't just be like a nice guy. Like, obviously, yes, I do think that's important, but like I also want them to be like a fun lover. Like, I feel like you guys know me. I feel like I'm a pretty fun lover. So most of the time, if they are just a nice guy but not a fun lover, they'll think that I'm too much, that I'm too annoying, which, to be fair, maybe I am to some people, and I can't tell them that they're wrong. So I feel like next is like I need them to be like fun loving. I need them to match my energy, be on my level. And then I feel like third and whatnot, like I don't know, I do want them to not be an idiot. I don't want them to be dumb. I feel like I would like there to be smarts in the factor, but yeah. And I guess as far as income, I'm like, as long as he has the motivation and the ambition to kind of provide for themselves, like, I don't know. Like, I don't want someone that's just a bum at home doing nothing or whatever. But I also am not like, I need you to come from generational wealth or okay, also guys, I'm kind of looking up some inspo pics really quick while we yap. Let's get to painting. And we can yap and paint. Oh wait. Guys, look! Hamlet! How are you? Dude, why is this... This monitor is freaking huge. Okay, whatever. Kind of are catching the vibe. Okay, I literally just looked up Fire Horse. But look! This one looks kind of cool. AI modified. Okay, you know what? Well, we're gonna take an AI picture and we're gonna make it fucking real, bitch. But... wait, I want to create board. I'm going to put painting inspo, and I'll just use this board for forever doing this again, basically. Kindness is your #1 thing you like most in a person? Yes. Which, cause like, I don't know how, like, I feel like all my girlfriends are like kind, but like, I feel like it's hard to find a guy that really... I think it's the whole, like, nice guys finish last that's, like, perpetuated in... Ooh. Okay, so wait. Should I do... Okay, so should I do, like, a stylized painting like this? I would probably do with acrylic rather than oil, because acrylic is... Wait, what did you save it to? What are you saving this to? When I'm hitting save, why is there no, like, pin to a certain board? Because if we did something like this, I could actually do it in acrylic. It would dry a whole lot faster and whatnot. But if we wanted to do maybe, like, a more... I mean, it's not going to be, like, realistic, but, like, this one... Honestly, though, maybe I will do this painting with acrylic. Because... Wait, ooh. I feel like that first pick that we saw was the best one. Thoughts? Anyone should do a service worker is an auto red flag. Yes, I agree. I agree. Nitrous, thanks. High energy. Yeah, I feel like, because I like chill guys, but a lot of chill guys, like, can't handle my high energy, I'll say. Happy Lunar New Year. May the gift of prosperity be in your year of the fire horse. You as well, Boogie. You as well. We're gonna capture that energy in a painting right now and hang it up so that we can see it every day. Wait, I kind of like something like this too. Maybe I will. Maybe we can do an acrylic painting. I feel like, first of all, if we do acrylic, it'll dry a whole lot faster and we can actually like layer colors more easily because we won't need to blend. But obviously if we need to blend, then yeah, we're gonna have to do oil. Whoa, embroidery art. Is this AI though? I feel like these are like all AI, bro. Ooh, with the knight. Are any of these speaking to you guys? I feel like I just really like the first one. Okay. How do I go to my, my pins. Results from your pins. I've reached the end of my... What? What are you on about, bruh? I like this, like, dark... Okay. Sorry, I was like, oh, yeah, I forgot I was still screen sharing. I was lurking in Mocha's stream beforehand. They're all AI pics, aren't they? LOL. No, literally, me scrolling being like, none of these are calling out to me. I guess because they don't really have a soul. You could do base in acrylic and then use oils to do dramatic filters. Ooh, I like that. Wait. Yes. Maybe what we should do is paint the background with acrylic, paint like the body of the horse with acrylic, layer oil on top so that we can blend and maybe make it look a little bit more dynamic, and then use oil for like the fire, for the mane, so that we can blend it and everything. Ooh, okay. I have not really done a painting where I've mixed both of these mediums though. So it's gonna be a little experimental. We're gonna see how this goes. In that case, I'm thinking let's paint the base because we're gonna have to give that time to dry if we're gonna wanna layer things over it. Okay, I only got out my, should I just turn on this light all the way? I only got out my oil paints, so let me look for my acrylic real quick. Oh my god, I'm struggling a bit, yeah. Whoa. Okay, acrylic paints, and I'm gonna go get some water. just need to let the acrylic dry before doing oil, yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, like I said, I'm like, because I've painted with acrylic, I've painted with oil. Hopefully it's not too crazy, but I just never have done it before. I'm excited, though. This will be, like I said, this is like one of my first times. Well, I don't know, though. I haven't decided, I guess. Am I gonna just... I have half a mind to, like, low-key just, like, do this painting. To do this picture. Because it's AI, it's freaking AI, but it kind of does look good. And I feel like the fact that it's, like, it's not, like, hyper-realistic. Like, we can just make it better. We can make it look more... We can add that human touch. And then we're not ripping off a real artist, so... That's, like, one thing. I try to not do, like, recreations of, like, actual people's art because I don't want to be, like, stealing someone else's art, but it's just generated. Do it. Yes, let's take this thing made by a machine and make it better. Boom! Oh my gosh, wait, now that I have, like, a third monitor here that's vertical too, it, like, low-key makes it fun. And having real technique, yeah, because there's, like, certain parts where, like, the mane is, like, morphing into the body. So, like, inspo pick, but not, like, we're not going to do a copy, you know? Okay, I do kind of want to... Sorry, all my, like, ASMR stuff is on this thing, but I want to, use this. Okay, we're doing a little bit of rearranging here, guys. Because I want to use this for my paints and stuff. Move the soundboard. Guys, I can't wait until we move and we can make our new stream setup. And I don't have to be in this tiny little cramped room. I do like, oh wait, I read that. Okay, I was wondering why I thought I was smelling BO, then I realized it was Viet dipping vinegar that was left out. No. Well, sometime, at least it wasn't you. I'm just laughing because I'm like, I know you probably didn't do your shower thing, right? I can only imagine you being like, damn, is this really what I smell like when I haven't taken a shower in one day? Okay, I have half a mind to run to my pottery studio and grab one of my pieces that I made to be my cup holder for this, but I won't do that. Let me... Actually, low-key, I might do that. Also, should we do a big painting? How big of a painting should we do? Let me go grab a canvas. Why have I not done this? Good size? That dipping is essential for fried spring rolls. Yeah. Hold on, I'm realizing. Should I move my assets maybe? Yeah. Okay, let's just duplicate. We're gonna make a new scene called art. And who knows, maybe I'll end up making something more special. Okay. I'm being taken! I'm being taken! Ah! Sorry, wait, I'm trying to come back. Okay, I'm back. Heck. There. A huge painting? I feel like we would need more detail or something to do a big painting, but I want to get there. I do really want to get there. I should have done my Bloodborne painting a lot bigger. I basically realized that the more detail we have, then the more, like, the bigger canvas I should do. In the future, I would love to work on more, more detailed, like, multiple day paintings. I tend to do paintings that I can do in, like, a sitting or two, basically. Or one sitting. I prefer to do paintings that I can finish in a single sitting, but in the future, I definitely want to do, like, big projects. Especially, like, I don't know, maybe if I start making content about it. Oh, that reminds me. I am going to put my phone up on a tripod and do a little time lapse of us painting this. You're the freak. Okay. XXXL painting be a rebel. Hopefully the paintings that I do will get bigger and bigger. That's the goal. As I gain better skills, I can do bigger paintings. Oh, I forgot that I did my last art stream. We multi-streamed to my personal YouTube. I don't know if I should do that. Alright. Gonna make a little setup here. I think I'm gonna put paints over here. And then I can just grab the colors that we need. Turn them so I can read the labels. Okay, so for acrylic, well, what should we do for our base? Should I do multiple colors for the base? It looks like they have a lot of blues and purples. We can think about some complementary colors, perhaps. I'm gonna do the base all cool tones. I'm thinking. And I have some metallic paints. Oh my gosh, we can add some like metallic detailing. I'm gonna get boom. A little photo thing. How do I do this normally? Or is I doing this way? Sorry, I'm like, I should probably use like not colored. Don't look so wonky. There we go. dark orange. We're gonna do the horse itself is gonna be yellow and orange. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do the background to be cool tones. That is the vibe I'm thinking. So here's some of my brushes. This is gonna make cleanup so much easier. Hamlet, do you think I'm gonna have bad luck when if I clean my painting supplies after this? Or is that more so for house cleaning? Because my brushes will get ruined if I don't clean them, I think. I should be fine. Okay, good. I made like a YouTube video actually where we kind of was talking about Lunar New Year. Me and my family, we didn't really do any of these things. We mostly did like, we'd exchange red envelopes and like all that kind of stuff, but as of right now, you're my source. You're my Lunar New Year sage, wise sage that I humbly ask for advice. And I got some palette paper, so I do think that should make painting stuff a whole lot easier. I am going to keep this out though, as we will likely get a new one whenever we switch to oil. Although who knows? Maybe I'll try to do this painting in acrylic and then just kind of see. Where the heck? Okay, and then before we get too deep into painting, I'm going to use the restroom really quick so I don't have to stop whatever we're doing. Okay. I have a Christmas theme today. What? You think I look Christmassy? Hi, Toxin. It's for house cleaning? Okay. Don't rip the pages out. Why would I rip it out? I am going to tape them to this thing, though, so that way, it doesn't move as I want to mix. Cozy painting stream? Yeah. How are you guys though? How's your new year? I think I talked to, oh gosh. Wait, what the heck is happening? Can you stay lined up, please? was gonna say, well, maybe this will be when we're painting the horse, because we're just gonna paint the background, which shouldn't be too bad, too difficult. But, I was thinking we can watch, like, a little video about the year of the horse and what it symbolizes and stuff like that. What do you mean New Year? It's the Lunar New Year. We're going into Year of the Horse. Alright, that's what we're working with. It's to celebrate, it's sometimes also called Chinese New Year, if you've heard of that. I'm a quarter Chinese, so me and my family grew up celebrating Chinese New Year. I feel like a lot of people are getting really into it. I feel like it's a little connected to the I'm at a very Chinese time in my life trend. Which at first I thought was kind of funny, but I've been seeing some videos of people talking about it. Chat, what do you guys think about that? What are your thoughts about that, chat, if you have any? Should we listen to... Wait, is this weird? Should we listen to Chinese lo-fi beats or something? Like, I'm like, I want to kind of... I want to feel the energy from my Chinese ancestors channeling through me for this painting. Because I will say, there's like a certain kind of instrument that is in Chinese music that I wish was more common. It was like, what's like the, it's like a string instrument. I don't know. Chinese Lunar New Year lo-fi low-key goes hard. I'm like, okay, let's get some Chinese Lunar lo-fi. Mandolin, is that it's similar to a harp, but it's it's the instrument in Where Winds Meet that people could play, and then people would like spam it, and they like low-key would get annoying sometimes. But there is like this girl on TikTok who will like do covers of that song with that instrument. But yeah, it's like the one that's in your lap. It's like, so it's not, yeah, it's like a horizontal harp. Guzheng? Sorry, I might be butchering that pronunciation. I hope I don't get copyrighted for this. Low-key? Does this survive? Ooh! That one was kind of decent. Honestly, I can vibe with this. Okay, oh wait, should we steal the ASMR viewers? I'm gonna leave them, honestly. Well, actually no. Is this lo-fi? It's feeling not lo-fi, it's feeling intense. Okay, now I'm getting an ad. Which, I've been clicking on a lot of videos. Surprised it's the first ad we've gotten. I don't hear anything. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I can get behind this. I can get behind this. Wait, why is this so good? Why is it so good? Wait, why is it actually so good, guys? How's the volume? It's not too loud, is it? Like, is that just me? Like, why is it fire? It is supposed to be lo-fi though, so I don't know what's going on. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. This is me, gently waking you up. We're celebrating Lunar New Year. Happy Lunar New Year, guys. We're doing a fire horse painting, and you can always find some more ASMR on my YouTube channel. Wait, Allison's here. Allison, how are you? Oh my gosh, I like peeped in your stream a little bit yesterday. I saw you went to okay, this is also kind of crazy. Why can't we find some calming background? Okay, we're going back. I just want some calming background music with Chinese instruments. Is that too much to ask? But we're gonna be doing painting. How was your stream, Allison? I hope it went well. I hope you weren't having nearly as many tech problems as we were having that day. Should I use a bigger brush? I'm just gonna use I'm gonna use a medium brush. Okay, I am gonna choose out my colors, and we're just painting the background and we have to let it dry, so I'm gonna get on that real quick. Honestly, we don't need all of these guys over here. LOL, that was rough but still so fun. Yeah, she was live earlier today as well. Oh really? What were you doing? Did you... Well, because I think when I was lurking in your stream, you were talking about, doing, like, you were looking for fishing stuff? Were you fishing today? I want to use, like, a darker blue. Ooh, metallic deep purple. Sorry, I'm rummaging through my paints. I'm rummaging. Okay, I think I got us. I think we have quite a lot of options here. Light grayish blue, there's something like this color, okay. Hi JP. I tried to go fishing, but got harassed? Wait, what do you mean? Like by someone that just happened to be there, or like someone showed up or something? What the heck? Wait, I'm sorry. That's so upsetting. That's like one of my big anxieties with IRLs is like that like happened to me when I kind of was trying to oh my gosh, Allison, what the heck? You sure vibe on me, dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Everyone go freaking. Let's see, okay. Everyone go follow Allison. She's so oh my gosh, no, not the double L. Hold on, ignore that. Everyone ignore that. Everyone ignore that. Sorry, I told Allison, because I kept spelling Allison's name with 2 L's, and I told her, I was like, I'm sorry, I have a friend named Allison, and she spells it with 2 L's. Jason, thank you so much for gifting a sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. OMG. Wait, but how How are you getting harassed if you don't mind me asking? Like just for streaming? Just for like being there and streaming? Like they didn't want to be on camera or something? I hope it wasn't too bad. Okay. I'm just gonna get as many little blues and purples here as we've got. And we'll see what kind of stuff we'll make. Oh god, I just got some paint everywhere. I'm already getting paint on me and we just began. We haven't even put anything on our canvas yet. I have an Allison friend with 2 L's as well. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever really seen it spelled with only 1 L before. You have that unique name, girly. We're never letting her forget. No, no, no. Emily! Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, the one on Thursday, it was so good. Oh, I was talking about it earlier. I got a little too, not too drunk, but I got pretty drunky that night. I should have eaten more. But it was fun. It was fun. I got to meet a lot of cool peeps and everything. So that was really cool. I'm glad that I went. How are you doing? Happy Lunar New Year. Okay, wait, hold up. Did I miss? It was this old man and his dog wouldn't leave me alone. His dog? And he wouldn't leave me alone. His dog was knocking all my stuff over and scaring Will, and he was picking up my stuff and just wouldn't leave. Picking up your stuff? What the helly? What the heliante? Not cool. Did you fight him? Did you fist fight him? I'm mentally fist fighting him right now. No, you're not like the other Allisons. I'm so glad to hear it. Good. I've been playing a lot of you've been playing a lot of Animal Crossing. Oh my goodness. I loved Animal Crossing when I was a kid. Well, I didn't love it because this is always been my bone to pick. Because of all the weeds, dude. Like when I was a kid, I would like freaking not play for a week, and then I would come back and then my town would be covered in weeds, and then I would literally spend like hours trying to weed the whole place just for the same thing to happen again. So I've never been able to get that into Animal Crossing, unfortunately. It's the damn weeds, dude. Okay, so with this painting that we're doing, I do want these colors to be a little darker, but I'm thinking, okay, complementary colors. So complementary color of red is green, complementary color of orange is blue, complementary color of yellow is purple. So I'm gonna do some more blues at the bottom, purples at the top, because I think the purples will look good with the yellow fire mane that we want to do. Should we just start adding some stuff on? Should we just go? Should I just freaking do this? I hope I don't regret doing this background with oil or with acrylic. Why am I already starting to regret? Why am I already having some regrets? I think I have some more acrylics though, is the thing. Where's my other paints? Animal Crossing got you into weed? What? Now what are you on? Now what are you on about, huh? Maybe I should use sponge? I guess why not? Maybe we will. Be proud, you got a 94 on your exam and class average. Oh my gosh, congrats. looks like all your studying really paid off. OMG. Yay, that's so exciting. Oh, wait, this is supposed to be in here. I just need something darker. I feel like all these colors are so light. That's also light. What the hell? Alright, we're getting a little risky and I'm gonna mix in some black. Okay. Oh god, the black is too dark. I knew it would be. This canvas is just soaking the paint right up. This is why I don't normally work with acrylic, guys. It's so like, ooh. Look at this mess I'm making. We're just going crazy with this. Why are there like these gaps that are forming? What do you guys think of my my mixing? He was trying to trade dogs with me and I was like, yeah, I have to. Wait, what do you mean trade dogs with you? He was trying to take Willow? Oh my god. I would be calling 911, dude. I would not be able to deal. Okay, I'm gonna make this canvas a little more wet. I feel like I'm going crazy on this thing right now. Let's beat the sides. Am I looking too hunchback? So I was making food. I get what you mean about the Animal Crossing reads. If you've never tried 18 New Horizons, I feel like it might be a little bit better. Is that the one that came out during the pandemic? Because I think I got one of the Animal Crossings on my Switch. But no, I like the cozy vibe. Sometimes, I think for me though, I think Animal Crossing is like a little too cozy. That's why I like Stardew Valley. I'm a little bit more of a Stardew Valley girly. I don't know if you played that one, but I like in Stardew it has like the cozy parts, but then you can also like go in the mines and fight and get some action if that's what I'm in the mood for, you know? But I feel like to me Animal Crossing is so nostalgic. I'm gonna need some more paint. I'm low-key gonna use a lot. Where's the metallic blue? And camera hub. Okay. I'm adding a little bit of water because I want the paint to be runny enough to fill up the canvas. There's like all of these white splotches. Oh wait, should I put this in the art category? We're doing a fire horse painting. Nothing too crazy. But it's to celebrate the Lunar New Year. Year of the Horse. And I don't know about you guys, but I really want that horse energy this year. Horse energy is about doing. It's about action. And the fire on top of it is like ambition and yeah. If you got some big goals this year, guys, I'd recommend channeling that horse energy. Okay, I think now that we've done a lot of the bottom half, I think I'm gonna do, start working in some purple. As this freaking is already drying, although I guess maybe let me do my sides first. I want the sides of the canvas to be painted as well. So that way when I hang this, it doesn't look weird. Although I'm kind of making it look weird, honestly. Kind of doing that. It's not matching the color. Should I just hold this canvas a little bit? It's looking like the ocean, kind of. At least this is acrylic, so this will dry quickly. No paint spilled anywhere. That was kind of crazy. Okay. That's because I'm wearing red, guys. The color of good luck. It's working. If that would have happened any other day, I for sure would have dropped it on my freaking ASMR equipment or something. I know, no, we're gonna do the horse in oil, but I'm just doing the base in acrylic really quick because it'll dry way faster. So we're gonna do the horse in oil. This was a last minute decision. I could take the oil painting out, but yeah, because I feel like whenever I've tried to do a background with oil and then I'm painting something over, like everything just starts blending together. Yeah. It was a suggestion from chat, so shout out you guys helping me on my little artist journey here, my painter journey. All right. Come on, dude. Dude. Ah! Paint on me! As expected, though. Okay, and I'm gonna get a smidgen of black so I can darken this part to the same color as the bottom part of the canvas. Should we put on a video about the fire horse, or should we do that when we're painting a horse? I want to learn more about like what the different elements are, because I know about the Chinese zodiacs just from growing up and stuff, but I don't feel like me and my family ever pay attention to the signs really. Oh wait. Flipping it for now. You're so brave wearing a nice dress and painting. Well, this is like not a nice dress. I was like trying to find something to wear that I wouldn't care too much about getting like dirty or whatever. And so yeah, this is just like a casual little dress that I had that was red. Not one of my nice dresses. I'm like, to me, yeah, plus I don't know, I was like, I chose a darker shade of red hoping that if I did get paint, it wouldn't be noticeable. Ah, mighty brush, mighty brush. Okay. Well, guys, how are y'all doing? I'm gonna start working some purple into here now. Let's just smear all the purple in. Ooh. Done. The purple is being completely overpowered. And it's just looking like more blue now. showing up. My purple is not showing up. All my clothes are black, the good and the not so good. Nobody would notice spilled paint. Well, here's the thing is, lighter colors would probably stain that though. I feel like black also shows a mess. Black only doesn't show a mess when it's like a dark color. But I have learned that you can still stain black. I need like a deeper shade of purple. Like, what do you mean this is metallic deep purple? That ain't no deep purple. Okay, whatever. That ain't no deep purple, bruh. Alright, we're gonna try and go in with, well, I guess let's use our dark. There we go. Here we finally get some purple. I hope I'm not flinging paint everywhere on my desk or anything. I wonder if this part's dry already. Oh, almost. Damn. See, acrylic dries so freaking fast. Like there's not even time to have a freaking thought. But that's why I don't normally work with acrylic. Why can't I get this part to stop looking weird? Okay, wait, I'm liking this. This is coming out much better now. Oh wait, now to be fair, wait, I was on stream, I wanted to look cute as well, not just wear baggy t-shirt and trackies. Well, honestly, I like dressing up. I feel like that's one thing I do really like about being a streamer is I like wearing cute stuff. I think when was it? We had like a month where I was like, okay, I'm gonna try to be cozy and wear like, yeah, like t-shirts and hoodies. I feel like a lot of streamers, you know, wear cozy, and I was like, maybe I would like that vibe. Like, I was basically like, am I feeling like I have to dress up? Like, I don't know. And so I tried it out. I think it was literally in like November-ish or something that we did that. And I was just like, this does not feel like me. It doesn't feel like me. Like, I don't know. Which, like, no shade at all to anyone that prioritizes comfort and whatnot. But I just have always really loved wearing like fun outfits. Even when I was little, I used to like go into my mom's closet and like try on all her dresses and stuff. And I don't know. I've actually been wanting to do like a YouTube video about this, of like just dressing up or whatnot. I feel like it's oftentimes interpreted as like a shallow, negative kind of thing. Like, people be like, you don't have to do that. And I'm like, obviously I don't. I'm freaking American. I can obviously go outside in sweatshirt and sweatpants and whatnot, but I don't know. I like wearing outfits that I feel like me. And I think I have always really liked dressing up and all that jazz. Paint's already drying so fast. Hello Shroto. Off-topic question by Nick, The Last of Us. Have I seen the show? I have seen the show. I have, yes. I actually really like the show, and that was part of why I played the game. Was because the show was actually really good. You know what else has been really good? Fallout. The Fallout show has been really good. Also, Night of the Seven Kingdoms, if anyone's been watching that. That one's been really good. I feel like there's been a lot of like good shows based off of video games lately. Okay, we've almost finished our base layer. And holy shiz, it's like drying up already. I kind of want to add like little splashes of purple in here. I guess let me paint the top part of this canvas now. Sorry, standing moment. Standing moment while I get the very, very top. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. I shouldn't have done that. I created a freaking... Oh god. I was trying to fill in the gap. And now we just kind of have like a gaping hole. Okay, whatever. This is why I need my paint to be a little bit more liquidy. What would happen if I mixed oil and acrylic? Would that be terrible? I wish acrylic was just a little wetter so it didn't literally dry in an instant. And then when I'm trying to blend, now I'm like messing things up. Okay, I need a little bit more purple because I am gonna like cool the tones down a bit, I'm thinking. I think The Last of Us Part 2 is a masterpiece in so many ways, and I have no issue with the ending. The ending is what makes it so great. Really? Oh wait, hold up. Why won't this let me scroll so I can freaking... I think I missed you earlier. Thoughts on season 2 of the show, if you've seen it. Season 1 was freaking masterpiece. It was. I think season 2... I don't know. I don't have too many thoughts on it. And if I'm completely honest, I didn't really like Joel. So I didn't really give a shit when he died. I think that's my hottest take of The Last of Us, is I don't fuck with Joel. When I played the game, I was getting so much hate for not fucking with Joel. My BF is watching both of those. I should probably join him. You should. Well, definitely watch Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Well, I don't know if you're like a big fantasy Game of Thrones girly, but it's only like 5 episodes, and I think like there's only gonna be 6 for the season, so a lot shorter. I think Fallout right now is like on what, season 2 or something? Okay. I'm gonna work in a little bit more purple. Also, why does the painting literally look completely different on stream than it does IRL? I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe it's like, this light is like making it look all blue. I'll hold it up once, let me paint like these corners and stuff, and I'll show you guys what it really looks like. Where the hell is all my ultramarine brew? Okay, wait. I think it's because it was at the ad word. People hate the ending of Last of Us, but I didn't think there was anything wrong with it. The ending of season 2? I haven't watched the show yet. LOL, beat both games tons of times though. Really? How come you didn't want to watch the show though? I guess it's like very similar, so you don't really need to. Hi, Psych. I wish somebody hadn't been born so late. Those who never saw the Tudors missed out. I actually haven't seen that. I heard... Aren't there like a lot of big names in that, though? The ending was what makes it so great. You should still check out eventually, but maybe once more seasons have come out, you don't have to wait. So true, actually. Now that's a hot take. Okay, but I don't get like why it's such a hot take. Like, Joel fucking sucked. Like, honestly sucked. The only reason people like him is because you watch his daughter die at the start, which is very sad. And then that makes you have a little bit of empathy for him. But just because someone's been through some shit doesn't mean that, I don't know, you can go through hard things and still be a shitty person. So many fans with Seed, I know. Honestly, like, that's why I haven't really, like, played more or anything, because I was getting way too much hate for that. It's complex and nuanced and no one gets a happy ending. Yeah, no, it definitely is, which I can really appreciate. I just think that Joel is controlling. I think he's pessimistic. I think he has a shit attitude. I think that he thinks I don't know. There's nothing really likable about Joel. In my opinion. Someone, what are you guys liking about him? I don't even get it. Like, what is even when I was on the show, or like playing the game, I don't know. Just like there's no, I mean, he helps Ellie, but he doesn't even want to freaking help Ellie is like the thing. And of course he grows to care for her because he spends time with her and that's how human beings work. But it's not even like he was this nice, kind guy. I don't know. And people are like, well, it's because he has trauma. Yeah, bro, you don't think Ellie does? You don't think everyone in that fucking post-apocalyptic world does? What about the birthday gift he gave her? What about it? Wait, what was it again? I don't know if I remember. Bad people can occasionally do good things, though. I mean, Fall season 2 just ended? Oh wait, it's over now? Maybe I'm like one season short or something. Okay, I'm just gonna keep working some purple in here so I can cool down the tones a bit. If you play the game and enjoy the narrative, you need not watch the show unless you're curious to see it translated to a new media format. Yeah, because it was like, that was the one thing people were praising the show for, was that it like really stayed true to source. So, yeah, I do feel like if you play the game a bunch, I would probably agree with that. Joel is complicated. He did a lot of bad things, but he also tried to be a good dad. Yeah, but he failed, so. I think that's my biggest, I think that's also why I can't really vibe with Joel, is because he's such the epitome of a parent. Like, I feel like the main defenders are like, he tried his best. And I'm like, sorry, do, as a wise Jedi once said, do or do not. There is no try. Man's as selfish as fuck because his daughter's taken from him day one of Apocalypse. Right? Like, I just feel like that's such a stereotypical middle-aged man story. Is middle-aged man is trying his hardest to be good. Something bad happens and then he decides, fuck it, why should I be good when the world is a fucked up place anyway? He continues to live his fucked up ass life for like longer, and then eventually he meets someone that maybe he's like, well, maybe it's not all too bad, but now I've done all these bad things and I'm kind of a bad person, so now I'm gonna be someone. I think Joel's also like, and I think that this is really, it also boils down to, yeah, he's selfish. Even like everything that he did at the end of season 1, like, I was not agreeing with, like, I don't know. The Space Museum thing? I don't know if I recall, honestly. Okay. I think this is a good enough face, honestly. honestly, guys. I'm gonna feel satisfied with this, I think. You can understand why someone did something without agreeing with the fact that they did. Yeah, exactly. I just don't think he really ever made any right choices, per se. Or just like, I don't know. Absolutely zero empathy for Joel out here. I don't know. I think TBH, I get it. I wouldn't want to take care of anyone in a situation like that outside my family, but if a young kid needs my help, I don't think I could turn it down. I guess here's also the thing is, like, I am a big believer that, like, sure, in a post-apocalyptic world, there's probably a million people just like Joel. He's genuinely, like, not special, and there's nothing special or unique about him. Like, he's not a hero, and that's why I feel like I don't really care about him as a main character. He's just, like, a million other middle-aged men, or, like, he's just, like, a million other people in this world. Like, I like stories that follow someone. I like stories that are about good people in a bad world, and then those good people fight to hold on to hope and hold on to their humanity and to make the world a better place. And at the end of the day, I think that Joel is a pussy because he couldn't fight to keep his hope and his optimism alive, because I do feel like it's, you know, it's the whole mindset of, like, rebellions are built on hope. Like, if you want to make the world a better place, you have to have hope, you have to have optimism, and it's hard. It's much harder than being pessimistic and thinking that the world is shit. And I think that Joel took the easy path out. And obviously, again, like, the game also takes place, like, many years after what happened with Sarah. He had a lot of time to, like, process and move through things. Like, obviously, I don't think he would have been fine right after, but, I don't know, I guess, yeah, I'm always gonna prefer stories that follow, and that's why I like Knight of the Seven Kingdoms so much, because that's literally a Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. That's literally Sir Duncan. And, like, you know, the world does feel hopeless sometimes. Granted, we're not in a zombie apocalypse, but, like, there be shit that be happening in reality, you know? And I think that I'm always gonna have much more respect for the people that have the strength to hold on to hope and positivity and, like, continue to make the world a better place than the people that just say, fuck it. Like, I tried, and I don't know if you really tried, honestly. At least post-apocalypse. I just see where you're coming from, / where your dislike is rooted. Yeah, I did like Ellie, but also she was, like, you know, she had her moments as, she was also a kid. I feel like I was kind of viewing her as a kid. It's cool that you saved Ellie, but it's also messed up. Ellie was unconscious the whole time and didn't even have any say and choice for the operation. Here's the thing is, I disagree with saving Ellie is also, like, part of my thing. I think that also it's, like, I guess I just think I can't really fuck with people who are willing to burn down the world for the person that they love. It's giving Anakin Skywalker, which obviously people also love. But I just think that, yes, like, that's very natural. That's your instinct, right? That's, like, a very animalistic instinct of, like, I'll kill 1,000 people to save the one person I love type shit. But, like, I think that living in a society full of people like that is, like, terrible. I think that that's kind of what a lot of the problems that we have in society right now. It really fuels the divisiveness rather than, like, trying to all work together to save everyone, or, like, because I'm, at the end of the day, I believe in doing whatever costs the most net harm. And at the end of the day, if I had a kid, and they had literally a cure in their body and blood, and it was a huge thing, and they were like, you know what, like, this is really, like, I'm willing to sacrifice myself if it's gonna save the lives of others, like, I don't know, I would think that that's very heroic, and I would never so selfishly just want to override their autonomy, and, like, but I know Ellie's young and, like, whatnot, this is also a post-apocalyptic world, but I don't know, and I feel like if I was in the reverse situation where, like, that was me and I was Ellie, and maybe that's also why I can't get into this, is because I identify way more with Ellie than I do with Joel. Like, I would be so upset if if what happened, like, someone did what Joel did to Ellie. Second game, Ellie was shocking in her brutality too. I couldn't believe some of the shit they had us do. Really? I never played the second game. Joel was trying to do that in his own way, though. At least he was after Ellie. but I can't excuse his horrific actions before Ellie changed him. Yeah, and he definitely did try to be better, but like, I don't know, I just feel like he kind of died before he can really get a full redemption arc type shit, you know what I mean? Because like, I'm all for redemption. Like, I'm a Zuko fan. I'm a Zuko fan, okay? I am a firm believer that no matter what you've done in the past, you can always decide to be a better person. And obviously, the more fucked up things you've done, like, most likely the harder work you're gonna have to do to be that better person. However, putting in the correct time and effort to get there can make for a really good redemption. And unfortunately, with Joel's death, he didn't have the time, and who knows where he could have gone if he did have more time for that. But I can only work with what I have and not with what could have been. Don't get me started on Anakin Skywalker, bro. Yeah, it's an Eren Yeager situation. It's an Eren Yeager situation of like, he's gonna kill 80% of the world's population to save his friends and family on a tiny island. Like I'm sorry, like I just don't agree with that. Like, I get it, like, that's your instinct. That's, like, your animalistic instinct. However, I think part of being human is overcoming your animalistic instinct and is having the self-control of being like, you know what, I would rather 80% of the world that I don't even fucking know die than, like, all the people that I love. However, being a human being means, like, I can have the knowledge, I can have self-control to be able to accept what is the better decision for the world, for the universe, you know, like, because, yeah, and I think that this is oftentimes very much explored in sci-fi, and yeah, Anakin is an absolutely fantastic example of such, of like, there are many, it's the fallen hero trope, and, yeah, he was projecting his own daughter and his inability to save her onto Ellie. Ultimately, it's emotional, illogical, and that's kind of the point. I say this as someone who's not really a fan of the game or the show, but can acknowledge the intended point. Parenthood and emotional attachment to one's child always leads to a logical decision. Yes. And again, like, I feel like we can all understand, like what Evie was saying of, like, I can understand where Joel is coming from, but I don't agree with it. I don't think that it was, like, the right thing, even if I can see what was motivating him. Yeah, but he's Anakin Skywalker. Yeah, I'll give Anakin Skywalker some more slack because he's at least sexy. But stop, bro. No, like, cause like the scene, Anakin, you were my brother. Like, stop. Anakin, you're breaking my heart. But like, that's so real. That's so real. Like, that's so real. That's so true. And like. And again, and I feel like this is that's to me like a very male story of like men who are willing to kill everyone in the world to fucking protect the one person that they love type shit. Like, I feel like to me, like, that's a male fantasy. And to me, I do think that the flip side of that male fantasy is women being with someone who can kill the entire world to protect her. It's a power fantasy, and at the end of the day, like, sure, dude, okay, cool, you're willing to kill 80% of the world, okay, but are you willing to, like, make a new economical system to, like, help make the world a better place? Like, Padme was, like, legitimately trying to do her own thing to make the world a better place. It's like that meme where it's like, okay, sure, you would kill 100 people to save your family, but, like, would you do the dishes every day? Would you be a kind and caring, considerate person? I think it's really like a power fantasy, a violence fantasy of, I don't know. No, I'm just kidding, but Anakin was preyed upon by Palpatine since he was a child, and he was kind of manipulated and gaslit to make the decisions he made. Oh, absolutely. You know who, like, also is Anakin? Who's it? Oh my god. Kung Fu Panda. Tai Lung. The Grey Panther, bro, like, he's literally Anakin. Like, homeboy was literally an orphan taken in by the little squirrel master guy who was like, you're gonna be the chosen one. That's literally what happened to Anakin since they're a child, right? It's getting ingrained into his psyche of like, okay, like, I'm gonna work really hard, like, I want to be worthy, like, I came from nothing, I have nothing besides this, like, I will give it my all to be this chosen one that's supposed to save people and make the world a better place. But then when it comes down to it, you know? Like, Yoda slash the turtle is like, nah, bruh, like, you actually ain't the chosen one. And then they go crazy because they're like, what do you mean? I've literally been training my entire life for this shit. Like Anakin, I trained my entire life to be a Jedi and sacrificed everything that I had, despite them not necessarily having that much, but regardless, you know, like they dedicate their life to that shit. And then, yeah, and then they're not able to cope with that. I think that that's also like a lesson in like humility as well. I think that the true hero is always has like a humbleness and a humility that these more antagonistic characters don't have, and that ego ultimately is their downfall. Anakin's ego of believing that he was supposed to have all of those things and it was his right. He's gonna take it if they're not gonna give it to him. It's all tied up in ego. And maybe that's really what it comes down to, because I think that, you know, pride, ambition, talent, all of these things ultimately can be your downfall if you can't control your own ego and you can't operate with humility. It doesn't matter how talented and powerful you are at the end of the day. And like, I think that that's like so common. I mean, even think of like Lord Ozai from Avatar The Last Airbender, right? Like, what was his downfall? Ego. He was like, oh, like, as long as I got the comment, bro, like, this little 12-year-old boy ain't got nothing on me, like, forgetting that's the motherfucking Avatar, bro. Got smoked. And that's I feel like many villains' greatest downfall. So at the end of the day, if you don't want to be the villain, just be humble. That's really it. I feel like that's really it. I don't know. Are there any good humble villains out there? I can't think of any. I used to know that whole scene off by heart, though. Oh my gosh, were you like a big Star Wars fan growing up? Wait, Joel wasn't hot? Sorry guys, I'm not at the age yet where I can be attracted to older men like that. Every now and then I can see an older man that I can appreciate, but generally speaking, I'm sorry guys. If a guy is 35, 40 plus, I'm not really into that. Yet, I don't know. I imagine when I'm that age I will be. Hi, Water Tiger. Okay guys, I think our base is officially done. Our background base is done. Also, what's going on? Why is there drop frames? I think we need to steal the ASMR viewers. Oh wait, I never even ended the stream? Am I dumb? Okay, I'm sorry guys, we gotta do it. It's so laggy. We're stealing them again. Unless, is it going away? No. No, it's staying bad. Okay, yeah, we got to. Actually, it's gone now. Okay, if the frames dropped again, we'll steal them, but I feel bad. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I don't know what just happened, but I forgot. I didn't end the thing after we... Would you wipe out 0.001% of the population if it meant immeasurable and often significantly better quality of life for all that remain? Yes. So, actually, if we really want to get into the philosophy of morality, there are many schools of thought. I personally actually follow under the hedonistic school of philosophy in regards to morality. Now, I don't mean hedonistic in the colloquial sense of how we use it, but hedonistic in the sense of I believe in doing whatever provides the most net positive good. Okay, so if something makes you a little happy but makes a bunch of other people really sad, not the right thing to do. If something makes you a little sad but makes a bunch of other people really happy, that's the right thing to do. If something makes you a little sad but someone else really happy, then yeah, that's net positive, right? So I believe that whatever makes the most net positive, which is why I'm not a lawful good. I'm oftentimes a little bit more of a neutral good or a chaotic good, because I can recognize that sometimes you might have to do bad things in order to, you know, save a bunch of people, yeah, maybe that does mean blah, blah, blah. But, and that's ultimately why I can't ever empathize with these other guys that are like, I'm gonna kill everyone just so, like, my family. And then at the end of the day, like, the people that are alive, they don't want that. Padme didn't want Anakin to do what he did. Aaron's friends didn't want Aaron to do what he did. Like, it doesn't even make sense because, like, like, it doesn't, like, now they don't fuck with you. Now the people you love don't even fuck with you, bro, and you did all that. For what? Sacrifice your soul for what? Okay. I do need to start plotting how I'm gonna do the rest of this, though. I'm thinking that, yeah, I'm doing oil paint. Like, the acrylic was nice, but genuinely that shit was drying so fast. So, we're done with the acrylic segment. Now we are going to oil. We're gonna get this canvas nice and oiled up, guys. Okay, wait, but have you read any philosophy? And if so, do you have any recommendations? Okay, so I actually haven't read that much philosophy myself. But I did take a philosophy course in college where we kind of, like, basically we had all the different segments. We learned, like, all of the main schools of thought within it and whatnot. I really do want to dive into it. However, like, I was thinking about this, I was like, I wish, like, can I just find a class that I can sign up for, a philosophy class, where I can go, I can debate and talk with other people, I can get some assigned readings and get some homework, write some essays, bro. Like, can I do that? Or can I find that and then not be the, I don't know. Because I think that's, like, a big part of what I loved about philosophy was I loved, like, the debating things. Because that's the thing in philosophy, it's like, there's no right or wrong, you know? So I always enjoyed the whole making your argument kind of thing. Hi Jambo. I don't watch many people on Twitch. I get that is I have an orange cat, but the same way the emo reminds me of it. Do I subscribe to a karmic balance? Wait, what? Okay. Oil paints coming out. I am gonna need to get Daniel. Love the color. Oh, thanks. Oh my god, no. I just spilled water. Go on my keyboard. Just a little bit. Let's move this. I guess I could actually dump this out. Ginger, should you do the aliens petting emote? I feel like that definitely has to be a thing, if not IRL, but online. Love a good debate. Yeah, see, but I want it to be, like, in person. Like, I'm like, I like in person. We're about to start on the horse. Our backdrop is finished. She's 19, y'all miss her. Are really kind of funny. Pezzable, are you trying to poach my viewers to another streamer right now? You're not trying to are you trying to poach? No, no, no. Everyone should stay here. Everyone should stay here. I love watching her streams too, but, like, just kidding. No, I also watch her streams. Wait, what the heck is happening? How do I fix this? I can't, like, it's, like, stuck. Sorry, Kaylee. Hello. No, you're good, you're good. I know that you have good intentions. I also love her, so. Who were we talking about? There's this other streamer that I also watch, and it's the one that Pezzo always uses the petting emote. Her name's, like, Casta and stuff. but I'll lurk in her streams sometimes. She plays like a lot of RPGs like I do. Hi, Nick. Maybe I should try to be friends with her. Is she based in the US? I think she is, but she's not in the California area, right? Alright, now we gotta work with the oil paints, and I don't have to be getting pissed because the paint is drying so fast. Whoa. Things are happening. Okay, guys. I am gonna attempt to paint this horse. I have never painted a horse before, and I mostly paint landscapes. So cut me some slack. I don't know how this is gonna go, but I'm really hoping it's gonna go well. Do you guys think I should maybe like paint the base in acrylic like I said I was going to? Do you think it's not a good thing to advertise other streamers in a streamer's chat? What's your opinion about that? A lot of streamers have rules about it. I feel like we used to kind of, but like I don't think it's a bad thing to talk about other streamers, I would say. Like I don't mind if it's like, oh, like I like this person's content, we're talking about her, but I don't know. I feel like maybe it's also different because I'm like, oh, I know you, like we've literally talked about her and stuff before, but I guess I feel like if it was like someone random coming into my chat and I didn't know and they were like, oh, you guys should all watch this other streamer, like, you know, like I feel like I can see how that would not be taken well. Like I probably would be like, hey, like when it's like a regular and like, you know, we've all, like I said, we've literally like have talked about it before. Yes, oil's too translucent at times and the orange may not come through the blue. Ah, okay. Not like to do it every stream, make that one of the main things you talk about. Yeah, like that kind of thing. Some streamers are like, I've literally seen rules where it's like, you can't even mention another streamer in your chat. There are streamers out there which, okay, like I feel like I try to be chill, I try to find a good balance, you know, but like, there are some streamers out there that are like, that think that other streamers talking in their chat is self-promoting themselves. What? I remember when I saw that, I was like, wait, what? Like, especially if they're like, oh, like, oh, I gotta go, like, I'm about to stream. Because I think I've, like, said that before, and I didn't really think anything of it. Like, this is my streamer friend, blah, blah. But then I was, like, seeing someone, like, ranting about it on Twitter about how, like, that's self-promoting and it's super fucked up and, like, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, what the heck? I should watch this other streamer. ASMR. Yeah, I know. I heard she makes pretty good ASMR. Okay, we're gonna do a little bit more freaking acrylic, I guess, and paint the outline of this shape. I think I'm gonna do a deeper color. I have a crimson red. I think I should do a deeper color, or should I do maybe like... Okay, I'm gonna do a deeper color, and then if it's difficult to see, then we can like layer on a lighter color on top of it. Oh wait, that's kind of light. What the heck? Hi Titania, how are you? Oh, I've seen streamers that will ban chatters for talking to each other. Like I would have been banned for talking to your friend about Warhammer. What? Wait, for real? Wait, actually now you guys are making me curious. What's like the craziest like rule that you've seen a streamer have, or like something like that where it's like I don't know, like something that you've seen people get banned for in other chats or whatever that you're just like, because now I'm curious, because that's crazy for talking to each other. No, I love that. Sometimes I do get a little confused if it's like a lot, and I'm like, wait, like sometimes I'm like, oh wait, are you guys talking to me? And then I'm like, oh no, I'm seeing you guys talk to each other. But I like that you guys do, especially if we're doing something where it's like, oh, like I'm not 100% sitting in chat, like blah blah blah, you know. Okay, I also do want to integrate this gold in that we have. Some of them are really sensitive. Yeah, I feel like we're pretty chill here. I always say my main rule is good vibes only. As long as you have good vibes and whatnot, and I feel like hopefully everything can go well. Okay guys, wait, I'm actually like getting nervous about this for some reason. I feel like I want to try and sketch in with pencil maybe. We are painting a horse, yes. We finished our base. We had to let it dry, but yeah, it's dry now. You don't have much red in your wardrobe, really? I low-key have a lot, you guys know. I wear it often. Okay. Kind of seeing something. I'm seeing nothing, actually. I lied. I just want to get, like, an outline. Wait, maybe I should... Horse rearing. Looking up a real horse. Aw, some of these guys are so majestic. All the horses rearing are like the other way. Sorry, I'm trying to find a real horse. Also, I think I need to use the restroom. Or I need to pee. Sorry, that makes it sound so weird. I'm like getting the urge all of a sudden. I only watch chill streamers, yeah. Do you guys think I'm a chill streamer? Well, the only place I've seen is where the streamer's first language isn't English, so the flood of English text might be overwhelming. I see. I'm sure it wasn't entirely random. Yeah. Maybe it was just an excuse to ban a chatter that they like had been wanting to ban or something. Hi, Sinewy. Did you ever play marbles on stream? We have before. I know some people get really into it. Not as much. Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom really quick and then we're gonna get this horse painted. OMG. I forgot to do my time lapse. Roar. Oh my gosh, I forgot my content. I actually love watching like time lapses of the paintings that I do. So I fucking hate this tripod. I can't. Where's my green one? Although it's too far. I guess yeah, it does have to be on this thing. Sorry guys. Intermission. Can't miss out on the content. I'm trying to post some more art content on my socials and everything. Okay, I literally can't rotate this. Sorry chat, slowly but surely I am getting there. I just want it to be like wait. Sorry, once I decide to do something, I'm just going crazy trying to do it now. Can this extend? Barely. Now I won't have to worry about accidentally knocking it. Why? Okay, so if I want this camera to be looking at it like this, then yeah, I should put it like oh my gosh. What do you think the odds are that I'm gonna hit this thing? 1000%. Probably. Probably true. Probably correct. I feel like if anything, my chair probably will. Okay. Time lapse acquired. This is live, Anthony. Hi. You know this for my wheelchair? That'd be so rad. Oh, really? Is YouTube down for anyone? YouTube? Wait, what do you mean? Okay, let me catch up on chat. I've been trying to catch fingers for a minute. I was in dialysis one day and came across totally helped me. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad. I hope things have been going well for you or better or whatnot. We doing a Bob Ross thing? I'm down. Yes. So many tripods. Only 2. This one is not a tripod. It's a clip-on one. Okay. But yes, this is live. What the heck? What the heck? We already... Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Things got a little weird there. It's already happened. It's already happened now. Okay. No one speak to you like that? That voice? Wait, what voice? Can't even do that. Refresh the page and now the YouTube button is gone? Wait, you're right. Wait, me too. Because we're listening to this music on YouTube and it's looking weird. Wait, I think you're not the only one, Yams. Okay, so real horses are quite sturdy. So wait, neck, this part. We're gonna see where artists go like... horses are so strongly built. Mm. Mm. Okay. I think I kind of have a horse shape going on here. I think. Oh wait, now I need my water again. Yay! On a YouTube subreddit only 11 minutes ago. Oh my gosh. Alright, confirmed. We're not the only ones having problems. Damn. This paintbrush got ruined because I didn't wash it in time. Of course. By flattening dimensions? Really? Alright, we're gonna go in. Where's the deep red? Oh gosh, sorry, am I locking in too much? Oh, if you guys want, we can finally do, we can do the, watch a video about what the fire horse symbolizes. You guys want to watch a little video or something while we paint? I do fear I'm about to be in the part where I'm a little locked in. Like info about it? Yeah! Like what the fire horse year might bring for us and everything, and how we can channel that good energy, you know? Lock in. Okay, I'm gonna put on a little video we can all listen to, and oh wait, but YouTube's down. Wait, but YouTube's down? Fire horse. Or wait, let's do. Well, yeah, what comes up if I just search fire horse? Oh no, now it's just giving me fire horse ambiance because that's what we were searching for last time. Lunar New Year. Fire horse. 2 days ago, 5 minutes. Give me one that's like 10 minutes. Okay, well, now it's all just fire horse ambiance, bitch. Wait, my YouTube is being so weird. Of course this has to happen the one time I am trying to watch a YouTube video on stream. Okay, I don't know, YouTube's down. I don't know if we actually can. Let's just look up like fire horse symbolism. Like, I want to learn about it. Can we learn about it? Oh yeah, this girl. Wait, I think I found someone. It looks like they might know something. Okay. What the heck is going on? Yeah. That's too small. I don't know if she's gonna show anything.
And welcoming in the lunar new year of the Fire Force. Blazing in on February 17th. Buckle your saddle belts because it's going to be one heck of a ride. This course here will be all about powerful energy, clarity, and intention. And I'll show you how to work with it intentionally for powerful results. If you've been feeling impatient, restless, or suddenly like you want to make big moves right now, you're not just imagining it. The energetic shift from the wood snake into the year of the fire horse is real and very different. And be sure to stay till the end because I'll show you how to work with this energy without making impulsive decisions, burning out, or scattering yourself. And no, you got that right. This isn't just feng shui as you know it.
Okay.
Hello, feng shui friends. And if you're new here, I'm Susan
Is that
Chan,
too loud?
certified feng shui consultant and life and business coach. I use feng shui as a strategy for transformation, not just design. So don't forget to subscribe to my channel, hit the bell so you get notifications. So let's get started. Every year, without fail, around this time, people come to me and they ask, Susan, please tell me what my astrology is going to be so I can avoid bad luck. And you know my answer. I am not here to promote feng shui paranoia. I actually coined that term years ago because I saw
Wait,
how
why is she talking about feng
fear-based
shui?
Chinese metaphysics was. Let me tell you, you're not here with me to be scared, superstitious, or to protect your energy.
Do we like
If
this
you
girl?
follow my lead, you're here to be empowered, build your energy, and use this information strategically. Feng Shui and Chinese astrology informs you, and your year is what you make of it. So before we start talking about the fire horse, let's talk about what we're leaving behind. The year of the wit snake is very different than the incoming fire horse year. The snake asks us to slow down, observe, shed layers, and to be strategic instead of reactive. For many people, it was a year of quiet transformation. Now we're shifting to the horse's external energy. Just think about a horse for a second. They're strong, intuitive, full of energy. They're ready to burst out of the gate from like 0 to 100. And when you add fire, that just turns up the volume on speed, intensity, and urgency. So this isn't going to be a subtle year, I'm telling you now. And it's not a year that you're going to want to fade into the background. I want you to hear this, and if this is the only thing that you take away from this video today, the fire horse can feel completely empowering or completely chaotic. It just depends on the support system that you create around you. Because the fire horse gives us that go, go, go energy, you may feel restless, easily irritated, eager to say yes to everything, and tempted to make changes overnight. But without containment, that go, go, go energy is going to lead you to burnout. This is where feng shui becomes so important, and where it's not just about furniture placement, but about strategy. Your environment can help you
lefty.
direct and contain this fire energy, or it might just amplify stress and exhaustion. So listen up if you want to avoid burnout. Here are the 3 steps to follow as we step in or gallop in to the fire horse year.
I'm
Step
trying to gallop
1,
in.
ask yourself, what am I actually making space for? I don't want you to overcommit because this is such an easy year to do that. I want you to get very, very clear on the 1, 2, max 3 things where you're going to focus your energy this year. Ideally, I would like it to be 1 or 2, and you'll see what I mean. Too many options leads to impulsive decision making, especially when you have this horse energy right behind you. It's going to give you so much energy, but just because you feel fired up doesn't mean you need to make impulsive decisions. Beware of opportunities that are disguised as ambition. Too many projects, too many social commitments, and too many options may feel exhilarating at first, but it's gonna burn you out. So whittle down your goals, where you want to direct your energy, to 1 or 2 things, at the most 3. Step 2, look at your space and ask yourself, does my space calm my nervous system or does it stimulate it? Does my home support rest as much as action? Does my workspace help me feel focused or am I scattered? So here's 1 grounding action that you can take today. It could be your bedroom, your living room, or even your desk. What we want is visual calm. And how you do that is to remove as many things as possible from your line of sight. If it's your bedroom, fold things, put things away, so it's a nice and calm sanctuary. If it's your living room, fluff up your pillows, fold the blanket, and really make sure that everything has a home. If it doesn't, get rid of it.
I'm about to reveal a snoring fix that
What
most women
the-
over 40 don't know.
Eh.
This is what your throat.
What is this?
See that? And lastly, your desk. I
Okay,
know.
this is not the kind of video.
The desk is a challenge.
This is not the kind of video that I was wanting. I was wanting some stuff about the freaking history of the fire horse. Okay, and of course YouTube is down right now, so I can't even really look for a good one. But, I mean, unless you guys really want to watch that, we can. That was not what I really had in mind, honestly. Fire horse in painting, yes. we're getting a base layer down right now. And then, although I don't know, I'm kind of debating if I should just do this whole thing in acrylic. It's just so freaking hard to blend. So, I'm honestly thinking nah. But chat, how are you guys all doing? How's your Tuesday? I guess if you weren't here yesterday, how was your Valentine's weekend? Did you do anything fun? Celebrate with friends? Or anything like that? Gosh, what were we even talking about earlier? Morality? Philosophy? Why is this head is looking a little weird. He looks a little derpy or something. What is going on? Why does he look like that? Why does he look like that? Okay, I think I know why. I think that this circle needs to expand. And then his snout can come out more. I think I'm making his head too fat. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Wait. Oh, wait. Okay, I think I need to be looking at this more like... Does he look like a horse? So you choose to paint directly? Yes? Oh, good night, Chris. Do I have a maul stick? I don't know what that is. like I need to listen to something. My thoughts are gonna overpower my patience. I always kind of listen to something whenever I'm painting. Okay. Alright, we're getting there. We're getting our base layer down. Paint Jordan. I don't know about them apples. I don't know about them apples. So what do you guys think though? I should still try and do like some oil painting over this. I don't know. I don't know if I should try and make it look realistic or if I should just like make it look a little bit more stylized-ish. Into blocking. Highlights are fire first. Highlights are fire first. Okay, let me look at my real horsey inspo guy. So God, I just hate working with acrylics. Okay. Oil can tie it together as needed. Yeah. I was just gonna paint the base in acrylic and then see if I could do oil over. Horses honestly have a lot of right angles. Okay. Certainly is something. Am I looking really hunchbacked? Am I looking too hunchbacked out here? Without legs, it looks like a slab of beef jerky. That is very interesting that that's what you think. I wonder what could go on in a mind such as that. His butt? Is that a good butt? Good booty for our horse? Give our horse a good booty around here? Okay. Oh no, I have fever and body aches, so it's not too bad. It's funny how I started feeling it after last night's stream. Oh no! Well, just hoping that you get better soon. Winter Olympic. Oh, the Winter Olympics. Oh god, not curling again. Yeah, have you guys been watching the Winter Olympics? I've been seeing stuff about it online. Didn't some Norwegian snowboarder or skier or something, like, could try to beg for his girlfriend to take him back? He's freaking at the freaking Winter Olympics. One can only imagine how hard he trained, and he's out here being like, I cheated on my girl, but I'm so sorry. Please take me back. And she had to release a statement on social media that's like, hey, by the way, I'm not taking this guy back. Like, please don't harass me and stuff. And I was like, I don't know if you guys saw that. What are your thoughts on that, guys? If you have any. Offset kind of did that to Cardi B as well, right? What's up with dudes like cheating on his girl, on their girls, and then like publicly being like, yeah, I cheated on her, but like I'm so sorry, and then like, cause it's kind of like, obviously like they're trying to just get the public on their side by being quote unquote vulnerable, and then the woman's always put in an awkward position of like, okay, well I don't want to take this back, but now I look like a bitch if I don't, cause he's doing all this. Good spacing on the horse, good room for the tail. Thanks. Yeah, I was like, this whole area is gonna be like the mane and everything. He does a hard sport biathlon. He does the biathlon. Oh shit. Yes. There's plenty of hanky panky at the Olympics. All these well-toned athletes in close proximity. Exactly. It's like, dude, like, why are you crying about your ex on TV like that? Like, just go distract yourself. Didn't they run out of condoms on Valentine's Day? The like Olympic Village or whatever with all the athletes. He also only dated that girl for like 6 months, and he cheated on her 3 months in. Like, what the heck? But I've been seeing some interesting stuff about also figure skating and stuff. Like, isn't the US athlete who's really good at figure skating, she's from California, right? What's her name? Alyssa Liu? Fellow Asian sister. Gosh, I am running through this paint. I'm running through it. I think we're having a good shape. I think our horsey has a decent shape to him though. So wait, a biathlon. What even is a biathlon? I guess it's the Winter Olympics. Should we look into that maybe? Should I just make his belly too big? This horsey looks like he's been eating good now. Maybe I should have not closed the gap on that part. Shit. Well, luckily I can just freaking cover it with some glue maybe. Let me get this other leg that's peeking out. feel like it looks weird. I feel like it looks weird. Hmm. Hmm. What's that? Guys, I kind of effed up on my placement of the second arm, and now this was going so well, and now it feels like everything's going to shit. Alright, let me do this other leg, and then maybe I can bust out the blue and see what we can try and fix here. You can save. There's like getting to be dried clumps in the canvas now. He does look like he's been eating good. Happy horse. Sorry, horsey, I made you with thickums. But that just means that you have a owner that takes good care of you, right? Okay. I was like, I probably look like I have a crazy hunchback right now. Okay, let's get this other leg in. It's kind of like a... can't really see the back leg of this horse in my pic. Okay, so this is gonna be out. Okay, I think it's time for me to bust out the blue and do some quote-unquote erasing. Because things are going south. Things are going south. We need his butt to be bigger. I need his ass to get fatter. Even though we were saying that he's really thick. His derriere. And then we'll slim down his belly. We're gonna make his ass. We're gonna fatten his ass, and we're gonna slim his belly. He's gonna be slim thick. And Kim K is gonna be jealous of him. Okay. Does he look like a rearing horse? Okay. Now, let's slim down his belly. Our magic eraser's working. Where else did I mess up? His feet. What the? Okay. Hi, Luke. How are you? Hmm? No, this ain't no damn Ferrari logo, y'all. Or just make a magnificent tail. Oh yeah, we'll make a magnificent tail for him for sure. Okay, this part looks really dark though. It's like black. The blue that we like layered over the red. Can I save it? Should we listen to an audiobook? Sorry, I want to lock in to make it good, but my thoughts always are distracting me. What's something we could listen to? We could listen to the Why We Sleep book. The Creative Act. This is a pretty short one.
This is Audible. Penguin Random. Everyone is a creator. Nothing in this book is known to be true. It's a reflection on what I've noticed. Not facts so much as thoughts. Some ideas may resonate, others may not. A few may awaken an inner knowing you forgot you had. Use what's helpful, let go of the rest. Each of these moments is an invitation to further inquiry, looking deeper, zooming out, or in, opening possibilities for a new way of being. Everyone is a creator. Those who do not engage in the traditional arts may be wary of calling themselves artists. They may perceive creativity as something extraordinary or beyond their capabilities, a calling for the special few who are born with these gifts. Fortunately, this is not the case. Creativity is not a rare ability. It is not difficult to access.
All right.
Creativity is a fundamental aspect of being human. It's our birthright, and it's for all of us.
This is what I'm always telling you
Creativity
guys.
doesn't exclusively relate to making art. We all
Everyone
engage in
can
this
be
act on a daily
creative.
basis. To create is to bring something into existence that wasn't there before. It could be a conversation, a solution to a problem, a note to a friend, the rearrangement of furniture in a room, or a new route home to avoid a traffic jam. What you make doesn't have to be witnessed, recorded, sold, or encased in glass for it to be a work of art. Through the ordinary state of being, we're already creators in the most profound way, creating our experience of reality and composing the world we perceive. In each moment, we're immersed in a field of undifferentiated matter from which our senses gather bits of information. The outside universe we perceive doesn't exist as such. Through a series of electrical and chemical reactions, we generate a reality internally. We create forests and oceans, warmth and cold. We read words, hear voices, and form interpretations. Then in an instant, we produce a response. All of this in a world of our own creation. Regardless of whether or not we're formally making art, we're all living as artists. We perceive, filter, and collect data, then curate an experience for ourselves and others based on this information set. Whether we do this consciously or unconsciously, by the mere fact of being alive, we are active participants in this ongoing process of creation. To live as an artist is a way of being in the world, a way of perceiving, a practice of paying attention, refining our sensitivity to tune into the more subtle notes, looking for what draws us in and what pushes us away, noticing what feeling tones arise and where they lead. A tuned choice by a tuned choice, your entire life is a form of self-expression. You exist as a creative being in a creative universe, a singular work of art.
Wow, you're a work of art, guys. Your life is a work of art.
Tuning in. Think of the universe as an eternal creative unfolding. Trees blossom, cells replicate, rivers forge new tributaries. The world pulses with productive energy, and everything that exists on the planet is driven by that energy. Every manifestation of this unfolding is doing its own work on behalf of the universe, each in its own way, true to its own creative impulse. Just as trees grow flowers and fruit, humanity creates works of art. The Golden Gate Bridge, the White Album, Guernica, Hagia Sophia, the Sphinx, the Space Shuttle, the Autobahn, Clair de Lune, the Roman Colosseum, the Phillips screwdriver, the iPad,
The Phillips
Philadelphia cheesesteak.
screwdriver.
Look around you. There are so many remarkable accomplishments to appreciate. Each of these is humanity being true to itself, as a hummingbird is true to itself by building a nest, a peach tree by bearing fruit, and a nimbus cloud by producing rain. Every nest, every peach, every raindrop, and every great work is different. Some trees may appear to make more beautiful fruits than others, and some humans may appear to compose greater works than others. The taste and beauty are in the eye of the beholder. How does the cloud know when to rain? How does the tree know when spring begins? How does the bird know when it's time to build a new nest? The universe functions like a clock. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under heaven. A time to be born, a time to die, a time to plant, a time to reap, a time to kill, a time to heal, a time to laugh, a time to weep, a time to build up, a time to break down, a time to dance, a time to mourn, a time to cast away stones, a time to gather stones together. These rhythms are not set by us. We are all participating in a larger creative act we are not conducting. We are being conducted. The artist is on a cosmic timetable, just like all of nature. If you have an idea you're excited about and you don't bring it to life,
His body.
it's not uncommon for that idea to find its voice through another maker. This isn't because the other artist stole your idea. It's because the idea's time has come.
Okay.
In this great unfolding, ideas and thoughts, themes and songs, and other works of art exist in the ether and ripen on schedule, ready to find expression in the physical world. As artists, it is our job to draw down this information, transmute it, and share it. we are all translators for the messages the universe is broadcasting. The best artists tend to be the ones with the most sensitive antennae to draw in the energy resonating at a particular moment. Many great artists first develop sensitive antennae not to create, but to protect themselves. They have to protect themselves because everything hurts more. They feel everything more deeply. Often art arrives in movements. Bauhaus architecture, abstract expressionism, French New Wave cinema, punk rock, beat poetry, to name a few from recent history. These movements appear like a wave. Some artists are able to read the culture and position themselves to ride the swell. Others might see the wave and choose to swim against the current. We are all antennae for creative thought. Some transmissions come on strong, others more faint. If your antenna isn't sensitively tuned, you're likely to lose the data in the noise, particularly since the signals coming through are often more subtle than the content we collect through sensory awareness. They're energetic more than tactile, intuitively perceived more than consciously recorded. Most of the time, we're gathering data from the world through the five senses. With the information being transmitted on higher frequencies, we're channeling energetic material that can't be physically grasped. It defies logic in the same way that an electron can be in two places at once. This elusive energy is of great worth, though so few people are open enough to hold it. How do we pick up on a signal that can neither be heard nor defined? The answer is not to look for it, nor do we try to predict or analyze our way into it. Instead, we create an open space that allows it. A space so free of the normal, overpacked condition of our minds that it creates a vacuum, drawing down the ideas that the universe is making available. This freedom is not as difficult to achieve as one might think. We all start with it. As children, we experience much less interference between receiving ideas and internalizing them. We accept new information with delight instead of making comparisons to what we already believe. We live in the moment rather than worrying about future consequences. We are spontaneous more than analytical. We are curious, not jaded. Even the most ordinary experiences in life are met with a sense of
Looks like
awe.
horns.
Deep sadness and intense excitement can come within moments of each other. There's no facade and no attachment to a story. Artists who are able to continually create great works throughout their lives often manage to preserve these childlike qualities. Practicing a way of being that allows you to see the world through uncorrupted, innocent eyes can free you to act in concert with the universe's timetable. There's a time for certain ideas to arrive, and they find a way to express themselves through us. The source of creativity. We begin with everything. Everything seen. Everything done. Everything thought. Everything felt. Everything imagined. Everything forgotten. And everything that rests unspoken and unthought within us. This is our source material, and from it, we build each creative moment. This content does not come from inside us. The source is out there, a wisdom surrounding us, an inexhaustible offering that is always available. We either sense it, remember it, or tune into it. Not only through our experiences, it may also be dreams into...
Wait, the one time I had drawn a horses back in high school in like year 8 art class, they were trying to teach us how to draw from reference without getting caught up in what the subject is, so we drew a picture of a horse while it was upside down. The drawings, when flipped the right way, didn't look like horses. Oh no. Oh no. Well, we're just gonna vibe. We're gonna just have to go with the flow on that one. Because I'm not flipping this. I don't even want to know. I've heard of that though, of like looking at the reference and then painting it upside down so that you don't get like caught up in it. These freaking horses though, it's like, okay, hold up. Here's his eye, I think. Sort of. What's, like, why does it keep looking like horns? That's what I'm kind of confused by right now. Is like, why does it keep looking like horns? but maybe I just need to chillax. Like, why does it? Whatever. Maybe I should just make his mane super flowy. I thought I was painting a seahorse at first. I guess I did kind of do his legs last. Okay, maybe let's paint his mane, perhaps. And see what that does for us. My knowledge of painting was from Bob Ross episodes, yeah. Are you a Bob Ross enjoyer? I didn't really think, should I paint his mane in gold? Wait, where's the paintbrush I just picked out? Put it in here. Is it this one? Oh well. You like the deep blue color? I hope it goes well with what we end up doing. Okay, I'm gonna mix a little bit of red into our gold here. Okay, well that kind of made it all. Okay. So now we're giving the luscious locks. Should I just go for it? Should I just paint? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna go for it. I'm going for it. What am I doing wrong? Okay, so this. You guys think it's looking like a horse? Because I'm beginning to feel like freaking no. Maybe I feel like no, it's not. Maybe let me add his little tail. Body horse. Any of us? Yes, yes. No, I'm going to. I'm trying to make the main, just like the outlines, and then I'm gonna go in with oils over after to like add detail. But right now, I'm trying to get the shape. I'm trying to get the shape, and then I'm gonna like add all the details and stuff to make it look better afterwards. So, but I can't get the shape right. Like that's what I feel like I'm struggling with right now. Is like the shape is not the shape that I want it to be. So don't worry, I'll go in and we're gonna be adding a lot more detail afterwards. I need to like fix his neck. It's a nice outline of one. Thank you. I'm trying my bestest here. Okay, so this one like kind of has its tail just going out. What does the reference look like? Well, we're kind of doing a fire horse. So my horse, we're doing like a little bit of a mixie. How do I? OMG. Yeah, let me drag it and put it on this tab. So that if I do this, I guess. So here's my reference of the real horse. And then here's our fire horse kind of reference. But this is AI generated, so I was trying to get anatomical accuracy from real horse and then kind of use this as like the vibes. If you catch my drift. If you're picking up what I'm putting down. So yeah, I think I just made the mane a little too luscious. Honestly, I think that's what happened. Got a freaking blowout going on here. The real arch looks pretty chonky. I feel like yours is pretty accurate, but the only thing I noticed is that's possibly a different angle of the head. Yeah, maybe you're right. It is kind of. Honestly, I was kind of clicking back and forth. We'll fix his little. I don't know. I'm trying to get this mane. I'm like, I want to try and get this mane to feel like, I don't know, it kind of has like some. Okay. I think this is maybe helping. Okay. And I already know that some of this problem is also me. I need to, okay, so we're gonna get a big swoop over here. I think I just need to make the ends of these flames a little bit more defined. And I need to like make the ends kind of curling so it looks like fire. Did our music stop? Yeah. Oh. Am I selling this? No.
Intuitions, subliminal fragments,
Sorry, I
or
forgot.
other ways still unknown, by which the outside, everything, through uncorrupted, innocent eyes, can free you to act in concert with the universe's timetable. There's a time for certain ideas to arrive, and they find a way to express themselves through us. The source of creativity. We begin with everything. Everything seen. Everything done. Everything thought. Everything felt. Everything imagined. Everything forgotten. And everything that rests unspoken and unthought within us. This is our source material, and from it, we build each creative moment. This content does not come from inside us. The source is out there, a wisdom surrounding us, an inexhaustible offering that is always available. We either sense it, remember it, or tune into it. Not only through our experiences, it may also be dreams, intuitions, subliminal fragments, or other ways still unknown, by which the outside finds its way inside. To the mind, this material appears to come from within, but that's an illusion. There are tiny fragments of the vastness of Source stored within us. These precious wisps arise from the unconscious like vapor and condense to form a thought, an idea. It may be helpful to think of Source as a cloud. Clouds never truly disappear. They change form. They turn into rain and become part of the ocean, and then evaporate and return to being clouds. The same is true of art. Art is a circulation of energetic ideas. What makes them appear new is they're combining differently each time they come back. No two clouds are the same. This is why when we're struck by a new piece of art, it can resonate on a deeper level. Perhaps this is the familiar coming back to us in an unfamiliar form. Or maybe it is something unknown that we didn't realize we were looking for. A missing piece in a puzzle that has no end. Turning something from an idea into a reality can make it seem smaller. It changes from unearthly to earthly. The imagination has no limits. The physical world does. The work exists in both. Awareness. In most of our daily activities, we choose the agenda and develop a strategy to achieve the goal at hand. We create the program. Awareness moves differently. The program is happening around us. The world is the doer, and we are the witness. We have little or no control over the content. The gift of awareness allows us to notice what's going on around and inside ourselves in the present moment, and to do so without attachment or involvement. We may observe bodily sensations, passing thoughts and feelings, sounds or visual cues, smells and tastes. Through detached noticing, awareness allows an observed flower to reveal more of itself, without our intervention. This is true of all things. Awareness is not a state you force. There's little effort involved, though persistence is key. It's something you actively allow to happen. It is a presence with and acceptance of what is happening in the eternal now. As soon as you label an aspect of Source, you're no longer noticing. You're studying. This holds true of any thought that takes you out of presence with the object of your awareness. Whether analysis or simply being aware that you're aware, analysis is a secondary function. The awareness happens first as a pure connection with the object of your attention. If something strikes me as interesting or beautiful, first I live that experience. Only afterwards might I attempt to understand it. Though we can't change what it is that we're noticing, we can change our ability to notice. We can expand our awareness and narrow it, experience it with our eyes open or closed. We can quiet our inside so we can perceive more on the outside, or quiet the outside so we can notice more of what's happening inside. We can zoom in on something so closely it loses the features that make it what it appears to be, or zoom out so far it seems like something entirely new. The universe is only as large as our perception of it. When we cultivate our awareness, we're expanding the universe.
What the heck?
This expands the scope not just of the material at our disposal to create from, but the life we get to live. The
Is it
ability to
unfocused?
look
The
deeply
name's
is the
looking
root
better.
of creativity. To see past the ordinary and mundane, to get to what might otherwise be invisible.
We'll just have to do another layer.
The vessel and the filter. Each of us has a container within. It is constantly being filled with data. It holds the sum total of our thoughts, feelings, dreams, and experiences in the world. Let's call this the vessel. Information does not enter the vessel directly like rain filling a barrel. It is filtered in a unique way for each of us. Not everything makes it through this filter, and what does get through doesn't always do so faithfully. We each have our own method of reducing Source. Our memory space is limited. Our senses often misperceive data, and our minds don't have the processing power to take in all of the information surrounding us. Our senses would be overwhelmed by light, color, sound, and smell. We wouldn't be able to distinguish one object from another. To navigate our way through this immense world of data, we learn early in life to focus on the information that appears essential or of particular interest, and to tune out the rest. As artists, we seek to restore our childlike perception, a more innocent state of wonder and appreciation, not tethered to utility or survival. Our filter inevitably reduces source intelligence by interpreting the data that arrives instead of letting it pass freely. As the vessel fills with these recast fragments, relationships are created with the material already collected. These relationships produce beliefs and stories. They may be about who we are, the people around us, and the nature of the world we live in. Eventually, these stories coalesce into a worldview. As artists, we want to hold these stories softly and find space for the vast amount of information that doesn't fit easily within the limits of our belief system. The more raw data we can take in, and the less we shape it, the closer we get to nature. One can think of the creative act as taking the sum of our vessel's contents as potential material, selecting for elements that seem useful or significant in the moment, and re-presenting them. This is source drawn through us and made into books, movies, buildings, paintings, meals, businesses, whatever projects we embark on. If we choose to share what we make, our work can recirculate and become source material for others. Source makes
You write
available,
envelopes? My
the
mom
filter
has them.
distills,
So
the
yeah.
vessel receives.
Did you?
And often this happens beyond our control. It's helpful to know that this default system can be bypassed. With training, we can improve our interface with source and radically expand the vessel's ability to receive. Changing the instrument is not always the easiest way to change the sound of the music, but it can be the most powerful. No matter what tools you use to create, the true instrument is you. And through you, the universe that surrounds us all comes into focus. The unseen. By conventional definition, the purpose of art is to create physical and digital artifacts, to fill shelves with pottery, books, and records. Though artists generally aren't aware of it, that end work is a byproduct of a greater desire. We aren't creating to produce or sell material products. The act of creation is an attempt to enter a mysterious realm, a longing to transcend. What we create allows us to share glimpses of an inner landscape, one that's beyond our understanding. Art is our portal to the unseen world. Without the spiritual component, the artist works with a crucial disadvantage. The spiritual world provides a sense of wonder and a degree of open-mindedness not always found within the confines of science. The world of reason can be narrow and filled with dead ends, while a spiritual viewpoint is limitless and invites fantastic possibilities. The unseen world is boundless. The word spirituality may not speak to those who dwell chiefly in the intellect, or those who equate the word with organized religion. If you prefer to think of spirituality as simply believing in connection, that's fine. Or if you choose to think of it as believing in magic, that's fine too. The things we believe can carry a charge, regardless of whether they can be proven or not. The practice of spirituality is a way of looking at the world where you're not alone. There are deeper meanings behind the surface. The energy around you can be harnessed to elevate your work. You're part of something much larger than can be explained, a world of immense possibilities. Harnessing this energy can be marvelously useful in your creative pursuits. The principle operates on faith, believing and behaving as if it's true, no proof needed. When you're working on a project, you may notice apparent coincidences appearing more often than randomness allows, almost as if there's another hand guiding yours in a certain direction, as if there's an inner knowing gently informing your movements. Faith allows you to trust the direction without needing to understand it. Pay particular attention to the moments that take your breath away. A beautiful sunset, an unusual eye color, a moving piece of music, the elegant design of a complex machine. If a piece of work, a fragment of consciousness, or an element of nature is somehow allowing us to access something bigger, that is its spiritual component made manifest. It awards us a glimpse of the unseen. It's not unusual for science to catch up to art eventually, nor is it unusual for art to catch up to the spiritual. Look for clues. Material for our work surrounds us at every turn.
I think I've got to
It's
switch
woven
to
into
oil
conversations,
soon.
nature, chance encounters, and existing works of art. When looking for a solution to a creative problem, Pay close attention to what's happening around you. Look for clues pointing to new methods or ways to further develop current ideas. A writer may be in a coffee shop working on a scene and unsure what a character is going to say next. A phrase might be overheard in the chatter from another table that provides a direct answer, or at least a glimpse of a possible direction. We receive these types of messages all the time if we remain open to them. We might read a book and find a quote leaping off the page, or watch a movie and notice a line that moves us to pause and rewind. Sometimes it's the exact answer we've been looking for, or it could be an echo of an idea that keeps repeating in other places, begging for more attention or affirming the path we're on. These transmissions are subtle, they are ever present, but they're easy to miss. If we aren't looking for clues, they'll pass by without us ever knowing. Notice connections and consider where they lead. When something out of the ordinary happens, ask yourself why. What's the message? What could be the greater meaning? This process isn't a science. We can't control clues or will them to be revealed. Sometimes it helps to have a strong intention to find a specific answer or confirm a particular path. Other times, letting go of that intention altogether can help you find your way. An integral part of the artist's work is deciphering these signals. The more open you are, the more clues you'll find, and the less effort you'll need to exert. You may be able to think less and begin to rely on answers arising within you. You might imagine that the outside world is a conveyor belt with a stream of small packages on it, always going by. The first step is to notice the conveyor belt is there, and then anytime you want, you can pick up one of those packages, unwrap it, and see what's inside. A helpful exercise might be opening a book to a random page and reading the first line your eyes find. See how what's written there applies to your situation. Any relevance it bears might be by chance, but you can allow for the possibility that chance is not all that's at play. When my appendix burst, the doctor who diagnosed it insisted I go to the hospital immediately and have it removed. I was told that there were no other options. I found myself in a nearby bookstore. Standing out on a table in front of me was a new book by Dr. Andrew Weil. I picked it up and let it fall open. The first passage my eyes went to said, if a doctor wants to remove a part of your body and they tell you it has no function, don't believe this. The information I needed was made available to me in that moment, and I still have my appendix. When clues present themselves, it can sometimes feel like the delicate mechanism of a clock at work, as if the universe is nudging you with
I think I would trust the doctor.
It's on your side
TH.
and wants to provide everything you need to complete your mission. Look for what you notice, but no one else sees. Practice. In the wild, animals must narrow their field of vision to survive. A tight focus prevents distraction from critical needs. Food, shelter, predators,
Most of
procreation.
your drawings. Ooh. Oh, hi,
For the artist,
Morris. Hello.
this reflexive action can be a hindrance.
Sorry, I'm like so
Widening one
locked
scope
in,
allows
guys.
for more moments of interest to be noticed
freaking
and
locked
collected, building a treasury of material to draw from later. A practice is the embodiment of an approach to a concept. This can support us in bringing about a desired state of mind.
No left.
When we repeat the exercise of opening our senses to what is, we move closer to living in a continually open state. We build a habit, one where expanded awareness is our default way of being in the world. To deepen this practice is to embark on a more profound relationship with Source. As we reduce the interference of our filter, we become better able to recognize the rhythms and movements around us. This allows us to participate with them in a more harmonious way. When we take notice of the cycles of the planet and choose to live in accordance with its seasons, something remarkable happens. We become connected. We begin to see ourselves as part of a greater whole that's constantly regenerating itself. And we may then tap into this all-powerful propagating force
Are
and
you a
ride
horse?
its creative wave. To support our practice, we might set up a daily schedule where we engage in particular rituals at specific times every day or week. The gestures we perform don't need to be grand. Small rituals can make a big difference. We can decide to take 3 slow, deep breaths upon awakening each morning. This simple act can set a course to start each day still, centered, and in the moment. We might also eat our meals mindfully, slowly savoring each bite with appreciation. Take a daily walk in nature, looking at everything entering our field of vision with gratitude and connection. Take a moment to marvel at the feeling of our heartbeat and the movement of the blood through our veins before sleep. The purpose of such exercises is not necessarily in the doing, just as the goal of meditation isn't in the meditating. The purpose is to evolve the way we see the world when we're not engaged in these acts. We're building the musculature of our psyche to more acutely tune in. This is so much of what the work's about. Awareness needs constant refreshing. If it becomes a habit, even a good habit, it'll need to be reinvented again and again. Until one day, you notice that you're always in the practice of awareness, at all times, in all places, living your life in a state of constant openness to receiving. Living life as an artist is a practice. You're either engaging in the practice or you're not. It makes no sense to say you're not good at it. It's like saying I'm not good at being a monk. You're either living as a monk or you're not. We tend to think of the artist's work as the output. The real work of the artist is a way of being in the world. Submerge the great works. Broadening our practice of awareness is a choice we can make at any moment. It's not a search, though it's stoked by curiosity or hunger. A hunger to see beautiful things, hear beautiful sounds, feel deeper sensations. To learn and to be fascinated and surprised on a continual basis.
I'd be hungry for that.
In service of this robust instinct, consider submerging yourself in the canon of great works. Read the finest literature, watch the masterpieces of cinema, get up close to the most influential paintings, visit architectural landmarks. There's no standard list. No one has the same measure of greatness. The canon is continually changing across time and space. Nonetheless, exposure to great art provides an invitation. It draws us forward and opens the doors of possibility. If you make the choice of reading classic literature every day for a year rather than reading the news, by the end of that time period, you'll have a more honed sensitivity for recognizing greatness from the books than from the media. This applies to every choice we make, not just with art, but with the friends we choose, the conversations we have, even the thoughts we reflect on. All of these aspects affect our ability to distinguish good from very good and very good from great. They help us determine what's worthy of our time and attention. Since there's an endless amount of data available to us, and we have a limited bandwidth to conserve, we might consider curating the quality of what we allow in. This doesn't just apply if your goal is making art of lasting significance. Even if your goal is to make fast food, it will likely taste better if you experience the best fresh food available to you during the process. Level up your taste. The objective is not to learn to mimic greatness, but to calibrate our internal meter for greatness, so we can better make the thousands of choices that might ultimately lead to our own great work. Nature as teacher. Of all the great works we can experience, nature is the most absolute and enduring. We can witness it change through the seasons. We can see it in the mountains, the oceans, the desert, and the forest. We can watch the changes of the moon each night, and the relationship between the moon and the stars. There's never a shortage of awe and inspiration to be found outdoors. If we dedicated our lives solely to noticing the changes in natural light and shadow as the hours pass, we would constantly discover something new. We don't have to understand nature to appreciate it. This is true of all things. Simply be aware of the moments when your breath gets taken away by something of great beauty. It may be witnessing a single line formation of birds snaking through a half-lit evening sky, or standing awed at the foot of a giant redwood tree that's thousands of years old. There's so much wisdom in nature that when we notice it, it awakens possibility within us. It's through communing with nature that we move closer to our own nature. If you're picking colors based on a Pantone book, you're limited to a certain number of choices. If you step out in nature, the palette is infinite. Each rock has a variation of color within it. We could never find a can of paint to mimic the exact same shade. Nature transcends our tendencies to label and classify, to reduce and limit. The natural world is unfathomably more rich, interwoven, and complicated than we're taught, and so much more mysterious and beautiful. Deepening our connection to nature will serve our spirit, and what serves our spirit invariably serves our artistic output. The closer we can get to the natural world.
I recently read The Sound of One Hand's translation. Zen. Oh, with double-sided meaning, give different perspective to those who question everything. Interesting. Lunar Stream reminded you of it? Oh. I used to really love riddles, actually. Fun fact. I used to be really, like, obsessed with riddles. Wait, I kind of like... I'm realizing things now that I'm, like, looking at it on stream rather than... Yeah. Alright. Do you guys think I should do the tail with oil? It feels like there's some blank space here. Oh, maybe I can do like embers or something. Should I do that? Tips to be orange, since that's how fire works, right? The parts farther away are darker. Alright, I'm about to switch to oil, bruh. This is... not blending how I want it to. Okay. We can kind of go in after. Okay, okay. This is my oil, I believe. Oh gosh, I have to pee again. I'll be right back. Do you guys want Should I start shading the body or the hair? Let me know. But be back. Body just a touch. Hair, sorry, Pezzable, you were outdone. Body it is. Okay, well, let's get some oil paints out. And I'm gonna do shadows and then highlights. Actually, okay. So now we're gonna go in with oil. And how should I do this? Let's do shadows first, I'm thinking. So I want like a darker red-ish color. How am I gonna do this? And low-key, they kind of did purple for the areas where it's like darkest. Orange red. This is thick. It's thick. I need this stream today. The music and the vibes are immaculate. Definitely body first and then hair. Okay. Are you guys liking this creativity book?
The sooner we start to realize we are not separate, and that when we create, we're not just expressing our unique individuality, but our seamless connection to an infinite oneness. There's a reason we're drawn to gazing at the ocean. It is said the ocean provides a closer reflection of who we are than any mirror. Nothing is static. The world is always changing. You can engage in the same awareness practice 5 days in a row in the same location and have a unique experience each time. Different sounds and different smells may be present. No two gusts of wind feel quite the same. The tone and quality of sunlight changes from minute to minute and day to day. Within the richness of nature, the variations are easily noticeable. Some are shouts, others are whispers. Even if the element seems static, whether a work of art in a museum or an everyday object in a kitchen, when we look at it deeply, we can see a newness. We recognize aspects not noticed before. Reread the same book over and over, and will likely find new themes, undercurrents, details, and connections. You can't step into the same stream twice because it's always flowing. Everything is. The world is constantly changing, so no matter how often we practice paying attention, there will always be something new to notice. It's up to us to find it. Likewise, we're always changing, growing, and evolving. We learn and forget things. We move through different moods, thoughts, and unconscious processes. The cells in our body die and regenerate. No one is the same person all day long. Even if the world outside were to remain static, the information we took in would still be ever-changing, and so too would the work we bring forth. The person who makes something today isn't the same person who returns to the work tomorrow. Look inward. The sound of water churning in the distance is audible. I feel a breeze of what might be warm air, though it's difficult to tell since the hair on my arm senses the movement as cooling. 2 birds are singing, and with my eyes closed, I'm placing them approximately 50 paces behind me and to my right. Now, a smaller bird, or at least one with a smaller, higher-pitched chirp, enters the soundscape behind me from the left. From the rhythmic interplay, it seems clear the birds are not in conversation. Each sings its own song. I notice the sound of a passing vehicle, and in the distance, children's voices. A blur of rhythmic music arrives from the far left. There's an itch on the left side of my face, just in front of my ear. A vehicle with a larger, heavier sound passes, and a bit of jazz music makes an appearance much closer to my position. Only now do I realize I turned it on earlier at a quiet volume, and it has been inaudible until this moment. Someone arrives. I open my eyes, and it all goes away. It's common to believe that life is a series of external experiences, and we must live an outwardly extraordinary life in order to have something to share. The experience of our inner world is often completely overlooked. If we focus on what's going on inside of ourselves, sensations, emotions, the patterns of our thoughts, a wealth of material can be found. Our inner world is every bit as interesting, beautiful, and surprising as nature itself. It is, after all, born of nature. When we go inside, we're processing what's going on outside. We're no longer separate. We're connected. We are one. Ultimately, it doesn't make a difference whether your content originates on the inside or outside. If a beautiful thought or phrase comes to mind, or you see a beautiful sunset, one's not better than the other. Both are equally beautiful in different ways. It's helpful to consider there are always more options available to us than we might realize. Memories and the subconscious. When presented with new instrumental tracks for the first time, some vocalists record the first sounds out of their mouths with no thought or preparation. Often they'll sing random words or sounds that aren't words at all. It isn't uncommon out of this gibberish for a story to unfold or key phrases to appear. There's no active attempt to write in this process. The work is being created on a subconscious level. The material exists hidden within. There are practices that can assist in accessing this deeper well inside of yourself. For example, you can try an anger releasing exercise where you beat on a pillow for 5 minutes. It's more difficult than you might think to do this for the full duration. Time yourself and go hard. Then immediately fill 5 pages with whatever comes out. The objective is not to think about it, to avoid directing the content in any way. Just write whatever words spill forth. There's an abundant reservoir of high-quality information in our subconscious, and finding ways to access it can spark new material to draw from. The psyche has admittance to a universal wisdom deeper than what we can come up with in our conscious mind. It provides a far less limited view, an oceanic source. We don't know how it works, and we don't know why it works, yet many artists tap into something beyond themselves without recognizing the process at play, purely through accessing the subconscious. Often reaching these states is out of our control. Some artists have created their best work while feverish, with a temperature over 103. These trance-like conditions bypass the thinking part of the brain and access the dream state. There's great wisdom in transitional realms between wakefulness and sleep. Right before you fall asleep, what thoughts and ideas come to you? How do you feel when you wake from a dream? In the wisdom tradition of Tibetan dream yoga, lamas say the dream state is just as real or unreal as the waking state. Keeping a dream journal might be of use. Place a pen and paper next to the bed, and as soon as you wake up, begin writing immediately with as much detail as possible before doing anything else. Try to limit any unnecessary movement. Simply turning your head can be enough to dislodge the dream from stored memory. As you write, the picture will develop and you'll remember more of the story, more of the setting, more of the details than you did when you first set pen to paper. The more you do this practice, morning after morning, the better you'll get at recalling your dreams. It may also help to set an intention to remember your dreams before going to sleep. Memories can also be thought of as dreamlike. They're more of a romantic story than a faithful document of a life event, and there's good content to be found in these dreamy recollections we have of past experiences. Another helpful tool is randomness, or more accurately, apparent randomness, since there may be organization happening on a different level than we understand. When we throw the I Ching, for example, we don't determine how the sticks or coins land, but through them, we get information we can use to help decision-making, and once again, bypass our conscious mind and perhaps tap into a larger intelligence.
Okay.
It's always there.
Get super sick to make great
strongly
art.
affected
Eat
by-
contaminated food. Yeah. Honestly though, when he was saying that stuff, I was like, maybe that's why I really like to listen to stuff or something whenever I'm doing creative things. I'll like pause if I like need to. Sorry, I was like felt like there was something. But because I feel like if I am just like when it's like quiet or whatever, I feel like I'm just like, wait, I shouldn't do that, or oh my gosh, that looks bad. Like, whereas whenever I'm listening to something, it almost feels like I'm able to just kind of zone out and let my body or whatever like kind of do its thing, and I don't get as like caught up in each individual, I don't know, paint stroke or whatever it may be. So yeah, I feel like I was vibing. I was vibing with that, you know? But maybe that's just me. I feel like if you do any creative hobbies though, you probably know what I mean. A lot of like the time is not necessarily, like you need intentional thought. And sometimes when you're just kind of zoned out doing your thing and then you kind of take a step back after a while, you're like, wait, I'm vibing with that. I'm vibing. Fair, agree with that point. It's nice to have ambiance. Yeah. I was down with that speech, Wisdom in Practice. Yeah, I actually do like this book. Like I said though, sometimes he says things where I'm like, like when his doctor wanted to remove his appendix and then he's like, yeah, but then I just saw a random line in a book that said don't do that, so I didn't do that. So, you know, that's like any book though, where I feel like obviously you're not going to agree with every single thing. Exactly. We need inspiration and motivation to execute. Yes. I get that. I do think listening to music, lectures, podcasts, or audiobooks, yes. I feel like, obviously, like, we have, like, some background music right now, but I feel like I need something that's gonna, like, kind of keep my active part of my brain busy so that my, like, more subconscious part can kind of just focus on the painting a little bit more. Like right now I'm just shading. I don't know. So we'll see. Like look though, I feel like he's already looking way better. So let's continue zoning out and working on his body more. His nice horse body.
By the sun. When it's a bright day, I feel energized. When it's
Silence
gloomy,
is distracting.
I'm gloomy. On those overcast days, it helps to tune into the fact that the sun is still there. It's just hidden behind a thicker layer of clouds. At noon, the sun is high in the sky, regardless of how light or dark it is outside. In the same way, regardless of how much we're paying attention, the information we seek is out there. If we're aware, we get to tune into more of it. If we're less aware, we miss it. When we miss it, it really does pass us by. Tomorrow presents another opportunity for awareness, but it's never an opportunity for the same awareness. Setting. We're affected by our surroundings, and finding the best environment to create a clear channel is personal and to be tested. It also depends on your intention. Isolated places like a forest, a monastery, or a sailboat in the middle of the ocean are fine locations to receive direct transmissions from the universe. If instead you want to tune into the collective consciousness, you might sit in a busy spot with people coming and going and experience source as filtered
The
through
collective
humanity. The
unconscious.
second-hand approach is no less valid. One step further removed might be to plug into the culture itself, constantly consuming art, entertainment, news, and social media. All the while, noticing the patterns the universe is promoting. It's helpful to view currents in the culture without feeling obligated to follow the direction of their flow. Instead, notice them in the same connected, detached way you might notice a warm wind. Let yourself move within it, yet not be of it. One person's connected place.
No, I actually, okay, wait, hold on. Now y'all got it. Now I'm thinking. I actually literally think of because I do watch like TikTok. I go on social media like every night, obviously. Or not obviously, but I do that. And I do really like thinking of it. And like, that's so funny that this book actually said this, because I don't know if I got this idea from this book, but like, I do genuinely view it as I'm plugging into the collective unconscious right now. Like, what are people talking about? What are people thinking about? Like, what is going on in the world and whatnot. And yeah, I think that's like a big thing why I don't really, like, I don't know, I don't really ever feel like, oh my gosh, I need to completely delete social media platforms, because I ultimately like being plugged in to the collective conscious. I like seeing people's thoughts and everything, and obviously a lot of what I do, like even like what we're doing right now, like so many more people I feel like are interested in Lunar New Year this year than normally are. And yeah, I don't know, I think that's why I've never really been like, okay, I need to completely, like I'm always like, okay, obviously sometimes I'm like, yes, I could definitely be using social media less, but I don't know. Whenever I've gone through periods where I'm not really using it or like whatever, I feel less connected to the greater world. Obviously, I feel more connected to my everyday life, but I don't know. I do kind of like plugging into the greater unconscious, seeing what kind of TikToks I'm seeing and are speaking to me, especially because I feel like you guys know I watch a lot of like kind of educational commentary kind of content. You just have more of we Asians around you than you did in Chicago. LOL, yeah. Well, I do feel like there is, like, it's literally a trend of people posting like, oh, you've found me at a very Chinese time in my life. Like, I do feel like Chinese Chinese culture, period, I feel like is kind of like trending right now. Obviously, for better or for worse, obviously that's leading to people who are not always respectful about other cultures and whatnot, you know, but I don't know, I think, yeah, I don't know. Mane's looking beautiful on the horse. Oh, thank you. I spent a long time on it. We're trying to make the body look less flat, though, and I think he's already looking like he's got more of a shape to him. Curious mind can explore, and since we have discipline, social media is a resource. Yes, exactly. All about balance. Like I definitely have gone through times where I'm like, okay, I should not be on social media, or like I should not be freaking sitting for like 2+ hours on TikTok or whatever it may be, but I don't know, I do like to go on it a little bit every day. Do you do your morning Chinese wacky wavy inflatable arm dance? No, but I've actually thought about getting into that because I do feel like so tired in the morning, and that's also supposed to help give you like a little energy boost when you wake up. I need to look up the routine and maybe I can integrate it. Hi, Lilac. Oh my gosh, wait, raid over here. Thank you so much for the raid, Lilac. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I literally just saw this. How are you? I hope that you're having an amazing day and everything. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm like so locked in on this freaking painting right now. She finally freed us. Yes, I'm giving you guys a shot at redemption. Don't mess it up. Okay. I was satisfied with his little booty, and now I'm not really satisfied, but I'm gonna try and do his neck a little bit more.
This may be another's distraction.
Hey, the door's
And
off.
different
Did you have a good
environments.
stream? What were you up to? Were you doing any art as well? Is that what made you come on in, or are you just vibing? Let's see what's popular. I feel like IRLs are like the big thing right now still. Probably will be for a little bit, right? Okay, you know what? Fuck this fucking AI-ass picture, bro. That doesn't even make sense why it looks like that. We're just doing our shading how it should be. Unfortunately, I'm not half as creatively inclined. I've painted a few times before. Also, ooh, dub, sub, Oopie. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Oopie, thank you so much for getting us up to Lilac. I appreciate that. I saw you painting and had to come check it out. We had a good stream. We just chilled and chatted. A bit of treadmill. Oh, were you doing like walking and chatting? I've done that before. I need to be getting my steps in more. And honestly, listen, we're literally listening to this book about creativity right now. Like, I always used to say that. I used to be like, I'm not a creative person. I'm like a math and science girly, blah, blah, blah. But I would always, like, whenever I would see people doing art, I'd always be like, oh, I wish I could do that. So I just decided, let's freaking do it. And honestly, this book that we're audiobooking right now was actually very helpful for me on, like, kind of being more open-minded, I guess, and, like, being able to entertain the idea that maybe I am a creative person, you know? Cause yeah, I honestly like didn't do any painting stuff until a couple years ago when I did like a little oil painting class. I definitely have realized that most of it is really just practice. It's all practice. So if you ever want to be good at something, painting, I don't know, a sport or something, just start doing it. Just start doing it. You're probably going to be bad when you start, and that's okay, okay? Once you can learn to accept that you're going to be bad at things, I feel like so many doors can open. So, yeah, you never know. You never know. Okay, I'm going to need some more of this, like, violet hand. OMG, Chad the horse, I'm looking amazing. His name is not Chad. What the heck? What the heck? Although, I'm not gonna lie, like, in the stream, like, why does he kind of look like, I don't even know. I can't even think of, like, a real guy or something. Who's like a guy that has long, luscious golden hair with a blowout? Maybe Prince Charming from Shrek. His hair's kind of short, though. There's, like, someone that I feel like this is low-key like, and I can't really think of who it is. There's low-key this guy that I follow on social media who kind of is like this. He posts like philosophy videos, but he also has like really like long, luscious blonde hair. Like, I know the Karens be jealous, bro. That's wonderful. You're starting to get painting a shot. Your horse looks great. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. I'm sure that if you wanted to, you could create amazing things as well. But also, you do you, girly. You're gonna let me follow you back. I'm gonna have to come check you out. Thanks again for the raid earlier. Sorry, you know how kick chat be. Sometimes I be neglecting. But so I always appreciate whenever there's actually nice, kind, normal people in the kick chat. Maybe Jeff from accounting. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is actually like definitely, this is just Jeff. Just Jeff. Don't mind him. He's normally pretty chill unless you like try to take his apples or something. Then he can get a little feisty, but you know. Oh no. Oh no. I just did something. Sir Duncan the Tall. Oh yeah, are you liking Knight of the Seven Kingdoms? Bro, I love Sir Duncan the Tall. Like, yes. I love him so much that I'm willing to look past the fact that he has blue eyes and simp over him. Sorry, I accidentally went outside of my outline. I expanded his goddamn chin. If David Hasselhoff was a horse, David Hasselhoff? Don't touch my motherfucking apples. I know. I'll go to family evening. I gotta go make some food. Okay, yeah, enjoy. Honestly, I'm getting a little hungry myself. I believe it's not Butter Commercial Guy. Wait, who the heck is that? And does he have luscious long locks? Legit? Dead ass? That's funny. This actually was definitely a good idea to kind of do, the acrylic base, because the oil is so much thinner than the acrylic, so it's like, I can't even imagine if I was just directly trying to paint onto the blue. So shout out Hamlet, I don't know if he's still here, but shout out Hamlet for recommending I do this, because definitely was the right choice. What is this paint? It's so fucking dry, dude. Art painting looking fire. Thank you. Ugh, sorry guys, I'm trying to not be such a hunchback, but it's kind of hard, honestly, when I'm trying to paint this thing like this. Let's lock back in on the...
Maybe right at different points of your artistic process.
Wait, where were we?
Andy Warhol was saying, it's helpful to view currents in the culture without feeling obligated to follow the direction of their flow. Instead, notice them in the same connected, detached way you might notice a warm wind. Let yourself move within it, yet not be of it. One person's connected place may be another's distraction, and different environments may be right at different points of your artistic process. Andy Warhol was said to create with a television, radio, and record player all on simultaneously. For Eminem, the noise of a single TV set is his preferred backdrop for writing. Marcel Proust lined his walls with sound-absorbing cork, closed the drapes, and wore earplugs. Kafka too took his need for silence to an extreme. Not like a hermit, he once said, but like a dead man. There is no wrong way. There's only your way. It's not always easy to follow the subtle, energetic information the universe broadcasts, especially when your friends, family, co-workers, or those with a business interest in your creativity are offering seemingly rational advice that challenges your intuitive knowing. To the best of my ability, I've followed my intuition to make career turns, and have been recommended against doing so every single time. It helps to realize that it's better to follow the universe than those around you. Interference may also come from the voices within, the ones in your head that murmur you're not talented enough, your idea isn't good enough, art isn't a worthwhile investment of your time, the result won't be well received, you're a failure if the creation isn't successful. It's helpful to turn those voices down so you can hear the chimes of the cosmic clock ring, reminding you it's time. Your time to participate.
My time? Your time?
Self-doubt. Self-doubt lives in all of us, and while we may wish it gone, it's there to serve us. Flaws are human, and the attraction of art is the humanity held in it. If we were machine-like, the art wouldn't resonate. It would be soulless. With life comes pain,
Yeah, I feel like this
insecurity,
fuck-ass
and fear.
AI thing that's messing me up,
We're all
honestly.
different and we're all imperfect, and the imperfections are what makes each of us and our work interesting. We create pieces reflective of who we are, and if insecurity is part of who we are, then our work will have a greater degree of truth in it as a result. The making of art is not a competitive act. Our work is representative of the self. You would be amiss to say, I'm not up to the challenge. Yes, you may need to deepen your craft to fully realize your vision. If you're not up to it, no one else can do it. Only you can. You're the only one with your voice. The people who choose to do art are many times the most vulnerable. There are singers considered among the best in the world who can't bring themselves to listen to their own voice. And these are not rare exceptions. Many artists in different arenas have similar issues. The sensitivity that allows them to make art is the same vulnerability that makes them more tender to being judged. Still, many continue to share their work and risk criticism in spite of this. It's as if they have no other choice. Being an artist is who they are, and they're made whole through self-expression. If a creator is so afraid of judgment that they're unable to move forward, it might be that their desire to share the work isn't as strong as their desire to protect themselves. Perhaps art isn't their role. Their temperament might serve a different pursuit. This path is not for everyone. Adversity is part of the process. We're not obligated to follow this calling because we have a talent or skill. It's worth remembering that we are blessed to get to create. It's a privilege. We're choosing it. We're not being ordered to do this. If we'd rather not do it, let's not do it. Some successful artists are deeply insecure, self-sabotaging, struggling with addiction, or facing other obstacles to making and sharing their work. An unhealthy self-image or hardship in life can fuel great art, creating a deep well of insight and emotion for an artist to draw from. They can also get in the way of the artist being able to make many things over a long period of time. People who are particularly challenged in this sense generally can't produce creative work over and over again. This isn't because they're not artistically capable, but because they were only able to break through their own issues one or two times and share great work. One of the reasons so many great artists die of overdoses early in their lives is because they're using drugs to numb a very painful existence. The reason it's painful is the reason they become artists in the first place, their incredible sensitivity. If you see tremendous beauty or tremendous pain where other people see little or nothing at all, you're confronted with big feelings all the time. These emotions can be confusing and overwhelming. When those around you don't see what you see and feel what you feel, this can lead to a sense of isolation and a general feeling of not belonging, of otherness. These charged emotions, powerful when expressed in the work, are the same dark clouds that beg to be numbed to allow sleep or to get out of bed and face the day in the morning. It's a blessing and a curse. make it up. While the emotional undercurrents of self-doubt can serve art, they can also interfere with the creative process. Beginning a work, completing a work, and sharing a work. These are key moments where many of us become stuck. How do we move forward considering the stories we tell ourselves? One of the best strategies is to lower the stakes. We tend to think that what we're making is the most important thing in our lives, and it's going to define us for all eternity. Consider moving forward with the more accurate point of view that it's a small work, a beginning. The mission is to complete the project so you can move on to the next. The next one is a stepping stone to the following work, and so it continues in productive rhythm for the entirety of your creative life. All art is a work in progress. It's helpful to see the piece we're working on as an experiment, one in which we can't predict the outcome. Whatever the result, we'll receive useful information that will benefit the next experiment. If you start from the position that there's no right or wrong, no good or bad, and creativity is just free play with no rules, it's easier to submerge yourself joyfully in the process of making things. We're not playing to win, we're playing to play, and ultimately playing is fun. Perfectionism gets in the way of fun. A more skillful goal might be to find comfort in the process, to make and put out successive works with ease. Oscar Wilde said some things are too important to be taken seriously, and art is one of those things. Setting the bar low, especially when you get started, frees you to play, explore, and test without attachment to results. This is not just a path to more supportive thoughts. Active play and experimentation until we're happily surprised is how the best work reveals itself. Another approach to overcoming insecurities is to label them. I was working with an artist who was frozen by doubts and unable to move forward. I asked if he was familiar with the Buddhist concept of papancha, which translates as preponderance of thoughts. This speaks of the mind's tendency to respond to our experiences with an avalanche of mental chatter. He said, "I know exactly what that is. That's me." And now that he had a name for what was holding him back, he was able to normalize his doubts and not take them so seriously. When they came up, we'd call them papancha, notice them, then move forward. I was in a meeting with another artist who had just released a very successful album, but felt afraid to do more work and listed different reasons why she didn't want to make music anymore. There are always good reasons not to continue. It's fine, you don't have to make music ever again. There's nothing wrong with that. Just stop if it's not making you happy. It's your choice. As soon as I said this, her expression changed. She realized she would be happier creating than not creating. Gratitude can also help. Realizing you're fortunate to be in a position that allows you to create, and in some cases get paid to do what you love, might tip the balance in favor of the work. Ultimately, your desire to create must be greater than your fear of it. Even for some of the greatest artists, that fear never goes away. One legendary singer, despite performing for over 5 decades, was never able to eliminate his stage fright. Despite a terror so strong it made him sick to his stomach, he still stepped into the spotlight each night and performed a spellbinding show. By accepting self-doubt, rather than trying to eliminate or repress it, we lessen its energy and interference. It's worth noting the distinction between doubting the work and doubting yourself. An example of doubting the work would be, "I don't know if my song is as good as it can be." Doubting yourself might sound like, "I can't write a good song." These statements are worlds apart, both in accuracy and in impact on the nervous system. Doubting yourself can lead to a sense of hopelessness, of not being inherently fit to take on the task at hand. All or nothing thinking is a non-starter. However, doubting the quality of your work might at times improve it. You can doubt your way to excellence. If you have an imperfect version of a work you really love, you might find that when it finally seems perfect, you don't love it in the same way. This is a sign that the imperfect version was actually the one. The work is not about perfection. One thing I learned through having spell check is that I regularly make up words. I'll type a word and then the computer tells me it doesn't exist. Since it sounds like what I'm aiming to say, I sometimes decide to use it anyway. I know what it means, and perhaps the reader will understand the meaning better than if I used an actual word. The imperfections you're tempted to fix might prove to be what makes the work great, and sometimes not. We rarely know what makes a piece great. No one can know. The most plausible reasons are theories at best. Why is beyond our comprehension.
Okay.
The Leaning Tower of Pisa was an architectural error which builders further exacerbated by trying to fix. Now, hundreds of years later, it's one of the most visited buildings in the world precisely because of this mistake. In Japanese pottery, there's an artful form of repair called kintsugi. When a piece of ceramic pottery breaks, rather than trying to restore it to its original condition, the artisan accentuates the fault by using gold to fill the crack. This beautifully draws attention to where the work was broken, creating a golden vein. Instead of the flaw diminishing the work, it becomes a focal point, an area of both physical and aesthetic strength. The scar also tells the story of the piece, chronicling its past experience. We can apply the same technique to ourselves and embrace our imperfections. Whatever insecurities we have can be reframed as a guiding force in our creativity. They only become a hindrance when they prevent our ability to share what's closest to our heart. Art creates a profound connection between the artist and the audience. Through that connection, both can heal. Distraction. Distraction is one of the best tools available to the artist when used skillfully. In some cases, it's the only way to get where we're going. When meditating, as soon as the mind quiets, the sense of space can be overtaken by a worry or random thought. This is why many meditation schools teach students to use a mantra, an automatic repeated phrase that leaves little room in the mind for thoughts that pull us out of the moment. The mantra then is a distraction, and while certain distractions can take you out of the present moment, others can keep the conscious part of yourself busy so that the unconscious is freed up to work for you.
Like
Worry
what you're
beads,
saying, that's what we're
rosaries,
doing.
and malas work in the same way. When we reach an impasse at any point in the creative process, it can be helpful to step away from the project to create space and allow a solution to appear. We might hold a problem to be solved lightly in the back of our consciousness instead of front of mind. This way, we can remain present with it over time while engaging in a simple, unrelated task. Examples include driving, walking, swimming, showering, washing dishes, dancing, or performing any activity we can accomplish on autopilot. At times, physical movement can spur ideas to move too. Some musicians, for example, do a better job of writing melodies while driving than sitting in a room with an audio recorder on. These types of distractions keep part of the mind busy while freeing the rest to remain open to whatever comes in. Perhaps this process of non-thinking thought allows us to access a different part of our brain, one that can see more angles than the direct path. Distraction is not procrastination. Procrastination consistently undermines our ability to make things. Distraction is a strategy in service of the work. Sometimes disengaging is the best way to engage.
Hold up. I am not doing this.
Collaboration. Nothing begins with us. The more we pay attention, the more we begin to realize that all the work we ever do is a collaboration. It's a collaboration with the art that's come before and the art that will come after. It's also a collaboration with the world you're living in, with the experiences you've had, with the tools you use, with the audience, and with who you are today. The self has many distinct aspects.
Scrooge
It's
Allen
possible
still
to
my
create a
grandfather.
piece,
I love this.
it,
Like,
then look
that's what I
at
was saying. I was like,
and
sometimes he
see
says things where I'm
something
like,
different about it. The inspired artist aspect of the self may be in conflict with the craftsperson aspect, disappointed that the craftsperson is unable to create the physical embodiment of the inspired artist's vision. This is a common conflict for creators, since there's no direct conversion from abstract thought to the material world. The work is always an interpretation. There are many different hats the artist wears, and creativity is the internal discussion between these aspects of self. The negotiation continues until the selves create the best work they can together. The work itself also wears different hats. You may make a piece and feel you know exactly what it is. Then someone else may experience it and sense that they know what it is, and yet what you see and what they see may be completely different. What's of particular interest about this is that neither one of you are right, and both are right. This is not something to be concerned about. If the artist is happy with the work they're creating, and the viewer is enlivened by the work they're experiencing, it doesn't matter if they see it in the same way. In fact, it's impossible for anyone to experience your work as you do, or as anyone else does. You could have a distinct idea of what a piece means, how it functions, or why it's pleasing, and someone else can like it or dislike it for an entirely different reason. The purpose of the work is to awaken something in you first, and then allow something to be awakened in others. And it's fine if it's not the same thing. We can only hope that the magnitude of the charge we experience reverberates as powerfully for others as it does for us. Sometimes the artist may not be the crafter of the work. Marcel Duchamp would find everyday objects, a snow shovel, a bicycle wheel, a urinal, and simply decide they were art. He called them ready-mades. A painting is just a painting until you put a frame on it and hang it on the wall. Then it's called art. What's considered art is simply an agreement, and none of it is true. What is true is that you're never alone when you're making art. You're in constant dialogue with what is and what was, and the closer you can tune into that discussion, the better you can serve the work before you. Intention.
I don't know
An
if I
old
should
man
add
in
yellow
Calcutta
into
would
the
walk to
body.
get water from a well every day. He'd carry a clay pot and lower it by hand slowly all the way down, careful not to let it hit the sides of the well and break. Once it was full, he'd raise the pot slowly and carefully again. It was a focused, time-consuming act. One day, a traveler noticed the old man engaging in this difficult task. More experienced with mechanics, he showed the old man how to use a pulley system. This will allow the pot to go straight down quickly, the traveler explained, then fill with water and come back up without hitting the sides. It's much easier, and the pot will be just as full with much less work. The old man looked at him and said, "I think I'm going to keep doing it the way I always have. I really have to think about each movement, and there's a great deal of care that goes into doing it right. I'd imagine if I were to use the pulley, it would become easy, and I might even start thinking about something else while doing it. If I put so little care and time into it, what might the water taste like? It couldn't possibly taste as good." Our thoughts, feelings, processes, and unconscious beliefs have an energy that's hidden in the work. This unseen, unmeasurable force gives each piece its magnetism. A completed project is only made up of our intention.
I kind of agree with that. Oh, hi, Gray. How are you? We're listening to a book about creativity. But I feel like, honestly, I think the orange is helping it stand out a lot more. It keeps feeling like I'm not doing a lot, but then when I look at it on stream, I'm like, wait, it's actually looking way better. I'm really liking it. Cause yeah, I feel like when it was, I want to keep like lightening it and lightening it basically without kind of losing what we have going on right now. But with what I was just saying, I was like, I like that, and I kind of agree where it's like things you enjoy things more when you have to work for them, kind of stuff. You know, I think that, yeah, maybe that's part of the reason why home cooked meals always taste better than going out. I don't know, but I think that even, I don't know, I think that can be applied to a lot of things where it's like just part of your subconscious. Like when things are easy, I feel like, yeah, it's really easy to just take them for granted and whatnot. And I feel like you can always tell the biggest difference in this kind of stuff is like if you were to buy a pastry from a restaurant versus if you were to make the pastry yourself. I feel like, I don't know, or like a friend made it for you. I don't know. The whole thing looks amazing. Thank you. Yes, no, I'm enjoying this so much more now that I'm doing oil paint, because I was getting really frustrated with the acrylic because it was just drying so fast, so I feel like that's why I was spending so much time. But yeah, we're going to go over the mane and everything as well with the oil, because, I mean, look how much better it's blending. Like, I don't know, I feel so much more at peace. I'm really enjoying this vibe. I hope you guys don't think it's boring. I'm like, if you guys want to be yapping about things, we can, but I'm kind of enjoying like listening to the book and then yapping about things with it. And yeah, I feel like this book was pretty impactful for me as well on my own creative journey. I am trying to get some yellow in here, but then it just keeps blending and turning into orange, so I don't know if I'm gonna succeed. Not bored. Okay, yay. I'm still peeping in chat and pausing and yapping. It's cozy. I'm working on stuff too. Okay, yeah. Good thing we're doing this on Tuesday, so that way maybe you guys do have some stuff to do. It's almost like a focus stream, basically. I'm getting a little hungry. I might want to get a little snacky or something before we do the main. Oh my gosh, it's already almost 8 p.m. Well, we're finishing this painting today. Okay, I learned my lesson with the Bloodborne painting. We're finishing this. Lock in.
And our experiments around it. Removing.
Being. Okay. Vibe with that.
Rules. A rule is
What do you think of the snout? Lemonade. Yay or nay to the eye? This reference pic, no, he ain't got no eye. Or she ain't got no eye. Ubiquitous is the real word of the day. Yeah. Oh god, now the eye's all... Eyes mandatory? Okay. Hold on, I just messed it up. Let me... Bring it back, bring it back. Oh, yeah. Okay. I've been trying to do a little nose. gonna give him hooves. Maybe. I'm transcending. I'm trying. It's weird though.
Listen.
Mm. Wait, guys, I'm kind of proud. I think I'm reaching a point where I'm satisfied with the body and we can start working on the mane again. Oh gosh, I better be careful saying that or else I'm gonna start seeing things that I hate. Alright, little progress update because I don't know how well you guys can see back there. I feel like the yellow I actually really like. She looks like a baddie, bro. She literally looks like a baddie. And what I'm thinking is I also want to like once, which I'll have to do this like not now, but once it dries, I think I'll go on with like a little bit of the gold paint so that way it can be like gold eyes and like, yeah. Yay! Thanks guys. I'm like, I don't know where these past 5.5 hours have gone, but I'm certainly satisfied. Okay, so we're about to get to the big show though, which is the mane. We have the base down with acrylic right now, which honestly doesn't look bad, but I'm an oil painter. This is painting with acrylic, which I hadn't done in a while, really made me be like, I am an oil painter, because I love to blend. So I want this. So we're gonna add some oil over it, and I want it to look like fire, and then I'm gonna like because we have like a low-key a lot of space at the top. I don't know, I should have, because I feel like the tail is gonna take up this bottom half, and I want like embers coming off the tail, and then I want like embers kind of coming off the top, like embers for like the top, so we can kind of fill up the blank space a little bit more. I don't know, now I'm gonna think like maybe I should just make the mane bigger, maybe. Maybe I should just make the mane bigger, or just like more like that, rather than like going so down. What was I using for? Okay, let me like actually low-key redo some things here. Time for you to dominate with more paint action. Well, I feel like the main's gonna be a little harder because I'm trying to make it look like fire. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like painting a regular horse's mane is easier than painting freaking fire. So, we're gonna have to, okay, I just need to be bold. I just need to be bold, be brave. Okay, now I don't know how I'm feeling about this fuck ass strand. I don't even. So good, so good. What the hell? Did I just sing like a freaking Old Navy song or some shit? That's what that's from. Oh, I'm like, why am I suddenly getting stressed out while painting? It's because we stopped listening to the audiobook. I need to turn off my inner critic and give it something else to focus on and criticize. The extension of flame strands is badass. Extension of flame strands. Wait, harm? Love the flame main extension. Oh, you're saying me like adding more of it? Yeah. No, I think it'll. We can get something good to come out of this. I hope. Might have to go in and do some fine tuning to clean up or whatever, but. Okay, inner critic, shut up. Oh, I didn't even realize that our should probably use like a pointed brush. Oh. Alright, let's go in. So, a flame, a fire. Yellow at the source, orange and red the further it gets away. Right? Love the mane curls, thank you. I'm almost inclined to maybe try and do the tail first, because I feel like the mane is going to be more of the focus. So hopefully through doing the tail, we'll learn what we need to make sure the mane looks like a majestic, beautiful fire coming out of this horse's head and neck. I am low-key hungry though, so I think I'm gonna go heat something up really quick. Just some leftovers. It'll only take me like 5 minutes. All right, BRB, snack break. If you haven't eaten something in a while, maybe you yourself also want a snack. I have returned. I have returned. I got some curry. Wow on the painting. TY. Is YouTube working now? Can we finally watch a video to learn about the fire horse? Fire horse meaning? Oh, I think maybe yes. Should we see what they have to say about what the year of the fire horse entails?
Gaza is at a tipping point.
China
Welcome to China
Decode.
Decode. I'm Alice Han.
On today's special edition of China Decode, we are marking the Lunar New Year as China enters the Year of the Fire Horse. From astrology and political upheaval to birth rates and record-breaking travel, this festival isn't just about symbolism. It could say a lot about where China is headed next. Today, we're joined by writer and commentator Li Zhang to help us break it all down. Li Jia, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
Let's get right into it. The fire horse only comes around once every 60 years. The last time was 1966, the year China's Cultural Revolution began. In Chinese astrology, the horse represents speed, action, boldness. And when you add fire, you get intensity, even volatility. Some astrologers say this is a year for dramatic change. Others point out that historically, fire horse years have coincided with periods of mass upheaval. So Li Jia, thanks so much for spending time with us. Walk us through the Chinese zodiac. There are 12 animals, there are 5 elements. What makes the fire horse year so special as well?
Chinese zodiac runs on a 12-year lunar cycle, with each year associated with animal like rat, ox, dragon. So I think what makes the Chinese zodiac more interesting and richer, it is that it combines with 5 elements, the 5 essential elements like wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. This creates a 6-year cycle. So this year is the fire horse, known as Bingwu.
And what are the characteristics of the fire horse year? You know, I doing some reading, you read a lot about how it's a year of volatility, turbulence, but also boldness and action. How would you characterize fire horse years and babies that are born in the year of the fire horse?
So according to the Chinese traditional belief, the fire horse has long been associated with the turbulence and the dramatic change. Fire can mean energy, but also renewal, but also it can mean destruction. So quite a lot of people now in China now embrace for some turbulence ahead and hopefully some drastic, dramatic changes.
Would you guys rather watch this video about what the year of the fire horse symbolizes, or would you rather keep listening to our creativity audiobook? Let's do a poll. What you wanna listen to? I know we're kind of like locked in with the book. Okay, so wait. Fire horse video. Oh, sorry. All caps. Creativity audiobook. Vote, vote, vote. 'Cause yeah, I'm like, I guess I don't want to cut off the creativity book if you guys are vibing with it. We're doing art. I feel like both apply. At the end of the day, like I said, I've been watching a ton of TikToks about the fire horse stuff, so this video was probably more for you guys anyways. But yeah, vote, vote, vote. Some jams? No. Jams don't cut it. I'm sorry. I feel like if I need something to occupy my brain, jams are not cutting it. Jams are background music. I feel like I need something to, like, stimulate my brain. I need something that's making me think. Dramatic change incoming. Alright, let's see this poll. Oh shoot, it's a closed poll, honestly. It's a closed poll. Earth, wind, metal. Well, I think they said like wood, metal, fire, water, air? I can't remember. Jams stimulate your brain? Really? I feel like jams, they don't stimulate my brain. I don't know. I feel like I mostly listen to music when I feel like I don't want to distract my brain. I just want to like have something on or something, I really love this vibe. It feels like a Friday night already. Really? Well, it's only Tuesday. Oh my gosh, what a close poll. I feel bad. It's so... I hate when it's close. Okay. Okay, we got the video. We got the video. Let's see what they have to say. Video 1. Everyone's gonna leave if book does not win. Let's see. What were we... Do we want to finish the chapter we were in and then we can start the video? Does that feel like a safe compromise? There are 4 minutes left of the listening chapter. All right, so since it was a close poll, let's give the creativity audiobook. Let's let them finish the chapter. Yeah, and then we'll watch the video. Okay. Good compromise. Good compromise.
Certain bass sounds can only be felt in the body. They can't be perceived with has no lid.
Oh, this is when they were like, oh, an eyes and the mouth can be closed, but the ears have no lid. We need to
When
listen.
listening, there is only now. In Buddhist practice, a bell is rung as part of the ritual. The sound instantly pulls the participant into the present moment. It's a small reminder to wake up. While the eyes and mouth can be sealed, an ear has no lid, nothing to close. It takes in what surrounds it. It receives, but it can't transmit. The ear is simply present to the world. When we hear, sounds enter the ear autonomously. Often we're not aware of all of the individual sounds and their full range. Listening is paying attention to those sounds, being present with them, being in communion with them. To say that we listen with the ears or the mind might be a misconception. We listen with the whole body, our whole self. The vibrations filling the space around us, the active sound waves hitting the body, the spatial perceptions they indicate, the internal physical reactions they stimulate. This is all part of listening. Certain bass sounds can only be felt in the body. They can't be perceived by the ears. The difference can be noticed when listening to music through headphones instead of loudspeakers. Headphones create an illusion, tricking your senses into believing you're hearing everything the music is offering. Many artists refuse to use headphones in the studio as it's a poor replica of the real-world listening experience. With loudspeakers, we're closer to the sound of instruments in the room, immersed physically in a full sonic spectrum of vibration. Many of us experience life as if we're taking it in through a pair of headphones. We strip away the full register. We hear information, but we don't detect the subtler vibrations of feeling in the body. When you practice listening with your whole self, you expand the scope of your consciousness to include vast amounts of information otherwise missed, and discover more material to feed your art habit. If it's music you're listening to, consider closing your eyes. You may find yourself getting lost in the experience. When the piece ends, you might be surprised where you find yourself. You've been transported to another place, the place where the music lives. Communication moves in 2 directions, even when one person speaks and another listens silently. When the listener is totally present, the speaker often communicates differently. Most people aren't used to being fully heard, and it can be jarring for them. Sometimes we block the flow of information being offered and compromise true listening. Our critical mind may kick in, taking note of what we agree with and what we don't, what we like and what we dislike. We may look for reasons to distrust the speaker or to make them wrong. Formulating an opinion is not listening. Neither is preparing a response or defending our position or attacking another's. To listen impatiently is to hear nothing at all. Listening is suspending disbelief. We are openly receiving, paying attention with no preconceived ideas. The only goal is to fully and clearly understand what's being transmitted, remaining totally present with what's being expressed, and allowing it to be what it is. Anything less is not only a disservice to the speaker, but also to yourself. While creating and defending a story in your own head, you miss information that might alter or evolve your own thoughts. If we can go beyond our reflexive response, we may find there's something more beneath that resonates with us or helps our understanding. The new information might reinforce an idea, slightly alter it, or completely reverse it. Listening without prejudice is how we grow and learn as people. More often than not, there are no right answers, just different perspectives. The more perspectives we can learn to see, the greater our understanding becomes. Our filter can begin to more accurately approach what truly is, rather than a narrow sliver interpreted through a bias. Regardless of the type of art you're making, listening opens possibilities. It allows you to see a bigger world. Many of our beliefs were learned before we had a choice in what we were taught. Some of them may go back generations and may no longer apply. Some may have never applied. Listening, then, is not just awareness, it's freedom from accepted limitations.
All right, there's your guys' listening chapter. Okay.
It's very interesting. I have more questions related to that, but I want to take it back to everyday Chinese people. You know, growing up Chinese in Australia, my parents would put up the upside down four sign, the prosperity
guys
sign,
hear?
and they'd have the Chunyan as well, the spring couplets. But maybe tell us how everyday Chinese people celebrate the new year and what will make this new year different.
Well, first of all, I should say that the Chinese New Year is the most important festival in the whole year. So especially the reunion dinner on the New Year's Eve. So that's a time for the family have dinner together. So, which is why people will travel all over. You know, many Chinese people now don't live in their hometowns. They will, before the Chinese New Year, they will try to rush back home to have this. So yes, so it's the most important festival, and it's a festival for the family reunion. Mentioned about the symbol is the character Fu, which it means both happiness and fortune. So you put it upside down, which means Fu Dao, the happiness has arrived.
Related to that, I'm seeing in social media people have pictures of Draco Malfoy, the Harry Potter character, because in Chinese his name is Marfu, which is, you know, good fortune and horse. There's characters. I've
Yes.
seen pictures of it quite viral in China of upside down Malfoys on people's doors, which is, I think, a contemporary interpretation of the Chinese New Year. I wanted to
Malfoys?
ask
What?
You, you know, for the Chinese who live outside of China, are there different ways in which they celebrate the New Year?
The different ways, our fundamental ways are the same. You know, the reunion dinner, the cooking the feast. Yes, I think fundamentally things are the same, except that when you live abroad, it's a little bit harder to get the ingredients. While I was growing up, I really lived for the Chinese New Year because that was the only time we as children could have enjoyed the meat and other good food without restriction. And Alice, I guess you were too young. And as I was growing up in China, China was still very, very poor, and everything was rationed. All the basic goods, for example, meat, rice, eggs, cooking oil, everything was rationed. Could probably eat meat 3 or 4 times every month, and each time we could have only tiny amount. But before the Chinese New Year, work unit, Danwei, my mother worked for state enterprise, would allocate some good food like ham, eggs to workers. So that was the time we could have enjoyed lots of good food. So I always looked forward to the Chinese New Year.
It's interesting you say that. My mother has similar memories. You know, when she was 9 years old, she would line up at the rationing queues to get your little apportionment or ration of meat and rice for the day. And I just remember her being only just 9 years old by herself, going to and queuing up for food. This was a time, I believe it would have been still the 70s, but that shows you how much China has changed.
And at that time, so I think I said the New Year, the Chunjie, the Spring Festival was so enjoyable. We're also looking forward to it, but also because we have to make contribution. And I was a child. I remember since I was very young, my parents would send me to go out to queuing up for hours we had to get up really early
Yeah.
for a few vegetables. So you see how China has changed.
Yeah, my mother would guilt trip me anytime I didn't wake up on time. She said as a 9-year-old, she'd have to wake up at 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. and queue for hours to
Yes.
even get access
Yes.
to food.
Yes,
So-
same here, yeah.
Yeah, so times have changed. Let's take it a little bit in the direction of superstitions. You know, I think people in the West look at the zodiac and wonder to what extent they're like horoscopes, you know, in Western culture. Do everyday people in China believe that this is superstition, or is it part of their cultural tradition? Does it influence the way in which they make financial decisions or getting to marriages or have babies?
I think it's an interesting question. The Chinese would say, 不可不信,不可全信. You cannot don't believe it. You cannot believe it totally. So, yeah. So I think when people making financial decisions, they will probably take into consideration. For example, if I want to have a risky investment, thinking this year 5 horse maybe a turbulent year, probably I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Burger Chinese.
Some people who are investing will probably listen to that and maybe take that into account. But it's good to know. What about in terms of marriage and having children? Is this a good year to be getting into both endeavors?
Probably not the best year.
And why is that?
So this year is, I think some people will try to, not everybody, but some people will try to avoid thing and such because it's things are unpredictable. Marriage is already a difficult enterprise to run, so you want to have a good, stable starting point.
Very interesting. Let's talk about history. What I found so interesting is 1966 was the last time we had a fire horse year. This was the start of the Cultural Revolution, which was one of the most turbulent periods in Chinese history. It lasted almost a decade. Tell us a little bit about how Chinese history has been impacted by the fire horse years and whether or not people in China believe there is a connection between historical political instability and the fire horse years.
Notice that there have been quite a lot of discussion on the social media about this upcoming year of fire horse, and quite a few people have pointed out that 60 years ago, it comes around the fire horse Bing Yuan comes around every 60 years. Last time was the Cultural Revolution, a mad political movement launched by Chairman Mao. During that time, it lasted for 10 years. During that time, millions of people have injured, many died, and the family broken up, and the economy was pushed to the brink of collapse. So it was a total disaster. And then the 6 years before that, 1906, was just happened to be another extremely turbulent year. That was the end of the Qing, and Qing dynasty was standing on its last leg. And in that year, apart from the political tension, China suffered terrible floods. Some 25 million people were believed to have died. So taking this into consideration, so quite a lot of people now feel a bit wary about this coming year.
Very, very interesting. Well, we're going to take a quick break. So stay with us.
Quick break. What kind of break?
Support for the show comes from
For years, despite the end of the one-child back. China's birth rate has been in decline for years, despite the end of the one-child policy and government incentives to have more children. But zodiac years do matter. Some years see baby booms, especially dragon years. The horse is associated with strength and prosperity, and the fire horse with ambition and dynamism. Now, Li Jia, we talked briefly about whether or not it was a good time to marry or have children in the year of the fire horse. But what's interesting to me is the way in which, and I certainly experienced it growing up, parents engineer the births of their children based around auspicious years. And I know growing up that a dragon is considered to be very lucky and fortunate.
I was born
Somebody
in
will.
dragon year. I'm
okay,
a dragon lady, no less.
You were a dragon lady. That's,
Yes.
yeah, I'm sure that wasn't a coincidence, and certainly it's part of your success. being a dragon lady.
Awful.
But yes, tell us a little bit about why parents in China care so much about auspicious zodiac years and which years are considered auspicious.
Oh, just simply because the older generation they take the traditional bit more seriously, and the younger generation are less so, I guess. And also, I think that in China, I mean, the family, is extremely important, and parents always they bring up the children. They also feel they are entitled to have a say in their children's life. I mean, in the West, it's much less so. Now I live in London. I certainly
What do you guys
wouldn't
think?
dare to tell my children
I certainly wouldn't.
to do this or that.
That's so. I guess that is true. I'm like, bro, my parents ain't gonna tell me what to do with my life.
Yeah.
Like the way my mother was, used to hassle me to, get married and so on.
And which years do you think are considered lucky years? We obviously established that dragon year is a very lucky year. You're a dragon. Are there other years? I'm a rooster personally. I feel like that's a mixed bag. But are there other years that you are particularly lucky?
Actually, yes. I think that all the animal years are mixed bag. For example, the dragon year, it can be really powerful. This person could also be very strong, powerful, but they also can be destructive. I hope that's not my case. Yes, I think dragon year probably is the best one. But
So I'm consuming a lot of Chinese zodiac information through social media, I have to admit, through Douyin and Instagram. And what's interesting to me is, yeah. And what's interesting to me is that sort of conflicting narratives about whether or not fire horse years are good for women. So some people say that women, daughters who are born in the fire horse year are considered too strong and unlucky in marriage. Other people are saying that fire horse years are good for females' career development. Women really progress in fire horse years. I've been sharing this a lot with my female friends to encourage them in their careers. But tell me about the stigma or the stereotypes of fire horse women and whether or not fire horse years are in fact good for women.
I think in China, as in the rest of the world, some men just don't like women with a strong personality.
So true, so
Yeah,
true.
so a woman born
Don't I know
born
it?
in the fire horse, the year of dragon, is supposed to have strong personality. That can potentially put some people off. Some men put some men off.
So one other thing related to the government's incentives to try to have, women to have more children. We've talked about this previously. You grew up in China, and you probably witnessed some of the one-child policy, but you've also grown up in the West. How do you think about this birth issue in China? There's so many different ways to look at it. Marriage rates are declining, fertility rates are declining. How do you see this issue?
I'm glad you asked the question because that's the issue I'm very interested in. In fact, when I went to China last year, I interviewed tons of people about women, but with the idea to write a book about a changing attitude towards marriage and motherhood. As you know, that the birth rate is decline, rate of marriage is decline, and divorce is rising. I think that pattern actually fits into the pattern of the developed country. Generally speaking, when a society develops, when women get good education, good jobs, the fertility rate goes down because women want to live their lives. They want to live on their own terms. And I think this is particularly driven by urban educated women. They do not see marriage or motherhood as the necessary ingredients for a happy, fulfilling life. They want to do their own things. They want to travel. They want to be free, and they want to pursue their career. So, and particularly in China, as you know, China is not particularly for married women. There's still lots of discrimination against the married women in workplace. So this is why you see that the birth rate is decline. I think in many ways the economy is the best contraception.
The economy is the best contraception. I'm gonna have to use that line. That's a great line.
Feel free.
Well, yeah, on that note, I think people in the West are very curious about what feminism looks like or female empowerment looks like. Can you tell us a little bit about how that's evolved over time? Certainly, women have gotten richer, they're having better careers. But I also think that what's interesting to me to see when I look at the trajectories of women in business in China compared to, say, Korea or Japan, is that we have the highest number of, in China, we see the highest number of female self-made billionaires. Now, obviously, you have to factor in the size of the population, but it seems like there's a lot of social cultural support for females in business.
So absolutely, half of the world's self-made women, the top 10, half of them come from China. So that's the area that women can show their strengths, and because that's the area depends less on other people. So I think Chinese women are brilliant, very enterprising. So so I just think I think today's young women, they are far more conservative compared to the older generation. They want to live their life to the full. They want to live the life on their own terms. They're also willing to put down their feet. And sometimes they flatly reject their parents' request for them to get married. Sometimes they found some tricks. For example, have you heard this new business of renting boyfriend or girlfriend?
I've heard about this. Yes.
Damn.
So it's the Chinese New Year time. So anyway, children they live in Beijing, big cities, in Beijing, Shanghai, and then they go to the
I need to look a
hometown
picture of
for the
fire.
Spring Festival, and they are supposed to bring their girlfriends or boyfriends. So they don't have one. So sometimes to fool their parents, they will rent a girlfriend or a boyfriend to go home to show their parents.
Oh wow, yeah, I could see that happening, and in a way that can't be disrupted by AI because they physically need to bring back somebody to their
Yes.
hometown.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. And you also see this trope in Chinese social media, and I also hear this amongst my guimi, my good friends in China, of successful older women professionally dating much younger men.
Yeah, 小鲜肉.
Yes, exactly. Have you been following this?
So, some for, and some young men see older women
Okay,
as
time to add in more
experienced, more interesting. They have a lot more to offer, and also they probably have more money. The guys don't have all the pressure to pay for them. Some of them probably will enjoy some free meals.
Yes, exactly. It certainly changes this culture of 大男主义 in China, chauvinism, which it did exist if you look back to really pre-revolutionary, pre-CCP China. Chinese culture was very patriarchal, and yet I feel now there's quite a strong female element to Chinese society. At least I see this personally.
Yes, I have found the whole thing so interesting. So officially, feminist movement has died because supposedly, because all the online media forms. For example, I used to have lots of, I still do have lots of feminist friends, and there were feminist school. I went to China's first feminist school. The Lu Quanzhisen Voice of Feminist, the online platform was shut down. Lots of feminist-related NGOs were shut down. So the Chinese authorities really don't like feminist movement, and they blame Western influence. But beliefs, that's the official side, but the daily feminism exists everywhere, and it is growing. Women found interesting ways to push for.
I'm realizing that I am really not painting this mane or these hair like fire. I'm painting it like hair. I just pulled up a freaking picture of fire, and it's like I need to be like making it actually look crazier, but I don't know, it might be too late. I feel like I'm kind of committed to the form that we have right now. It looks like fire. I mean, it looks like cartoon fire. Because real fire, it's like, it can be skinny and then get fat and then get skinny, and it has like sharp angles and stuff in it. Should I just do hair that has a fire vibe? Should I keep this? Or should I try to make changes? I don't know. I feel like it would be way too hard to change the shape because we did the acrylic base and everything, you know? Okay, I think we're just gonna do hair that looks like fire, kind of. We're gonna keep this vibe. I'm just gonna keep layering in colors and, you know, see what happens, I guess. Are you guys liking this video though? I'm feeling like I'm learning.
For gender equality, they form informal discussion groups and they help each other. So yes, ultimately, feminist movement has not died in China. It is growing.
Well, that just reminds me so much of how in China there's always a way to go around regulations. You know, when people had the private tutoring crackdown, I heard stories that wealthy families were bringing in PhD nannies, PhD bommel, to come and teach their children and be effectively a governess or a home tutor. And similarly with the gaming crackdown, young underage kids were just using their grandparents' ID or their faces to log into the to gaming console. So there's you know,
Gaming
people think that
crackdown.
top down is and regulatory crackdown can be quite harsh, but oftentimes there is a way in which people
Blowing off the main, I'll have that
obviate
flame effect.
the
Okay.
rules.
Yes, that's China for you. There's always a way to get around it.
All right, we're going to take one last quick break, so stay with us.
Ugh, what is this break?
Largest annual human migration on Earth. This year, China expects a record 9.5 billion passenger trips during the 40-day Spring Festival period, higher than last year's 9.02 billion. Rail travel alone is expected to hit 540 million trips, aviation 95 million, and for the first time, the official holiday has been extended to 9 days, in part to boost domestic consumption. Li Jia, have you actually been in one of these, huge trips to go back to your hometown? Where did you grow up in China?
I grew up in Nanjing, not far from your hometown, Shanghai. Yes, I grew up there on the banks of the Yangtze River.
So did you have to commute at all to go back, or did you live where your parents lived to go back to New Year's festival?
Later, I lived in Beijing, and I did once, yes, a couple of times I joined the train union. It was regarded as the largest annual human migration, as millions of people who lived away from the hometown rushed back to spend the Chinese New Year with their family. Yeah, it was just packed. And I had friends to help me buy tickets. Otherwise, they're very, very difficult to secure a seat. Yeah, and the people even they ride the motorbikes for 10 hours or something. Yeah,
Just to get home?
Yes, get home. Yes, that still
Wow.
happens. Yeah, but also people now team up. There are different apps they can team up.
Yeah.
You can. I need to go home from Beijing to Nanjing, for example. Anybody wants to join me, so they'll take a chance to drive.
It's the ride-sharing economy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. And so Chinese New Year is always about returning home, spending time with family. How do you think about this idea of migrating, massive amounts of Chinese people migrating long distances to go back home? You know, what does that say about the way in which China has urbanized and changed? Because historically you would live closer to home. Really from the 80s onwards, people start proliferating, moving for university, for jobs. How do you think about that sociological movement really from the 80s onwards?
Ever since the reform opening up, people were allowed to move from one place to another. So there's no democracy or as such, but personal freedom has increased a great deal. So people were allowed to move away from their hometown and settle whenever where they could find opportunity. So yes, so China has become more mobile, and the urbanizations also. When the reform started, 3% of the Chinese lived in the countryside. Now it's about, just through a few generations, industrialization has taken place, urbanization. Now, probably 70% of people in the city.
The new generation in China, Gen Z, wanting to take it easier. You hear a lot, even in the West, this concept of tangping, lying flat. And some people are deciding they want to move back to, the tier 3 cities or the lower tier cities where their parents or grandparents are from, and live an easier life where rent and house prices are a little bit lower, and they can do local jobs as opposed to really struggling and working hard in the tier 1 cities. Is that something that you've noticed in your travels back and forth to China?
Of course, it's difficult not to notice that in the Tang Ping, a character played by the famous actor Ge Yu, he just lies flat there. So the reason for that is that social mobility has stagnated. When the reform opening up happened, suddenly, there's huge amount of opportunity. If you work hard, if you're willing to try, start a new business, more likely you'll be successful. But today, if you even go to university, it's not guaranteed you may find a job. The youth unemployment is very, very high. So the social mobility
sounds like what's happened here.
Great deal, and it almost stagnated. So no matter how hard you try, you're probably not going to go far. So that's why some people just decided they had enough. They just thumping, just lying flat, just decide not to try hard. Some of them move back home, or some just move back to the hometown. Some of them move back with their parents. Even there are some extreme cases that, have you heard this term called 老鼠族, rat and rights? People live like a rat. They don't stay up late and playing computer game, playing on their phone, and they sleep during the day. They rent a tiny place. One woman even kind of documented her life as a rat.
So they're living sort of nocturnal lives in small confined spaces.
Yes.
Not working.
Yeah, sometimes in the basement, just a tiny base. Yeah.
Interesting.
So life can be really hard for some today's young people. But overall, I would say that life has become a great deal easier. Like, for example, I remember the Chinese New Year fondly, and my grandma chopping making minced pork. But today you can just buy ready-made mince. You can buy ready-made dumpling wraps. But still, you can make. It's easier if you want to make dumpling. But unfortunately, so many families don't bother to make the reunion dinner anymore. They go to restaurant, like my sister.
Oh, they are going to restaurant.
They go to restaurant. They book a restaurant. They have a 10-course feast or whatever.
That's interesting to me, because culturally, at least growing up, it was always something you had at home, the New Year's feast. My mother would always sort of judge, I shouldn't say this, but my mother would always judge non-Chinese people for going out and eating out in restaurants. She didn't consider that to be very familial. So
Yes,
she always said that it's better to do it at home.
Yes, of course.
So it's interesting, it's
better.
changed, the culture's changed.
Yeah, it's much better to it's also a family time. You make the effort. Each person, like we kids, we helped. We got up and buy vegetables. My grandmother stayed up a whole night to cook all the dishes, and you sit down and you enjoy together. But that tradition is now dying, things, and particularly in big cities, and people cannot be bothered anymore. Just go to. And also another factor is that I mentioned I lived while I was a child, lived for the Chinese New Year. because it's the only time we could eat. And also we could have a hongbao, the Chinese lucky money.
Okay.
And
it's
also
looking
there will
good.
be fireworks.
Yeah, seriously, tell us a little bit about that because maybe not everyone knows, but there are a lot of traditions related to New Year's. I remember as a kid, it was one of my favorite times of the year because I would get money from all my relatives. I'd get, cash in the little hongbao, the red envelope. And as a kid, that's kind of what you live for, to replenish your piggy bank. What are some of the traditions in Chinese New Year that are very unique to China?
So that's the hongbao, the New Year money, New Year lucky money. So often parents will stuff a few coins and put in a red envelope, because red is a very auspicious color in China. It can supposedly drive away the evil spirit. So the
That's why I'm
parents will
wearing
put
red.
the New Year lucky money in a red envelope and stuff it under the children's pillow. And so hopefully the new year will bring the children good luck. I loved it. I mean, it was not very much. It just one or two coins, but it just made me so happy. We had so little money. It is even one or two coins can last quite a long time. Yeah, and also there's fireworks. So on the New Year's Eve, that's the time for the Chinese reunion dinner. At 12 midnight, that's the time to set off fireworks and firecrackers. Oh my goodness! You should have seen. Have you ever seen it?
Not in person, no, actually. I mean, in Australia, we'd never really. I think our neighbours would be annoyed if we launched firecrackers, but I've seen firecrackers in China.
As we were growing up, so every year we looked forward to it, and that was just so dramatic. Just imagines millions of families set off firecrackers, fireworks, same time. The noise was deafening. The sky was on fire. And we just thought, as children, we just thought of something immense, monumental was happening, like in the new year, was blasted into existence.
Yeah.
It was so exciting.
So, what was the meaning of the firecrackers in Chinese culture? Why?
Yeah, so the firecrackers, so according to the legend, on the midnight on the New Year's Eve, you set off firecrackers to welcome the new year, and the loud noise to drive away the evil spirit, the mythical animal monster called Nian, as the year Nian. So that's why you let off fireworks to drive away the evil spirit and welcome the arrival of a new year. So if I think about the Chinese New Year, I remember two sounds. One is the fireworks. Another one is my grandmother chopping with her.
Minced meat.
Yeah, minced meat.
And for the dumplings?
For the
probably?
dumplings, yeah.
Yeah. And what other foods do you have on your menu? I know growing up there were a lot of noodles. There was always a fish dish.
Yes,
because
there's always a fish dish, because fish in Chinese is yu, which means surplus. Then hoping that everything will be in abundance, there will be surplus left over. So that's fish, yes. So if you actually don't eat the fish for during the New Year dinner, so my grandmother will bring the dish. So see, there's this fish, and then she'll put it away for later. So if you eat it, there won't be any surplus. So that's a fish dish, but not eaten immediately. And then there are always dumplings, 饺子, because the shape of dumpling
I'm gonna add in the yellow.
resembles the gold ingots of the olden days. So the dumpling represents wealth. Also, there's another essential food is tangyuan, the sweet dumpling filled with sweet sesame or with red bean paste. So those are the essentials.
That was my favorite. The tangyuan is always my favorite. You can also have savory ones with meat. Pork meat is also very good.
Yeah.
And then there's another nian gao, nian nian you gao. My mother used to always say it's like every year you're growing.
Yes, the sticky rice cake.
Rice cake.
Yeah.
Sticky rice cake. Yeah, so much delicious food to have, I think, in the coming days, certainly as we celebrate the Lunar New Year. Well, thank you so much, Li Jia, for your time. And certainly, I know you'll be making delicious food and dumplings. I certainly will be. But thank you so much for your time.
Pleasure.
Alright, that's all for this very special episode to celebrate the China Lunar New Year. Thank you for listening to China Decode. Make sure to follow us wherever you get your podcasts so you don't miss an episode. Talk to you again next week.
Wow. Well, what'd you guys think of that? I feel like I was learning. Wasn't as informational as I was hoping though, honestly. They were kind of kikiing, but good vibes. I feel like they were contributing to our fire horse energy that we are attempting to capture in this painting right now. Should we listen? Should we go back to our creativity book? Is that too much? Unless you guys have anything you want to yap about. I don't feel like they were really saying anything that crazy, honestly. I feel like the interviewer was like trying to ask her questions more so about like Chinese history and culture, but I feel like the other girl was, or the other lady was, I don't know. She was in a goofy mood or something. Okay, this is not going how I want this to go. I think it's this brush. I'm gonna go back to the brush I was using. Can we see, yes. I'm gonna post a picture in like, oh, maybe I'll post a picture in the Discord art channel. So, join that if you want. If you want to see my painting up close. And yeah, whenever I make art stuff, I'll just post it there, and then you guys can post your stuff there, and we can all appreciate each other. Woohoo! Wait, what was that? Was that you? I was like, I heard something. I turn around and nothing in the freaking... Where is Stream Elements? They changed their logo to be black? Why? Now you're freaking blending in with everything. OMG. Oh wait, Midi Moon Storm. OMG, not you. Whoa, thank you so much, Midi Moon Storm, for the $5 tip. I really appreciate that. OMG. Thank you. It is not saying that there's a message though. Was there a message? No. I see the messages in other ones. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. OMG. Thank you. Sorry for jumping to conclusions. I thought it was nice. Yeah. Wait, is that you? Is that you? Who is that? Who is Midi Moonstorm? Or is this just a silent lurker and appreciator? Whoever you may be, thank you so much. Okay, also I'm like beginning to reach the struggle part because the yellow is just like blending in. It's just blending in and just becoming orange. I'm trying to not rage over it. I'm trying to have peace and zen. Okay, yeah, that's what I want it to look like. It kind of blended, but not like disappeared. Maybe this is just the amount of randomness that I needed introduced to this flame tail, though. Okay, I think I know what I need to do. I low-key need to like get a big yellow glob. I need to add it on. And then slowly blend it out. Being mindful not to blend it and turn it to orange, basically. Like I literally just did somehow. Okay. Nice. After I just freaking was... It's okay. This is why we're practicing on the tail before we get to the mane. Why is it just saying tip? Can you tell me more? Midi Moonstorm again with another $5 dono. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yee, thank you. I am the lurker who donated. Thank you so much, Moonstorm. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Sorry, I don't know what it is. Have any other streamers been having the kinds of problems? Because we originally had our donos through Streamlabs, and it was this exact same kind of thing where it wasn't even showing up sometimes, or it was super delayed. So I switched to Stream Elements, and I feel like it's the freaking same issue. So I don't know what the freak is going on with that. So yeah, guys, if you ever donate and I don't see it for some reason, just let me know. I really want to figure out how to fix it for like if we do IRLs and stuff, like I definitely want to be able to get you guys to have like TTS and stuff, especially that way if we're ever driving, you guys can like TTS talk to me via donos if you want. So I really do need to figure it out. Because I don't know how it could be having the same problem through Streamlabs and Stream Elements. It just doesn't make sense. It's inconvenient. Yeah, I'm like having to go and check and see who it is and everything. Because it doesn't even say sometimes it has the text and it like tells you about it, but yeah, sometimes it just doesn't. I'll show you guys the tail too. I'm on the yellow part. So once I'm satisfied with the yellow, I'll show you guys our tail and then we can do the mane and hopefully be done with this. If I wreck my sleep schedule painting, that would certainly be a first. But I've definitely stayed up doing worse things. Like, how is it 9? How is it already 9? I mean, I may have gotten a little too locked in with our audiobook and YouTube video, and the time just freaking flew by me. But that means I'm enjoying myself. Time flies when you're having fun at the end of the day, right guys? Okay, I think I just need to get a big glob of this yellow. Yeah. Ooh. Should we listen to our creativity audiobook, maybe? Ooh, okay, wait, hold on. I'm just like flicking yellow on randomly, and it's actually looking good, guys. Release, I should say. Still doesn't completely look like fire, but it's certainly looking much more fire-like than when we just had the solid orange. Looks a lot more dynamic. Fire is alive. I feel like I know Chinese Zodiac has 5 elements, but I am an Avatar, the Last Airbender girly, so the 4 elements. I am Fire Nation. And I feel like out of all the elements, fire is the only one that's alive. It needs fuel, it needs sustenance to live, or else it will die. It must be cared for properly, or it could grow unruly and become destructive to other people and forces. And fire gives life and warmth, but yeah, if not treated properly, can also lead to destruction and death. I feel like I always like to do my own lore building for the reality in which we live, and in my opinion, fire was the first child of humanity. You have to care for a fire, like all the things I said, like it gave us warmth and everything, but like I said, if you don't take proper care, a fire can really grow out of control and hurt other people in ways that you did not intend. That was like a big thing in Avatar, actually. You know what? Low-key, I'm kind of satisfied. I'm low-key kind of satisfied, and so I'm gonna stop so we can go on to the main. Maybe let me add a little bit more yellow at the base, since that is where the fire is originating from. His butt. His booty. So I feel like there should probably be more yellow in here. A lot of the yellow is concentrated right there right now. Yeah, if fire is our child, you know, I always think that the sun is like father, the earth is like mother. Mother and father together created life on this earth, you know? Just like it wouldn't exist without earth, it wouldn't exist without sun. And also like mother and father, well here, first a moment for the, oh gosh, how can I make the light? What do we, I think it's looking like fire. Yeah? I feel like when you can see it up close, you can like see the yellow that I'm putting in. I wish I could make it so it didn't have the reflection. There, now it's kind of not having the reflection. Heck yeah, yay, okay. I was feeling quite uncertain because of the shape, like I said. I literally have a picture of fire right in front of me. Oh wait, hold on, I need to put it on this. Literally, I'm staring at this while I'm painting this. This is what I'm staring at on my monitor over here. And I'm like, it's not looking like the fire, but yeah. I feel like it's looking like hair that has the essence of fire in it, which is still fine by me. Oh man, now you're pursuing me on Fire Nation even though I'm water? Really? Well, I always wanted to be in the Water Nation, so I was like mad when I like took the test or whatever, and it was telling me that I was like, the Fire Nation's the bad guys, what the heck? But I've come to appreciate it, and I really do identify, like, it's like, oh, like fire, like, you know, you're really ambitious and headstrong, and you're very passionate, but a big thing with like, yeah, with like Fire Nation people is you also really need to temper that ambition, because left untempered, left uncared for, just like a fire, it can end up hurting the people around you. I mean, that's literally what happened with the Fire Nation, right? Like, they thought they were so great that they needed to go and, you know, conquer all the other nations and whatnot. So it's also what we were talking about earlier of like, you can have all the power, drive, ambition in the world, but it's also just as important to be humble and also acknowledge what you don't know or whatever, you know? Color is popping on the tail. Yeah, well, that part of why I did this like bluish background was because I felt like, well, it would make like the fire pop out a lot more. Okay, yay. All right, let's do the main, and then we're gonna add our little embers and be done with it. But I mean, this tail just took me, what, like a while? Will I stay up late finishing this painting? No. Well, we only have one more part, so let's do it. Because I know if I don't finish this painting, I'm not gonna end up finishing it, really. Should we listen to our creativity audiobook then? If y'all are cool with that, of course I will pause and yap with you guys occasionally as well. I just feel like I want to make sure that I finish this before I run out of energy. I'm worried I'm gonna get like an energy crash and be like, oh, okay, I'm kind of done with this, like we did with the bloodborne painting. So I'm like, let's turn off the brain and let's complete. Yes, and then I can share my results with you guys. Hope y'all are enjoying the Zen vibes. I'll be rating my ASMR channel after this as well, so if it's late for you or whatever, feel free to fall asleep. You'll sleep to some cozy ASMR after I end. OMG! You are, oh, thank you. I was like, I think I actually did hear the TTS. Thank you so much, Moonstorm. I appreciate you. Oh my gosh. I feel like I'm a painter and like you guys are my patrons. This work wouldn't be possible without you guys' support. Thank you. Be Hughes, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate that. Happy 5 months. OMG. I was actually like watching a video on the Renaissance or something, and I actually was like legitimate. They were like talking about how like, oh, artists used to survive like by just having a patron and whatnot. I was like, damn, I wish I had that. And then I was like, wait, I kind of do have that with y'all. I kind of have that. So shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. Okay, so what did I do? I just did a base layer of orange and kind of blended everything else into it. Honestly, I think that actually did work out well. So I'm gonna do the same thing, even though we're covering up our gold paint. It's okay, like I said, I think I'm gonna go in with the gold paint afterwards and add it in. Can I see your mage flying around? I've been seeing something going on with the stream avatars. I mean, shoot, y'all have fun with it though. Hi, Zonita. Hello. Okay. We're continuing with our creativity audiobook. By the way, if anyone was wondering, this book is called The Creative Act, A Way of Being. And I actually like it. I feel like it was really fueling me earlier. Sorry, also I just talked over the title of the chapter, which is Patience.
There are no shortcuts. The lottery winner isn't ultimately happy after their sudden change of fortune. The home hastily built rarely survives the first storm. The single-sentence summary of a book or news event is no substitute for the full story. We often take shortcuts without knowing it. When listening, we tend to skip forward and generalize the speaker's overall message. We miss the subtleties of the point, if not the entire premise. In addition to the assumption that we're saving time, this shortcut also avoids the discomfort of challenging our prevailing stories, and our worldview continues to shrink. The artist actively works to experience life slowly, and then re-experience the same thing anew, to read slowly, and to read and read again. I might read a paragraph that inspires a thought, and when my eyes continue moving across the page in a physical act of reading, my mind may still be lost in the previous idea. I'm not taking in information anymore. When I realize this, I return to the last paragraph I can recall and start reading from there again. Sometimes it's 3 or 4 pages back. Rereading even a well-understood paragraph or page can be revelatory. New meanings, deeper understandings, inspirations, and nuances arise and come into focus. Reading, in addition to listening, eating, and most physical activities, can be experienced like driving. We can participate either on autopilot or with focused intention. So often, we sleepwalk through our lives. Consider how different your experience of the world might be if you engaged in every activity with the attention you might give to landing an airplane. There are those who approach the opportunities of each day like crossing items off a to-do list, instead of truly engaging and participating with all of themselves.
What if I like my to-do list?
Our continual quest for efficiency discourages looking too deeply. The pressure to deliver doesn't grant us time to consider all possibilities. Yet it's through deliberate action and repetition that we gain insight. Patience is required for the nuanced development of your craft. Patience is required for taking in information in the most faithful way possible. Patience is required for crafting a work that resonates and contains all that we have to offer. Every phase of an artist's work in life benefits from cultivating this achievable habit. Patience is developed much like awareness, through an acceptance of what is. Impatience is an argument with reality, the desire for something to be different from what we are experiencing in the here and now. A wish for time to speed up, tomorrow to come sooner, to relive yesterday, or to close your eyes and open them and find yourself in another place. Time is something we have no control over, so patience begins with the acceptance of natural rhythms. The implied benefit of impatience is to save time by speeding up and skipping ahead of those rhythms. Paradoxically, this ends up taking more time and using more energy. It's a wasted effort. When it comes to the creative process, patience is accepting that the majority of the work we do is out of our control. We can't force greatness to happen. All we can do is invite it in and await it actively, not anxiously as this might scare it off, simply in a state of continual welcoming. When we remove time from the equation of a work's development, what we're left with is patience. Not just for the development of the work, but for the development of the artist as a whole. Even the masterpieces that have been produced on tight timelines are the sum of decades spent patiently laboring on other works. If there's one rule to creativity that's less breakable than the others, it's that the need for patience is ever present.
I need more orange paint.
Beginner's mind.
Feel free to talk
Some
amongst
3,000
yourselves.
years ago in China, the strategic board game Go was developed. Some believe warlords and generals based it on the stones they'd place on maps to determine their battle plans. Besides being the oldest continually played board game in human history, it's also one of the most complex. In modern times, beating this game became known in the artificial intelligence community as the Holy Grail, since the number of possible configurations on the board is larger than the number of atoms in the universe. It was believed computers didn't have the processing power needed to beat a skilled human player. Rising to the challenge, scientists built an artificial intelligence program called AlphaGo. The program learned to play by teaching itself, studying more than 100,000 past games. Then it played against itself over and over and over again until it was ready to challenge the reigning
Machine
grandmaster of
learning.
the game. In move 37 of the second match, the machine was faced with a decision that would determine the way the rest of the game would be played. There were two apparent choices to be made. Choice A was the kind of move that would signal the computer was playing a game of offense. Choice B would signal it was playing a game of defense. Instead, the computer decided to make a third move, a move no one steeped in the game had ever made in thousands of years of play. Not a single human player would choose move 37, one commentator said. Most thought it was a mistake or simply a bad move. The Grandmaster playing against the machine was so taken aback, he stood up and walked out of the room. He eventually returned, not with his usual confident composure, but visibly shaken and frustrated by the experience. AlphaGo won the game, and that never-been-seen-before move, experts say, was the one that turned the course of the game in favor of the AI. In the end, the computer won 4 out of 5 matches, and the Grandmaster permanently retired from competition.
Aww.
Upon first hearing this
Poor
story,
guy.
I found myself in tears and confused by this sudden well of emotion. After further reflection, I realized the story spoke to the power of purity in the creative act. What was it that allowed a machine to devise a move no one steeped in the game had ever made in thousands of years of play? It wasn't necessarily intelligence. It was the fact that the machine learned the game from scratch with no coach, no human intervention, no lessons based on an expert's past experience. The AI followed the fixed rules, not the millennia of accepted cultural norms attached to them. It didn't take into account the 3,000-year-old traditions and conventions of the game. It didn't accept the narrative of how to properly play. It wasn't held back by limiting beliefs. So this wasn't just a landmark event in AI development. It was the first time the game of Go had been played with the full spectrum of possibilities available. With a clean slate, AlphaGo was able to innovate, devise something completely new, and transform the game forever. If it had been taught to play by humans, it most likely wouldn't have won the tournament. One Go expert commented, "After humanity spent thousands of years improving our tactics, computers tell us humans are completely wrong." I would go as far to say not a single human has touched the edge of the truth of Go. To see what no human has seen before, to know what no human has known before, to create as no human created before, it may be necessary to see as if through eyes that have never seen, know through a mind that has never thought, create with hands that have never been trained. This is beginner's mind, one of the most difficult states of being to dwell in for an artist, precisely because it involves letting go of what our experiences have taught us. Beginner's mind is starting from a pure, childlike place of not knowing, living in the moment with as few fixed beliefs as possible, seeing things for what they are as presented, tuning into what enlivens us in the moment instead of what we think will work, and making our decisions accordingly. Any preconceived and accepted conventions limit what's possible. We tend to believe the more we know, the more clearly we can see the possibilities available. This is not the case. The impossible only becomes accessible when experience has not taught us limits. Did the computer win because it knew more than the Grandmaster, or because it knew less? There's a great power in not knowing. When faced with a challenging task, we may tell ourselves it's too difficult, it's not worth the effort, it's not the way things are done, it's not likely to work, or it's not likely to work for us. If we approach the task with ignorance, it can remove the barricade of knowledge blocking progress. Curiously, not being aware of a challenge may be just what we need to rise to meet it. Innocence brings forth innovation. A lack of knowledge can create more openings to break new ground. The Ramones thought they were making mainstream bubblegum pop. To most others, the lyrical content alone about lobotomies, sniffing glue, and pinheads was enough to challenge this assumption. While the band saw themselves as the next Bay City Rollers, they unwittingly invented punk rock and started a countercultural revolution. While the music of the Bay City Rollers had great success in its time, the Ramones' singular take on rock and roll became more popular and influential. Of all of the explanations of the Ramones, the most apt might be innovation through ignorance. Experience provides wisdom to draw from, but it tempers the power of naivete. The past can be a teacher offering tried and true methods, familiarity with standards of the craft, awareness of potential risks, and in some cases virtuosity. It lures us into a pattern that absolves us of the opportunity to engage innocently with the task at hand. The more ingrained your adopted approach, the harder it is to see past it. Though experience doesn't rule out innovation, it can make it more difficult to access. Animals, like children, don't have a hard time making a decision. They act out of innate instinct, not learned behavior. This primitive force packs an ancient wisdom that science has yet to catch up with. These childlike superpowers include being in the moment, valuing play above all else, having no regard for consequences, being radically honest without consideration, and having the ability to freely move from one emotion to the next without holding on to a story. For children, each moment in time is all there is. No future, no past. I want it now, I'm hungry, I'm tired, all pure authenticity. The great artists throughout history are the ones able to maintain this childlike enthusiasm and exuberance naturally. Just as an infant is selfish, they're protective of their art in a way that's not always cooperative. Their needs as a creator come first, often at the expense of their personal lives and relationships. For one of the most loved singer-songwriters of all time, if inspiration comes through, it takes precedence over all other obligations. His friends and family understand that in the middle of a meal, conversation, or an event, if a song calls, he'll exit the scene and tend to it without explanation. Accessing childlike spirit in our art and our lives is worth aspiring to. It's simple to do if you haven't accumulated too many fixed habits and thoughts. If you have, it's very difficult, nearly impossible. A child has no set of premises to rely on to make sense of the world. It may serve you to do the same. Any label you assume before sitting down to create, even one as foundational as sculptor, rapper, author, or entrepreneur, could be doing more harm than good. Strip away the labels. Now how do you see the world? Try to experience everything in life as if it's for the first time. If you grew up in a landlocked town that you'd never left, the first time you traveled and saw the ocean likely would be a dramatic, awe-inspiring experience. If you spent your whole life living near the ocean, your experience of it would almost certainly be less dramatic. When you see what's present around you, as if it's for the first time, you start to realize how astonishing it all is. As artists, we aim to live in a way in which we see the extraordinary hidden in the seemingly mundane, then challenge ourselves to share what we see in a way that allows others a glimpse of this remarkable beauty.
I like that.
Talent is the ability to let ideas manifest themselves through you. Inspiration. It appears in a moment, an immaculate conception, a divine flash of light. An idea that would otherwise require labor to unfold suddenly blooms in a single inhalation. What defines inspiration is the quality and quantity of the download.
I bet that dude talking is still scared of a regular blood test needle. Now, what are you even talking about? Am I streaming on YouTube soon? Wait, which YouTube? Which of my channels? Oh yeah, that's really starting to pop. Yeah, we're adding some bright colors and everything now. I think it's coming along well. Alright, we can do this, we can do this.
At a speed so instantaneous, it seems impossible to process. Inspiration is the rocket fuel powering our work. It's a universal conversation we yearn to be part of.
Oh shoot.
The word comes from Latin, inspira, meaning to breathe in or blow into. For the lungs to draw in air, they must first be emptied. For the mind to draw inspiration, it wants space to welcome the new. The universe seeks balance. Through this absence, you're inviting energy in. The same principles apply to everything in life. If we're looking for a relationship when we're already in one, then we're full. There's no room for the new to enter, and we're unable to welcome in the relationship we want. To create space for inspiration, we might consider a practice of quieting the mind, meditation, awareness, silence, contemplation, prayer, any ritual that helps us fend off distraction and papancha. Breath itself is a potent vehicle to calm our thoughts, create space, and tune in. It can't guarantee that inspiration will come, though the vacancy may draw the muse into play. Taken more spiritually, inspiration means to breathe life into. Ancient interpretation defines it as the immediate influence of the divine. For the artist, inspiration is a breath of creative force drawn in instantly from outside of our small selves. We can't be sure where the spark of insight originates. It's helpful to know it's not us alone. When inspiration does arrive, it is invariably energizing, but it is not something to rely on. An artistic life cannot be solely built around waiting. Inspiration is out of our control and can prove hard to find. Effort is required, and invitations are to be extended. In its absence, we may work on other areas of the project, independent of this cosmic transmission. Epiphanies are hidden in the most ordinary moments. The casting of a shadow, the smell of a match igniting, an unusual phrase overheard or misheard. A dedication to the practice of showing up on a regular basis is the main requirement. To vary your inspiration, consider varying your inputs. Turn the sound off to watch a film. Listen to the same song on repeat over and over again. Read only the first word of each sentence in a short story. Arrange stones by size or color. Learn to lucid dream. Break habits. Look for differences. Notice connections. One indicator of inspiration is awe. We tend to take so much for granted. How can we move past disconnection and desensitization to the incredible wonders of nature and human engineering all around us? Most of what we see in the world holds the potential to inspire astonishment if looked at from a less jaded perspective. Train yourself to see the awe behind the obvious. Look at the world from this vantage point as often as possible. Submerge yourself.
Why do you
The
say
beauty
it
around
like
us
that?
enriches our lives in so
Submerge
many ways.
yourself.
It's an end in itself, and it sets an example for our own work. We can aim to develop an eye for harmony and balance as if our creations have always been here, like mountains or feathers. Ride the wave as long as it can be ridden. If you're fortunate enough to experience the strike of inspiration, take full advantage of the access. Remain in the energy of this rarefied moment for as long as it lasts. When flowing, keep going. If you're a writer,
Did I accidentally make that strand on top way too crazy and luscious? It was just supposed to be a little strand, and then I kind of made it crazy, and like now it's like, I don't know, it's like a piece of hair separate from the hair. I think I'm gonna try and make it look like that's also kind of separated, so it's not like just one giant chunk. But I think we've got our orange base down, and now we can start adding in our other shades. Make this fire come alive, yeah? Well, I need to figure out what to do with this part of it. Kind of tried to do erase something. Dude, what if I went like... Oh shit, is that doing too much? Because I was thinking like, what if I did like the gap thing that I kind of did over here? That's what I feel like I should maybe be adding, is like little pieces of like detached fire. Because I feel like that's what a real fire kind of has. I guess I can also add that whenever we do our let me add our embers too. I guess that's part of the embers. Hi, happy Lunar New Year, Perza. Hello, how are you? Wait, detached fire, best fires while still wholly attached. Yeah. Thanks, guys. I feel like I've been working on this painting for what, 7 hours? Probably like 6 hours because we were yapping, but we've low-key been grinding on this. I'm filming a time lapse right now, so if you wanna see that time lapse, !IG, follow my Instagram. I like doing time lapses. I want to try and do a time lapse of like all the paintings that I do, honestly, and I'll post it on the gram. Just because I feel like it's so satisfying to watch. I like watching it. It's almost like visual ASMR, honestly. But I have a couple. Nothing this detailed though. I think my other paintings on there are like a little less. Oh shoot, did this acrylic not dry all the way? I feel like this part's turning freaking green. Okay, I think it's honestly really starting to look like fire now. I'm actually really excited. Okay. This is a crazy setup from the last time I tuned in to stream. Really? Oh my gosh, has it been a while? How long? When was the last time you tuned in? I'm trying to think. I'm like, when would my setup have been? I mean, this is just my painting setup right now. This ain't our huge. This ain't our huge. Don't worry. MacBook streams, you got a PC after the last time, I think. So, October 2020. Holy cow. It has been a while. Oh my gosh, how have you been? This certainly is quite a different setup than what I had going on. OMG. Wow, I'm also like not a teenager anymore. I'm all grown up. I'm old. I'm unk now. It's unk time, bruh. We unking it. I don't even know what I'm talking about now. I am not a lefty. Camera is mirrored, as I imagine most streamers are. I'm so confused. I feel like whenever I see stuff like this, I never think that people are left-handed. I feel like, I don't know. Like, this is my right hand, and it's on the right side of the screen. And if I turn around, and if you were facing the same way, this would be the right, like, if anything, my brain is way more confused with not mirrored cameras. Like this makes more sense. I'm just surprised at how many people's brains are tuned in with an unmirrored camera. This is my right hand. Because I feel like, especially with social media, most of the time, it is mirrored. Like, every time you see a TikTok and stuff like that, like, it's mirrored. I literally have to, like, use the inverted filter to flip the image to be unmirrored whenever I make book content, because then people are like, I can't read the text. So, I don't know. Maybe, like, older people, I guess, who didn't grow up on social media, maybe are used to more traditional mediums or something. Say hi if you're really live right now. How about fucking bye? How about fuck you? I'm just kidding. How come there has been so many, like, questions of if I'm live, though? I'm so confused. Are there... What is going on? Sorry, that was a joke. I've graduated college. I'm not teen no more either. Good to see how much you've grown on this platform since last time. Oh my gosh, I hope everything's been well with you. Yeah, I actually also, like, didn't really paint it all, and I'm trying to push myself to do some more creative hobbies, or I have been the past couple of years. So that's hence this painting stream. Because your ASMR is never live. Well, actually, that's a whole different account called Kaylee May ASMR, and if you can read, it says that it's a rerun channel, which is, I set that up because this channel is always live. So, shocker. I do feel like so many questions would be answered if people just read titles, though, I will say. But sorry, it's late. I've been painting for 7 hours. I'm sorry. I'm not meaning to have so much of a tude. Please feel free to go enjoy the not live version of myself that's probably in much less of a frazzled mood than I am right now. But yeah, that channel is my rerun channel, okay? It's always gonna be reruns. This channel is my live channel. I'm always gonna be live here. I also I don't do reruns of me doing other things besides ASMR. I literally made a whole new channel so that there wouldn't be confusion. And somehow, it seems to have caused actually more confusion. Which, I guess, do you have an ASMR account that actually goes live? Well, if I ever do live ASMR, it's on this channel. So, this channel, I'm always live. We do ASMR on Wednesdays. We'll be doing ASMR tomorrow night. So if you want, you can come back to this channel tomorrow night. And, yeah. Sorry, I feel bad. I was kind of mean. My bad. I am zen. I am peace. I apologize for any tude I may have right now, chat. I can feel myself like running out of energy, but I really, really, really want to finish this painting, so we're just gonna hold on tight. Alright, I'm just solidifying these last few strands, and then I'm gonna go in with my red. Kalia's Fire Nation, yeah, I do be getting a little fired up. Have you done ASMR on this live? What's your ASMR schedule on this live? I do it on Wednesday nights. Wind Down Wednesday. It might be moved to Tuesdays at some point. Why did it be so mean? LOL. I just explained why. I just explained why. Don't make me regret apologizing. I usually never apologize for being mean to chat. No, I'm just kidding. JK. Okay, maybe let's listen to the audiobook. Let's maybe reclaim some of the good vibes that we had going for most of the time here.
And you tap into a stream of ideas before bed, you may want to stay with it until dawn. If you're a musician and you've reached your goal of creating one song or 10 songs and the music is still coming, capture all you can. The work yielded may not be used in the current project, but it may be of use at another time, or it may not. The task of the artist is simply to recognize the transmission and stay with it in gratitude until it truly runs its course. In terms of priority, inspiration comes first, you come next, and the audience comes last. These are special moments and are to be treated with the utmost devotion. Our schedules are set aside when these fleeting moments of illumination come. Summon your strength and commit yourself on behalf of this offering, even when it arises at an inopportune time. This is the serious artist's obligation. John Lennon once advised, if you start a song, write it through to the end in that sitting. The initial inspiration has a vitality that
Or
can carry
a painting.
through the whole piece. Don't be concerned if all of the parts are not yet all they could be. Get through a rough draft. A full imperfect version is generally more helpful than a seemingly perfect fragment. When an idea forms or a hook is written, we may feel that we've cracked the code and the rest will take care of itself. If we step away and let the initial spark fade, we may return to find it's not so easy to rekindle. Think of inspiration as a force not immune to the laws of entropy. Habits. The first thing I would show players at our initial day of training was how to take a little extra time putting on their shoes and socks properly. The most important part of your equipment is your shoes and socks. You play on a hard floor, so you must have shoes that fit right, and you must not permit your socks to have wrinkles around the little toe, where you generally get blisters, or around the heels. I showed my players how I wanted them to do it. Hold up the sock, work it around the little toe area, and then the heel area, so that there are no wrinkles. Smooth it out good. Then hold up the sock while you put the shoe on, and the shoe must be spread apart, not just pulled on the top laces. You tighten it up snugly by each eyelet. Then you tie it, and then you double tie it so it won't come undone, because I don't want shoes coming untied during practice or during the game. I don't want that to happen. That's just a little detail that coaches must take advantage of, because it's the little details that make the big things come. These sentiments are John Wooden's. He's the most successful coach in the history of college basketball. His teams won more consecutive games and championships than any other in history. It must have been frustrating for these elite athletes who wanted to get on the court and show what they could do to arrive at practice for the first time with this legendary coach, only to hear him say, "Today we will learn to tie our shoes." The point Wooden was making was that creating effective habits down to the smallest detail is what makes the difference between winning and losing games. Each habit might seem small, but added together, they have an exponential effect on performance. Just one habit at the top of any field can be enough to give an edge over the competition. Wooden considered every aspect of the game where an issue might arise, and trained his players for each one repeatedly until they became habits. The goal was immaculate performance. Wooden often said the only person you're ever competing against is yourself. The rest is out of your control. This way of thinking applies to the creative life just as well. For both the artist and the athlete, the details matter, whether the players recognize their importance or not. Good habits create good art. The way we do anything is the way we do everything. Treat each choice you make, each action you take, each word you speak with skillful care. The goal is to live your life in service of art.
Thanks, Crystal.
Consider establishing a consistent framework around your creative process. It's often the case the more set you are in your personal regimen, the more freedom you have within that structure to express yourself. Discipline and freedom seem like opposites. In reality, they're partners. Discipline is not a lack of freedom. It's a harmonious relationship with time. Managing your schedule and daily habits well is a necessary component to free up the practical and creative capacity to make great art. It could even be said that a focused efficiency in life is more important than one in work. Approaching the practical aspects of your day with military precision allows the artistic windows to be opened in childlike freedom. Creativity supporting habits can begin the moment you arise each day. These might include looking at sunlight before screen light, meditating, outdoors if possible, exercising, and showering in cold water before beginning creative time in a suitable space. These habits can look different for everyone, and perhaps different for the same artist from day to day. You might sit in a forest, pay attention to your thoughts, and make notes. Or drive in a car for an hour with no destination in mind, listening to classical music, and see if any sparks arise. It's helpful to set scheduled office hours or uninterrupted periods of joyful play that allow your imagination to soar. For one person, that window might be 3 hours, for another, 30 minutes. Some prefer to work from dusk till dawn, while others create in 20-minute sessions with 5-minute breaks between each. Find sustainable rituals that best support your work. If you set a routine that's too oppressive, you'll likely find excuses not to show up. It's in the interest of your art to create an easily achievable schedule to start with. If you commit to working for half an hour a day, something good can happen that generates momentum. You may then look at the clock and realize you've been working for 2 hours. The option
Or
is always
7.
open to extend your creative time once the habit is formed. Feel free to experiment. The goal is to commit to a structure that can take on a life of its own, instead of creating only when the mood strikes, or to start each day with a question of how and when you're going to work on your art. Put the decision-making into the work, not into when to work. The more you reduce your daily life maintenance tasks, the greater the bandwidth available for creative decisions. Albert Einstein wore the same thing every day, a gray suit. Eric Satie had 7 identical outfits, one for each day of the week. Limit your practical choices to free your creative imagination.
Damn,
We
maybe
all
I should
yearn
do
to
that.
establish
Like a
new
cartoon
healthy,
character,
productive
just for the
habits
same
such as
thing.
exercising, eating more local natural foods, or practicing our craft more regularly. But how often do we consider examining and removing the habits that currently drive our days? How often do we regard behaviors accepted as the way people are, or the way we are, merely as habits? Each of us has automatic habits. We have habits in movement, habits in speech, thought, and perception. Habits in being ourselves. Some of them have been practiced every day since we were children. A pathway gets carved into the brain and becomes difficult to change. Most of these habits control us beyond our decisions to the point that they function autonomously and automatically, like the regulation of our body temperature. I recently learned a different way of swimming. It felt awkward and counterintuitive because I learned to swim when I was very young. My previous method was so ingrained, I didn't ever have a chance to think about it. I effortlessly knew how to do it. It had worked well enough to get me from one side of the pool to the other, even though there were ways that could take me further and faster with more ease. In our artistic pursuits, we also rely on habits to get from one point to another. Some of them don't serve the work or they undermine its progress. When we stay open and pay close attention, it's possible to recognize these less helpful habits and soften their spell, and begin to explore new practices, ones that come in and out of our creative lives like temporary collaborators, remaining as long as they serve the work and departing when they're no longer beneficial. Thoughts and habits not conducive to the work. Believing you're not good enough. Feeling you don't have the energy it takes. Mistaking adopted rules for absolute truths. Not wanting to do the work. Laziness. Not taking the work to its highest expression. Settling. Having goals so ambitious that you can't begin. Thinking you can only do your best work in certain conditions. Requiring specific tools or equipment to do the work. Abandoning a project as soon as it gets difficult. Feeling like you need permission to start or move forward. Letting a perceived need for funding, equipment, or support get in the way.
Perceived.
having too many ideas and not knowing where to start, never finishing projects, blaming circumstances or other people for interfering with your process,
So I'm back to my team back in the
romanticizing
day.
negative
Oh my
behaviors or
gosh, I swim
addictions,
freestyle.
believing a certain mood or state is necessary to do your best work, prioritizing other activities and responsibilities over your commitment to making art, distractibility and procrastination, impatience, thinking anything that's out of your control is in your way. Create an environment where you're free to express what you're afraid to express.
Hi, Lauren.
Seeds.
Yeah,
In the
I
first
haven't
phase
found
of the
these
creative
yet.
process, we're completely open, collecting anything we find of interest. We can call this the seed phase. We are searching for potential starting points that with love and care can grow into something beautiful. At this stage, we're not comparing them to find the best seed, we simply gather. A seed for a song could be a phrase, a melody, a bass line, or a rhythmic feel. For a written piece, it may be a sentence, a character sketch, a setting, a thesis, or a plot point. For a building structure, a shape, a material choice, a function, or the natural properties of a location. And for a business, it could be a common inconvenience, a societal need, a technical advancement, or personal interest. Collecting seeds doesn't typically involve a tremendous amount of effort. It's more a receiving of a transmission, a noticing. As if catching fish, we walk to the water, bait the hook, cast the line, and patiently wait. We can't control the fish, only the presence of our line. An artist casts a line to the universe.
That's pretty good. We can't control the fish, but we can control the presence of our line. This is exactly what I do when I be listening to this book, I'm not gonna lie. He does have some bars. Like, yeah, obviously sometimes he be saying some things where I'm like, okay, dude, I don't know about that. But then he says some shit like that where I'm like, yeah. So true. Oh, so true. My God, we gotta say this to Allison or something. She's my fishing friend now, but like, so true. It is like fishing. Like, you know, you can't control whether the fish are there or whether you're gonna catch them, but you can control whether you have the opportunity to do so by the presence of your line. So, you know what? Yeah. How am I liking mixed medium with painting? Well, I was saying earlier, I was like, I definitely needed that base layer, because like, as you can see, I've like also gone off the base layer with the oil, and like I have to do like way more paint layers on those strands. So definitely like it for like if I want to paint a solid background and everything. Yeah, I like it, but painting with the acrylic was very frustrating because just everything was drying so fast. Like, I don't know. So I definitely was remembering how much I hated acrylic, not gonna lie, when we were on the acrylic base, but I do think it was a necessity to be able to do this painting in one sitting, because yeah, or else if I would have painted the background in oil, I would have literally had to wait like days for it to dry, basically. You have to drop that line on her. Okay, Chad, I'm gonna drop that line on her one of these days and like pretend like I came up with it and like you guys are all gonna go along with it, okay? Alright? You can't control the presence of the fish, but you can control the presence of your line. Or wait, rewind. Let's hear it again. Let's hear it again.
Advancement, or personal interest. Collecting seeds doesn't typically involve a tremendous amount of effort. It's more a receiving of a transmission, a noticing. As if catching fish, we walk to the water, bait the hook, cast the line, and patiently wait. We can't control the fish, only the presence of our line. An artist casts a line to the universe. We don't get to choose when a noticing or inspiration comes. We can only be there to receive it. As with meditation, our engagement in the process is what allows the result. Collecting seeds is best approached with active awareness and boundless curiosity. It cannot be muscled, though perhaps it can be willed. As the seeds arrive, forming conclusions about their value or fate can get in the way of their natural potential. In this phase, the artist's work is to collect seeds, plant them, water them with attention, and see if they take root. Having a specific vision of what a seed will become could serve as a helpful guide in the later phases. In this initial stage, it may cut off more interesting possibilities. An idea appearing to hold less vitality may grow into a beautiful work. Other times, the most exciting seed may not ultimately yield fruit. It's too soon to tell. Until we're further along in the process and the idea has been developed, it's impossible to assess these germs of an idea accurately. The appropriate seed will reveal itself over time. Placing too much emphasis on a seed or dismissing it prematurely can interfere with its natural growth. The temptation to insert too much of yourself in this first phase can undermine the entire enterprise. Be wary of taking shortcuts or crossing items off your list too quickly. The seed that doesn't get watered cannot reveal its ability to bear fruit. Collect many seeds and then over time look back and see which ones resonate. Sometimes we're too close to them to recognize their true potential, and sometimes the magical moment that inspired a seed into existence is bigger than the seed itself. It's generally preferable to accumulate several weeks or months worth of ideas and then choose which of them to focus on instead of following an urge or obligation to rush to the finish line with what's in front of us today. The more seeds you've accumulated, the easier it is to judge. If you've collected 100 seeds, you might find that seed number 54 speaks to you in a way that none of the others do. If seed 54 is your only choice, without the other seeds for context, it might be more difficult to tell. When we make assumptions about what seeds won't work or might not fit with what we believe to be our artistic identity, we may be prevented from growing as creators. Sometimes the purpose of a seed is to propel us into a completely new direction. Along the way, it may morph into something hardly resembling its original form and become our finest work yet. At this point in time, it's helpful to think of the work as bigger than us, to cultivate a sense of awe and wonder at what's possible, and recognize that this productivity is not generated by our hand alone. The work reveals itself as you go. Experimentation. We have collected a handful of seeds, of starting points and potentialities. Now we enter the second phase, the experimentation phase. Fueled by the initial hit of excitement at discovering a starting point, we play with different combinations and possibilities to see if any of them reveal how the seed wants to develop. Think of this as a search for life. We're looking to see if we can help the seeds to take root and sprout a stem. There's no right way to experiment. Generally speaking, we want to begin interacting with the seeds, developing starting points in different directions. We're cultivating each seed, much as a gardener creates optimal conditions to foster growth. This is one of the fun parts of the project, because nothing is at stake. You get to play with forms and see what takes shape. There are no rules. Cultivation will look different for every artist and every seed. If the seed is a character in a novel, perhaps we widen the world they live in, develop a backstory, or become the character and start writing from their point of view. If the seed's a story for a film, we might explore various settings. It could be different countries, communities, time periods, or realities. Shakespeare's plays, for example, have been adapted into movies centered around everything from New York street gangs to samurais, from Santa Monica to outer space. There are countless directions to explore, and we never know which one will guide us to a dead end and which will lead us to new realms until we test it. In the case of a song, a vocalist might respond very quickly to a musical track, and the melody will immediately reveal itself. Other times, although the singer finds the musical track compelling, they'll listen to it 1,000 times and nothing will come from it. In this experimentation phase, we're not looking at which iteration progresses the quickest or furthest, but which holds the most promise. We focus on flourishing and wait to prune. We generate possibilities instead of eliminating them. Editing prematurely can close off roots that might otherwise lead to beautiful vistas previously unseen. In the experimentation phase, conclusions are stumbled upon. They surprise or challenge us more often than they fulfill our expectations. Ancient Chinese alchemists searching for immortality mixed saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. They discovered something else, gunpowder. Countless other inventions, penicillin, plastic, pacemakers, post-it notes, were all discovered by accident. Consider how many innovations that might have changed the world have been lost because someone was so focused on their goal they missed the revelation right in front of them. The heart of experiment is mystery. We cannot predict where seed will lead or if it will take root. Remain open to the new and unknown. Begin with a question mark and embark on a journey of discovery. Take full advantage of the energy inherent in the seed itself and do whatever possible not to disturb it. You may be tempted to intervene and steer its development toward a specific goal or preconceived idea. This may not lead to the most productive of its possibilities at this stage of the process. Allow the seed to follow its own path toward the sun. The time to discriminate will come later. For now, allow space for magic to enter. Not every seed must grow, but it may be that there's a right time for each one. If the seed does not seem to be developing or responding, consider storing it rather than discarding it. In nature, some seeds lie dormant in anticipation of the season most conducive to their growth. This is true of art as well. There are
We're doing
ideas
oil
whose
painting.
time has not yet come, or perhaps their time has come, but you are not ready to engage with them. Other times, developing a different seed might shed light on a dormant one. Some seeds are ready to germinate instantaneously. You may start experimenting and find yourself completing the work and being pleased with the result. Or you may get halfway through the project, then feel unsure where it wants to go. As we lose enthusiasm, we often continue to labor on a seed, believing that the work has to turn out for the better because we've invested so much time in it. If the energy continues to drop, it does not necessarily mean that the seed is bad. We just may not have found the right experiment for it. Perhaps we need to step away for a time and shift perspective. We may choose to start over with it, or set it aside for a while and sift through the others. The outcome is not up to us. Give some attention to each seed, regardless of what you believe its potential may be, and look for a beautiful response. If you have just one seed, a very specific vision you want to carry out, that's fine. There's no right way. You might consider the possibility, however, that it could end up being a limitation, because you're not taking advantage of all you have in you. Being open to possibility gets you to a place you want to go that you may not know you wanted to get to. If you know what you want to do, and you do it, that's the work of a craftsman. If you begin with a question and use it to guide an adventure of discovery, that's the work of an artist. The surprises along the way can expand your work and even the art form itself. When a plant is flourishing, we can see the life spring forth from every stalk, leaf, and flower. How do we know when an idea is flourishing? Often the most accurate signposts are emotional, not intellectual. Excitement tends to be the best barometer for selecting which seeds to focus on. When something interesting starts to come together, it arouses a delight. It's an energizing feeling of wanting more, a feeling of leaning forward. Follow that energy. During the experimentation phase, we're paying attention to this natural reaction of enthrallment in the body. There's a time for the head work of analysis, but not yet. Here, we follow the heart. At some point, we may be able to look back and understand why the feeling arose. Other times we will not, and that's fine too. For now, this is of no concern. If two ideas feel somewhat equal in weight, and one has clear potential to turn into something beautiful, and the other shows less potential but seems more interesting, feel free to follow your interest. Base decisions on the internal feeling of being moved, and notice what holds your interest. This will always be in the greatest service of the work. Failure is the information you need to get where you're going.
Okay.
Try everything. Mixing blue and yellow makes green. Adding 2 + 2 makes 4. When combining basic elements in the ordinary course of life, much is predictable. In creating art, the sum total of the parts often defies expectation. Theory and practice don't always line up. The formula that worked yesterday might not work tomorrow. the proven solutions are sometimes the least helpful. There's a gap between imagination and reality. An idea might seem brilliant in our mind, but once employed, it might not work at all. Another might seem dreary at first, then upon execution, it might be exactly what's called for. To dismiss an idea because it doesn't work in your mind is a disservice to the art. The only way to truly know if any idea works is to test it. And if you're looking for the best idea, test everything. Ask yourself as many what-if questions as you can. What if this were the first painting anyone saw in their life?
What if this horse
What
had
if I
fire
removed
hair?
every adverb? What if I made all of the loud parts quiet? Look for different polarities and see how they affect the piece. Perhaps take on a temporary rule that there are no bad ideas. Test them all, even the ones that seem underwhelming or unlikely to work. This method becomes especially useful in group efforts. Often when working with others, different ideas are put forward and end up being in competition. Based on experience, we may believe we can see what each person is imagining and what the results will be. It's impossible, though, to know exactly what someone else is thinking. And if we can't predict how our own ideas will work, and we can't, how can we draw conclusions about what someone else imagines? Instead of talking through different solutions to work out what's best, take it out of the realm of the verbal. To truly weigh choices, it's necessary to bring them into the physical world, have them acted out, played out, or built into a model. Descriptions do not do ideas justice. We want to set up an environment where the decision-making occurs free of the misguiding force of persuasion. Persuasion leads to mediocrity. To be evaluated, ideas have to be seen, heard,
Interesting.
tasted, or touched.
Tasted. Oh, I
It's
guess
best if the
cooking is
person who
creative.
has the idea either demonstrates it or supervises the execution until it matches what they're suggesting. This will help avoid misunderstandings. Once an idea is witnessed in its full expression, it may turn out far better than you imagined. It may even be a perfect fit, or it could be exactly what you expected. Something will be gained through the process, whatever the results. Give yourself permission to be wrong and experience the joy of being surprised. When working through ways of solving a puzzle, there are no mistakes. Each unsuccessful solution gets you closer to the one that works. Avoid becoming attached to the particulars of the problem. Widen your field of view. If the idea takes the project somewhere with a stronger energetic charge, follow the new direction. Demanding to control a work of art would be just as foolish as demanding that an oak tree grow according to your will. Allow the work to grow in the direction it seeks, evolve in accordance with its natural state, and have its own life. Enjoy the journey of cycling through all permutations to reveal a work's true form. Taking a wrong turn allows you to see landscapes you wouldn't otherwise have seen.
Ooh, okay. True. True.
Crafting.
Yeah.
Once a seed's code has been cracked and its true form deciphered, the process shifts. We're no longer in the unbounded mode of discovery. A clear sense of direction has arisen. Often unbeknownst to us, we find ourselves in the third phase, the craft phase. Now comes the labor of building. We work to add to a foundation that has revealed itself through our experimentation. The lines have been drawn. Now we're filling in the colors. While the earlier phases were more free and open-ended, the inspirations and ideas that appear now are more directly related to the issues at hand. We're looking for a shape that fills a specific hole, whereas before, we were just looking for shapes. In some ways, the craft phase is one of the least glamorous parts of the artist's job. There's creativity involved, but it often carries less of the magic of exploration and more of the labor of bricklaying. This is the point in the journey where some struggle to carry on. For now, we need to look away from the open field and turn towards a winding staircase 100 stories tall. A long, precarious climb lies ahead. We may be tempted to turn back and chase the thrill of the feeling of the light bulb flickering on above our heads, but the first two phases have little purpose or meaning on their own. Art may only exist, and the artist may only evolve by completing the work. How do we decide
So
which
true.
experiments to craft? We continue to follow hints of excitement. Each one of us has to find our own path. If several directions seem captivating, consider crafting more than one experiment at a time. Working on several often brings about a healthy sense of detachment. When solely focused on one, it's easy to get tunnel vision. While it may appear a project's moving in the right direction, we are too closely entwined with it to truly know. Stepping away and returning with fresh eyes brings clearer insight into the next steps. Switching to other projects will engage different muscles and patterns of thinking. These may shed light on paths otherwise unseen, and this may happen over the course of days, weeks, months, or years. Even in a single work session, moving between multiple projects can be helpful. There are also times when a single seed has so much power that you choose to focus on it exclusively, and that is your choice to make. In the experimentation phase, we planted the seed, watered it, and gave the resulting plant time to grow in the sun. We let nature take its course. Now, in this third phase, we're bringing more of ourselves to the project to see what we can offer. This is one reason the boundary between the experimentation phase and the craft phase isn't a linear progression. We often move back and forth between the two because sometimes what we add isn't as good as what nature's bringing. When we realize this, we stop and go back to where nature
You
left
auction
off.
off the painting? No.
Whereas the experimentation
You're not.
phase is about revealing what the seed has to
I'm
offer,
working on it.
now you're
Maybe
applying
one
our
day.
filter.
Charity
Viewing
stream
the
or
totality
something.
of our experience in the world and searching for connections.
I wanna
What
hang
does
this
this
up in my
remind
new
us of?
place, though.
What can we measure it against? What does it relate to that we've noticed over the course of our lives? In this phase, we begin with a project that has naturally developed. We recognize potential in it, and we see what we can add, take away, or combine to further develop it. The craft phase is not just building up, it's also a breaking down. The goal of developing a work can be accomplished through a pruning process of small cuts. We decide which details and directions might be removed so that more energy and focus can be used to feed the core elements. While the craft phase can be difficult, that's not always the case. There are some artists whose focus is more on formalizing an idea than executing it. And in the case of some projects, outsourcing the craft phase is what's called for. Many of Andy Warhol's paintings were done by other artists and by machines, while he supplied the ideas and retained authorship. Some famous California rock bands of the 60s didn't play on their own albums, and some prolific authors just invent characters and storylines and leave it to other writers to fill out the prose. When it comes to performing these labor-intensive aspects of the process yourself, it's not a question of right or wrong, it's project-dependent. Remain open to doing whatever it takes to make the art as good as it can be, whether this means inserting yourself more into the details of the process or stepping back further from them. For some projects, an artist may feel it's necessary to be involved in all aspects of the work. The physical act of crafting may give them a greater understanding of the art and more direct control over the details. Other projects may be better served if the artist acts as a maestro or designer in this phase, conducting the work of others. Crafting can be daunting. It's helpful to think of it as another opportunity for play. For some artists, crafting is their favorite part of the process. There's a natural joy and sense of accomplishment in following a set of instructions to create something physical and beautiful. The love and care they put into this phase can be clearly recognized in the final work. Momentum. When treated like the earlier phases, with no boundaries or time constraints, the craft phase may extend longer than necessary. Once enough data is collected and the vision is clear, it can be helpful to set deadlines for completion. The options are no longer unlimited, the process is less open-ended. There may not be a clear finish line in sight, but the core elements are there. Imagine you have a script that has been translated to storyboard. Going from storyboard to finished film is somewhat of a mechanical process. There's art and inspiration involved, and there are a million choices to be made, but the path ahead is clear. Our creative task now has narrower parameters. If we're pleased with the blueprint, it could be constructed many different ways. As long as we continue referring back to make sure that the developed project is as good as the original plan, there could be several different versions that all ring true. The power is held in the underlying structure. If the project we're building, we're picking the materials to clad it in and what type of windows to install. You may have a preference, but the building will maintain its integrity. The details matter, but they aren't likely to sink the entire enterprise. In the craft phase, deadlines are suggested completion dates rather than set in stone. There's still an element of surprise and exploration throughout our execution, and it's possible to find ourselves in any moment back in the experimentation phase. While crafting, an artist might succumb to outside pressure to set a fixed release date for their project. Preparations are made, outsiders are notified. Then, sometimes as we work diligently toward the final stage, an entirely new and preferable direction might appear, but the artist is left without time to pursue it, and this leads to a compromised result. The artist's goal is not merely to produce, but to make the finest work they're capable of. The business thinks in terms of quarterly earnings and production schedules. The artist thinks in terms of timeless excellence. While crafting, make deadlines for your own motivation, not necessarily to be shared with others unless it helps with your accountability. Once the craft phase is nearing an end, then we might start thinking in terms of fixed deadlines. Crafting contains a paradox. To create our best work, we're patient and avoid rushing the process, while at the same time we work quickly without delay. By remaining too long in this phase, many pitfalls arise. One is disconnection. If an artist is creating a beautiful work and keeps endlessly crafting it beyond the need, sometimes they suddenly want to start all over. This can be because they've changed or the times have changed. Art is a reflection of the artist's inner and outer world during the period of creation. Extending the period complicates the artist's ability to capture a state of being. The result can be a loss of connection and enthusiasm for the work over time. Another challenge we might call demoitis. Demoitis happens when the artist has clung too tightly for too long to their first draft. The danger of living with an unfinished project for too long is that the more often an artist is exposed to a particular draft of a work, the more final that form can become in their mind. A musician might record a demo of a song very quickly. They could listen to it 1,000 times and imagine developing it into all that it can be. Yet when it comes to actually making the best version of the song, the demo may be so ingrained in their head that any changes seem to be blasphemous. When we become overly attached to a premature version of the work, we do a disservice to the project's potential. To avoid demoitis, there's a simple technique. Unless actively working to make something better, avoid listening to it, reading it, playing it, looking at it, or showing it to friends. Work as far forward as you can while crafting, and then step away, without repetitively consuming the unfinished work. By not accepting the work in progress as the standard version, we leave room for growth, change, and development to continue. Keep in mind it's also possible for something great to be made very quickly. An artist might spend 5 minutes sketching an idea for a project and think very little of it. They might sense the seed of something great and then spend hours or years trying to develop it into something more. But it is possible that that initial sketch or demo, born in all of 5 minutes, was actually the best version, the seed's purest expression. We may not realize this until after embellishing it or stepping away for a while. Another impediment some come across is that their vision for the work exceeds their ability to manifest it. They can hear the drum line, but the rhythm is more complex than their ability to play. They can picture the dance, but their body can't perform the moves gracefully enough. It might seem as though the next step is an impossible leap. In these moments, it's easy to feel discouraged. We mistake the fantasy version of the work in our minds for what the actual work has the possibility to become. There indeed may be times when our mental conception of a piece translates almost directly into the physical realm. At other times, it's an unrealistic, idealized version. And sometimes our vision for the work is the goal to work toward. And in the process, we come to learn we'll reach a new and unexpected destination. Falling short of grander visions might actually put the work exactly where it wants to be. Don't let the scale of your imagination get in the way of executing a more practical version of your project. We may come to realize that this version is better than the initial, seemingly impossible vision. When you're on a roll in the craft phase, work towards a full first draft. Maintain the momentum. If you reach a section of the work that gives you trouble, instead of letting the blockage stop you, work around it. Although your instinct may be to create sequentially, bypass the section where you're stuck, complete the other parts, then come back to it. Sometimes solutions to these difficult pieces reveal themselves once the overall context has emerged. A bridge is easier to build when it's clear what's on either side of it. Another benefit is if you're stuck at a section in the middle, it may feel overwhelming to know you're only halfway through the work. If you finish the rest of the draft and return to the portion you skipped, it feels more easily achievable when there's only 5 or 10% of a project left to complete. With the end in sight, it's easier to feel motivated to finish. If you're holding a center jigsaw puzzle piece in your hand and staring at an empty tabletop, it's difficult to determine where to place it. If all of the puzzle is complete except for the one piece, then you know exactly where it goes. The same is generally true of art. The more of the work you can see, the easier it becomes to gracefully place the final details clearly where they belong. Art is choosing to do something skillfully, caring about the details, bringing all of yourself to make the finest work you can. It is beyond ego, vanity, self-glorification, and the need for approval.
Okay, now do this little strand on top of his head.
The goal of art isn't to attain perfection. The goal is to share who we are and how we see the world.
Good night.
Artists allow us to see what we are unable to see, but somehow already know.
I know, I'm like, I want to finish
It may
so
be a
bad.
view of the world singularly different from our own, or one so close it seems miraculous, as if the artist is looking through our own eyes. In either case, the artist's perception reminds us of who we are and who we can be. One reason art resonates is because human beings are so similar. We're attracted to the shared experience held within the work, including the imperfection in it. We recognize some part of ourselves and feel understood and connected. Carl Rogers said, "The personal is the universal." The personal is what makes art matter, our point of view, not drawing skills or musical virtuosity or ability to tell a story. Consider the difference between art and most other trades. In the arts, our filter is the defining factor of the work. In science or technology, the aims are different. The reason we create art isn't for the intention of making something useful for someone else. We create to express who we are and where we are on our journey. Our point of view doesn't have to be coherent, and it's rarely simple. We have different and sometimes contradictory points of view across a variety of topics. Aiming to narrow it all down to one elegant expression is unrealistic and limiting. Whatever our perspective, so long as we share it, unaltered and undoctored, we succeed in art's fundamental purpose. When making art, we create a mirror in which someone may see their own hidden reflection. A point of view is different from having a point. A point is an idea intentionally expressed. A point of view is the perspective, conscious and unconscious, through which the work emerges. What causes us to notice a piece of art is rarely the point being made. We are drawn to the way an artist's filter refracts ideas, not to the ideas themselves. It's of no use to know your point of view. It's already there. It's working in the background, ever evolving. Efforts to portray a point of view on purpose often lead to a false representation. We hold on to stories about our perspective that are inaccurate and limiting. Wayne Dyer said that when you squeeze an orange, what comes out is orange juice. When you get squeezed, whatever comes out is what's inside of you. And part of that extract is the point of view you don't even know you have. It's baked into the art you make and the opinions you share. Long after a work is completed, we may look back and understand our true point of view in it. We don't need to make a point of making a point. It will appear when it appears. The true point is already made in the innocent act of perception and creation. Knowing this is liberating. It lifts some of the pressure. We can worry less about understanding why it works or if others understand where we're coming from. We're free to be present and allow the material to come through us, and free to stay out of its way when it does come through. Much of art's greatness is felt on a gut level. Your self-expression allows the audience to have their own self-expression. If your work speaks to them, it's of no consequence if you're heard or understood. Set aside such concerns about whether your work will be comprehended. These thoughts can only cause interference both for the art and the audience. Most people aren't interested in being told what to think or feel. Great art is created through freedom of self-expression and received with freedom of individual interpretation. Great art opens a conversation rather than closing it, and often this conversation is started by accident. Most human beings like to fit in. We adapt not only to the evolving flow of material coming through us, but the boundaries and templates of the culture around us. Can great art come from conformity? And what's the purpose of being an artist if we deny our own unique personal point of view? Those of us choosing to live as artists embrace our filter as a gift. To reject it would be tragic. The refracted light it projects is our own singular landscape of artistic possibility. How could a piece of art ever truly be a guilty pleasure? The Beatles were inspired by American rock and roll artists like Chuck Berry and the Shirelles, but when they played it, it was different. It wasn't different because they wanted it to be so. It was different because they were different, and the world responded. There are countless examples of imitation turning into legitimate innovation. Having a romanticized vision of an artist genre or tradition may allow you to create something new because you see it from a different perspective than those closer to it. Sergio Leone's spaghetti westerns are abstract psychedelic mythology compared with the American
Spaghetti
westerns of the
westerns.
1940s and 50s that he hoped to mirror. It's impossible to imitate another artist's point of view. We can only swim in the same waters, so feel free to copy the work that inspires you on your road to finding your own voice. It's a time-tested tradition. In the culture, there's always a dialogue between the past, the present, and the future, even when it's not clear what the influence is. As creators and enthusiasts, we share and receive points of view in order to participate in and further this exchange. When we hear something new, it provides insight into where we've been and where else we could go. We may have thought we could only move forward, but when someone turns left, it shows we can also turn right. And then our right turn may perhaps inspire someone else to explore an entirely new direction. It's a symbiotic loop. The culture informs who you are, and who you are informs your work. Your work then feeds back into the culture. This constant march into the unknown could not exist without the simultaneous sharing of millions of divergent points of view.
I'll figure that out.
Expressing oneself in the world and creativity are the same. It may not be possible to know who you are without somehow expressing it. Breaking the sameness. There are times during the craft phase when you hit a wall and the work isn't getting any better. Before stepping away from the piece, it's worth finding a way to break the sameness and refresh your excitement in the work as if engaging with it for the first time. In the recording studio, I occasionally suggest exercises to artists with this goal in mind. We attempt them without expectations regarding outcome. The intention is simply to rekindle excitement and access new ways of performance. Several of these exercises follow. Whether or not you find yourself at an impasse, perhaps they can inspire similar experiments in your chosen field. Small steps. To create movement for a musician who was blocked, we offered him a small task. Write just one line every day. It didn't matter how good or bad he felt about the line, as long as he committed to writing it. If more came through, that's fine, but not necessary. By breaking down what seemed insurmountable into single lines, he was able to reopen the creative channel and eventually began composing entire songs again. This happened much more quickly than expected. Change the environment. If we're looking for a performance of a different nature, it can help to change an element of the environment. Turning off the lights and playing in the dark can create a shift in consciousness and break the chain of sameness from performance to performance. Other shifts we've experimented with include having a singer hold the microphone instead of standing in front of it, or recording early in the morning instead of at night. To access a greater degree of variation, one vocalist chose to hang upside down while singing.
What the heck?
Change the stakes. Besides changing the external environment, you can also change the inner. If the band imagines that this is the last time they'll ever play a particular song, they're likely to perform it differently than if it's just another take. Other times, lower stakes, such as doing a rehearsal prior to recording, may bring out the best performance. Invite an audience. When an artist thrives on being in front of a crowd, we may bring several people in to watch a session. Being observed changes how an artist acts. Even if the audience consists of only one person who isn't part of the project, that can be enough. While some artists may overdo a performance for an audience, others might hold back. Most tend to be more focused with someone else present. Even if your art is non-performative, such as writing or cooking, it will likely change with an observer present. The goal is to find the specific parameters in each case that bring out your best. Change the context. There are times when a singer doesn't connect with a song, like an actor whose line reading falls flat. It could be helpful to create a new meaning or additional backstory to a song's lyrics. A love song might sound different if sung to a long-lost soulmate, a partner of 30 years that you don't get along with, a person you saw on the street but never spoke to, or your mother. With one artist, I suggested singing a love song written to a woman as a devotional to God instead. We can try many different permutations while singing the same song without changing any of the lyrics to see
I'm gonna have to
which
go in
version
with some
brings out
blue
the
when
best
this is all
performance.
done.
Alter the perspective. A technique we sometimes use in the studio is to turn up the volume on the headphones extremely loud. When every sound explodes in your ears, there's a natural tendency to play much quieter to restore balance. It's a forced perspective change, and it can bring out a very delicate performance. Even vocals will be whispered, because anything more than that will be overwhelming. Conversely, to help someone to sing louder with more energy, I might ask them to turn the vocal down on their headphones so their voice is drowned out by the music. Whatever the situation, if a task is challenging to accomplish, there's a way to design the surroundings to naturally encourage the performance you're striving for. In a concert, setting up the lighting so that the performer either sees the crowd and faces in it, or can't see anyone at all, will alter the performance. If a performer is using in-ear monitors and all they hear is the music they're playing and not the audience's response, it will be very different than if the screaming of the crowd is mixed in. It's worth experimenting with different scenarios to observe what they bring out and to find the performance you want. Write for someone else. In the case of a musician who typically writes their own material, I'll suggest imagine a favorite artist asked you to write a song for their next album. What would that song sound like? By creating something you'd be excited to hear your favorite artist perform, it depersonalizes the process and can allow the writer to break free from themselves. A quintessential song of female empowerment, You Make Me Feel Like a Natural Woman, was written by Carole King and Jerry Goffin. King and then of course Aretha Franklin sang it. I was surprised to learn that Jerry Goffin wrote the lyrics and King the music. At times, I'll ask the musician to select an artist whose lyrics and point of view are very different from their own as a way to avoid the sameness that can occur in a career over time. If the artist is normally full of braggadocio, we may choose a more vulnerable, soft-spoken lyricist. If you tend to write in style X, it can be interesting to choose an artist who's the polar opposite of X. This doesn't mean the song will be as good, it's just interesting to see where it leads, and sometimes it leads you right where you're going. Like the other exercises, this can be applied to any craft. If you're a painter, creating an original new work by your favorite artist can open a channel and lead to interesting results. Many artists have a perceived idea of what's in their wheelhouse, and that's ultimately a limitation. So it's helpful to step out of yourself and into someone else's wheelhouse. Add imagery. I was working on an album and the band was struggling with the keyboard solo. The mood wasn't right.
Okay.
We wanted something more grand.
It's getting there.
So instead of a musical reference, we created a scene. We came up with the description
Yellow
of the
time.
aftermath of a battle. Imagine there's a beautiful green hill covered in trees and flora, just breathtaking, and a battle has just ended. Smoke drifts off the hill and reveals wounded soldiers scattered along it, waiting for help to arrive. We painted the scene very vividly, then said, play the solo like that, and hit record. The keyboardist then began playing beautifully. Since then, it's a technique we've continued to use. Often we don't know what the connections are between the image and what we want to hear. Thinking of a specific image or story, or imagining you're scoring a film and then starting to play, will bring a stronger direction to a meandering tune. Limit the information. When a songwriter sends a demo of a track for a band to record in the studio, I don't want the musicians in any way to be informed by the musical choices made on the demo. So I'll typically have one musician, usually a guitar player, listen to it and learn the chords, notate them on the lyric sheet, and give that to the band. The guitar player and the singer may then perform it with no suggested rhythm other than the speed they imply by the way they play it. When you're working with great musicians, this leaves them free to bring more of themselves. Rather than recording a good version of the demo, they'll use the full range of their creativity and decision-making abilities to take the song somewhere new and often unexpected. If the results aren't great after trying different
Yeah, here's
approaches,
the yellow
they
pops.
can always listen to the demo at that point, but that rarely happens. The general principle is to be protective and limit people you're working with from experiencing things that can interfere with their creative process. Limit the information to the barest of sketches. If you want creators to bring all of themselves to something, give them the most freedom to create. If you give a screenwriter a book, an outline, or a sentence to turn into a script, each will lead to a very different screenplay. These exercises are not set in stone. The intention is to establish different perspectives or conditions and to see where your collaborators end up. Consider creating your own versions of these experiments, or if using these specific ones, feel free to change the parameters as you're working or remove them altogether when the time is right. The actual exercises are of little importance. The purpose is to set up a structure to go beyond your usual method and find new ways forward. Completion. As the work improves through the craft phase, you'll come to the point where all of the options available to you have been explored sufficiently. The seed has achieved its full expression, and you've proved it to your satisfaction. Nothing is left to add or take away. The work's essence rings clear. There's a sense of fulfillment in these moments. From here, we advance into the final movement of the creative process. In the completion phase, we leave behind discovery and building. With a beautiful volume of material crafted before us, the final form is refined to be released into the world. The finishing touches and fine-tuning are different for every project. They may be as simple as putting a frame on a painting, color correcting a film, tweaking a song's final mix, or rereading a manuscript to make sure the phrasing is just right. As with the other stages of the creative act, the completion phase isn't a clear line you cross in a forward journey. In the process of preparing your work to share, you may realize there's more to be done. A revision, an addition, a deletion, or some other change might be called for. So you step back to craft or experiment and work your way forward once more. We can think of the completion phase as the last stop on an assembly line. The finished piece is examined to ensure it meets your highest standards. If it doesn't meet them, you send it back to be improved. Once it does, you sign off on it, let it go, and begin the next chapter of your life's work, whatever that may be. Once you feel a project is close to completion, it can be helpful to open the work to other perspectives. The primary aim is not to receive notes or opinions. This is your work, your expression. You're the only audience that matters. The intention is for you to experience the work anew. When playing music for someone else, we hear it differently than when we listen to it by ourselves. It's as if borrowing a second set of ears. We're not necessarily looking for an outside perspective. We're more interested in widening our own. If we write an essay and give it to a friend, before even hearing their perspective, our relationship to the work changes. Give it to a mentor, and our perspective shifts in a different way. We interrogate ourselves when we offer our work up to others. We ask the questions we didn't ask ourselves when we were making it. Sharing it in this limited capacity brings our underlying doubts to light. If someone chooses to share feedback, listen to understand the person, not the work. People will tell you more about themselves than about the art when giving feedback. We each see a unique world. Occasionally, a comment will strike home. It will resonate with something we feel, either in our awareness or just behind it, and we may discover room for improvement. Other times, a judgment will hit a nerve, and we find ourselves defending the work or losing faith. In these moments, it might be helpful to step away, reset, and return with a neutral mind. Criticism allows us to engage with our work in a new way. We may agree, or we may double down on our original instincts. Sometimes Sometimes a challenge allows us to focus on an aspect of a work
We're
and
so
realize
close
it's
to being
more
done.
important than we previously thought. In the process, we access deeper wells of understanding into the work and ourselves. As you collect feedback, the solutions offered may not always seem helpful. Before discarding them, take a moment to see if they're pointing at an underlying problem you hadn't noticed. For example, if there's a suggestion to remove the bridge of a song, you might interpret that as, it's worth re-examining the bridge, and then set about looking at it in the context of the entire piece. If you truly created an innovative work, it's likely to alienate as many people as it attracts. The best art divides the audience. If everyone likes it, you probably haven't gone far enough. In the end, you are the only one who has to love it. This work is for you.
It's for
When is the
me.
work done? There is no formula or method for finding this answer. It's an intuition. The work is done when you feel the work is done. Although we avoid deadlines early in the process, in the completion phase, a due date can help bring time into focus and support you in completing the work. Art doesn't get made on the clock, but it can get finished on the clock. Some find this phase to be the most difficult part of the process. They resist letting go with a stubborn ferocity. Up until this point, the clay is still soft. Everything can change. Once fixed, we lose control. This fear of permanence is common beyond art. It's known as commitment phobia. When the last chapter is about to end, we may create excuses to put off the completion of the work. It can be a sudden loss of faith in the project, deciding it's no longer good enough. We find flaws that don't really exist. We make inconsequential changes. We sense the distant mirage of some better creative option that hasn't been discovered yet. And if only we just keep working, it might arrive someday. When you believe the work before you is the single piece that will forever define you, it's difficult to let go. The urge for perfection is overwhelming. It's too much. We're frozen, and sometimes end up convincing ourselves that discarding the entire work is the only way to move forward. The only art the world gets to enjoy is from creators who've overcome these hurdles and released their work. Perhaps still greater artists existed than the ones that we know, but they were never able to make this leap. Releasing a work into the world becomes easier when we remember that each piece can never be a total reflection of us, only a reflection of who we are in this moment. If we wait, it's no longer today's reflection. In a year, we may be guided to create a piece that looks nothing like it. There's a timeliness to the work. The passing of seasons could dissipate the value the work holds for us. Hanging on to your work is like spending years writing the same entry in a diary. Moments and opportunities are lost. The next works are robbed of being brought to life. How many pages will be left empty because your process was dampened by doubt and deliberation? Keep this question in the front of your mind. It might allow you to move forward more freely. In an environment where nothing is permanent, we produce static artifacts, mementos of spirit. We hope they'll live forever, holding resonance through each passing decade. Some might, many won't. It's impossible to know. We can only keep building. When you and the work are in sync, there's a time to put it out and move on. Each new project is another opportunity to communicate what's coming through you. It's another chance at bat, another opportunity to connect, another page filled in the diary of your inner life. Concerns about releasing a work into the world may be rooted in deeper anxieties. It could be fear of being judged, misunderstood, ignored, or disliked. Will more ideas come? Will they ever be this good again? Will anyone even care? Part of the process of letting go is releasing any thoughts of how your piece will be received. When making art, the audience comes last. Let's not consider how a piece will be received or our release strategy until the work is finished and we love it. This is different from a work being perfect. We can engage with any of the works we've been part of and recognize things wrong with them. Maybe we didn't in the moment when we finished them, but when looking back, we often do. There are forever changes to be made. There is no right version. Every work of art is simply an iteration. One of the greatest rewards of making art is our ability to share it. Even if there's no audience to receive it, we build the muscle of making something and putting it out into the world.
True.
Finishing our work is a good habit to develop. It boosts confidence. Despite our insecurities, the more times we can bring ourselves to release our work, the less weight insecurity has. Avoid overthinking. When you're happy with the work and you're moved to share it with a friend, it might be the time to share it with the world as well. This final phase is a fertile time to plant a new crop of seeds. The excitement of what's coming next can generate the vital energy needed to bring the current work to its close. You may find it a struggle to keep focused on the project at hand when new ideas start coming at you. This is a good problem to have. Riding the life force of the project to come often breaks us out of the trance of the present piece. We can't wait to finish because there's another idea calling that lights us up. Is it time for the next project?
Amadeus, thank you so much for the summer prime. Thank you. Wait 10 seconds in this chapter.
Itself says it's time.
Okay, that's it. Thank you so much for the sub with Prime. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I feel like I'm freaking working over here, bruh. But we're getting, I'm finishing the yellow on this tiny little piece of hair. I feel like we're genuinely gonna be finishing this entire freaking audiobook. Guys, we're like, I think we're almost, I mean, he's talking about the completion phase. I'm like, okay, well, I want to be completing this. TBH, I want to be completing this. But low-key, I'm supposed to add the embers. I don't even think I'm going to do that. Okay, honestly, here's my game plan, which is I am going to finish this hair, and then that's going to be it for me tonight. And then, because I need to go over, like, all these areas where I tried to erase what I did, and it just kind of smudged. So then, I'll add the embers after that, but... And I better freaking do that this week, guys. Hold me accountable.
From me with a lucky number. Great job here.
Oh my gosh, thank you, Hamlet! Thank you for the bits! I appreciate the lucky number. We're doing so good with our New Year's vibes. Oh my goodness. I'm sending you all the luck and prosperity coming your way. I'm mentally sending you a red envelope. But thank you so much. Thank you. Wow. Sorry guys, I'm not gonna lie, I'm really reaching my limit, but I also really want this to be good. Ooh. Okay. Should we see how much we have left of this audiobook? And then if you haven't read a book yet, this could be your first book of the year. I mean, if you've been here all stream. Some of you guys have, actually. Oh, just kidding. We're not finishing it. I like this, though, because it's like all the chapters are like 5 minutes, basically. Every time you hear the dong, the bell. Do whatever's best for you in the painting. Yeah. Well, I can just tell, like, I was like, this is also why I can't, like, work on the same piece for too long, because then I kind of get, like, art blindness. I feel like if you know, you know, like, I don't know, I just start doing things, and then, like, I'm looking at it, and it's like, why did I even do that? Like, I don't know, it's the brain cells not being fully functional after 8 hours of painting. Okay. I honestly think I might be satisfied with this mane. And then yeah, I'm gonna let this dry and then kind of go over the background weird parts with acrylic. Add some embers to it and whatnot. But I fear if I keep working on this, I'm gonna get lost in the sauce. I was already kind of getting lost in the sauce, not gonna lie. Wow, though, guys. Wow. Let me finish this video. content, right, dude? Here is our fire horse result. I have to like kind of tilt it so that my ring lights don't cause too much of a reflection. But yay, if you do embers, maybe just from the mane, hooves, tails, possibly eye. Yes. Yes. I was thinking like embers like here. Mostly the mane and then like, yeah, like a little bit at where the tail is, but not really coming off the body, honestly. Unless I feel like it looks weird. But yeah, definitely like probably like embers and then like maybe like a few random specks that have floated type shiz, you know? I think that'll make this piece really come together, but honestly, like I feel like the fire mane actually came out kind of decent. What do you guys think looks better, the tail or the mane? I definitely feel like they look different, but not necessarily, like, not too different that it's, like, bothersome. Oh my gosh, I'm, like, trying to find a way to hold this so it's not having a reflection or whatnot. Yeah, more heavily balanced on the right and top would work. Yeah. Yeah. Overall, though, I'm pretty satisfied. I'm gonna hang this up in my new place, and hopefully every time I walk by it, I can channel that fire horse energy. I like both, but the mane is really majestic. The mane is awesome. I like the tail a lot. I feel like I kind of blended in the tail more rather than the mane. I feel like I tried to intentionally leave like more chunks of the color, and you can't really tell in real life, but like I don't know how well you can tell. Like the mane, like you can see like the paint is like much more like clotted up on the mane, but it actually looks good. I was blending, which is why I'm glad that we did the tail first, because I feel like we got to practice painting the fire and then allowed me to execute the mane much better than the tail, I feel like. Maybe let me just, well, no. I was like, I don't know if I'm vibing with that chunk of yellow all of a sudden in the mane, but you know what? Like the book said, once you're feeling satisfied and ready to share it with friends, that's you guys, then that means that it could be ready. Because if you just keep working on a piece, you might end up turning it into something that you don't like as much. I have definitely learned that lesson with painting, so, yeah, woof. Alrighty, guys. I'm not gonna lie, I'm freaking beat. I know this was like kind of cozy painting stream, but like, I'm feeling so drained, but drained in a good way. Drained in like I gave this painting my all, and I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. Okay, yellow star, the embers, yeah. Adding the final finishing touches, I'll probably try and do that. I don't know when I'll do that, but my goal is that I'm finishing this painting this week, because if I wait too long, like, I already know I'm not gonna finish it or something. We really gotta find time to finish our Bloodborne painting as well. But yeah, I think I've never seen you go so hard on a painting. Honestly, I feel like we spent like also a long time when we did our Bloodborne painting stream. I definitely think, well, ideally, like, that's also one of the things I do want to start doing and integrating into my schedule is, oh god, sorry, I'm, like, seeing things that I don't like about the painting right now, but, is I want to start doing, like, art streams and stuff occasionally, because, yeah, creating art takes a lot of time. It's very time intensive. Even when I was, like, having all my days in the pottery studio, like, freaking 8 hours, it basically takes me 8 hours. On average, it takes me 8 hours to make a good piece of art that I'm satisfied with. I mean, I didn't even end up finishing this one. Maybe 10 if we're really being dead ass. But, you know, I think that overall I'm learning. I feel like this is my first time painting fire or a horse. I haven't really painted many living beings. So hopefully, now that I kind of have the skill set down, if I ever do paint fire, because I was kind of like having to experiment a little bit. Sometimes I'd be like thinking I should do it a certain way, and then I'm painting and it doesn't look good. So it's all part of the process, all part of the learning. Alrighty. So now next time I paint fire, it's not just the time that I spent on whatever that painting is, it's also this. Did I like the oil over acrylic? I don't know. I mean, I just was like getting really frustrated painting with the acrylic. Like I think that what we did was good. I almost, yeah. It was just like, even when I was trying to like look how splotchy this canvas is. It's literally just because like the acrylic was drying so fast. Like I need to find out if they make like extra wet acrylic or some shit. Like, cause some of it would literally be drying like freaking instantaneously. It would seem like. So, I don't really know. I much prefer oil, but I just feel like depending on what I'm painting, I feel like the acrylic might be necessary, you know? Especially because I'm not like someone where I like to work on the same thing multiple times. Like I do tend to like creating things in one sitting. So I do feel like I will likely be doing more like oil over acrylic. And maybe I just need more practice with the acrylic or something because I have been mostly doing oil. But I definitely, yeah. I just hate working with acrylic after being used to working with oil so much. I guess that's really what it is. You can thin acrylic with water, a medium, and a drop of retarder would increase drying time. Oh, wait, Wait, what is retarder? Should I... It's like a slow drying thing that you literally add to paint? I did not know that was a thing. Okay, wait. Yeah, you know what? Maybe that's what I'll do. That's what I'll do next time. Because I was like, okay, like, because the paint was literally drying in like 5 minutes. Like, I felt like it was so fast. I was like, okay, if this paint could just stay wet for like, 15 minutes, that would give me a lot more time to work with. But it felt like it was like damn near drying instantaneously sometimes. Like, I would freaking turn away for a second to like refill my blue, and then like whatever I was doing is already dry. And so then when I'm painting it, it's like looking like 2 different shades because now one is like, I don't know. So yeah, you know what? If that's a thing, I will definitely have to investigate. Chances are this will be like our last big art stream before I move because, yeah, that's gonna be next week. I'm not gonna lie, my schedule is gonna be a little hectic next week. I will for sure promise our Monday focus and also probably, our Wednesday focus with like with ASMR or for our Wind Down Wednesday, but I'm gonna be mainly focused on packing next week. And then, yeah, like kind of starting, basically, here's my game plan. So this week, business as usual for the most part. Next week, packing like a maniac. So not this upcoming weekend, but the following weekend is approximately when I'm hoping to move with, depending on how things go with packing, if I need extra time or not. Hopefully, I'm able to move into my place on the 1st, and I have to be out of this place by the 8th. So kind of like the 1st to the 8th. Ideally, though, I want to move in as soon as possible because my birthday is the 10th. Which, by the way, guys, I am going to be doing a big stream on the 10th for my birthday. I also applied for for the front page, like, because Twitch partners can apply for that. So, March 10th, mark your calendars. It's gonna be my birthday. Oh, maybe if someone wants to remind me tomorrow. Or you know what if I just wrote it down, actually, like on my millions of to-do lists I have lying around. I'll update my Throne wish list, and yeah, if you get me anything, I don't know, because I don't know if Throne has like something like Amazon where you can like mark it as a gift, because then I can like wait to open them and stuff on my birthday. And I am going to be getting a new P.O. box since I'm moving away from this place where my current P.O. box is. If anyone wanted to do that. But yeah, just a little heads up. So hopefully my birthday isn't too stressful with it being so close to a move. Because I definitely want to do a big stream. I need to finish planning what I want to do with my friends. And that's low-key going to be one of my tasks tomorrow, is reach out to all my friends, see what their availability is and whatnot. And I don't even know if I told you this, but, well, I think she would have told me if I can't tell you, but a streamer friend of mine is going to be coming into town that week. She said like the 9th to the 13th. I was like, oh, excuse me. I was like, oh my gosh, that's my birthday! Like, and I told her that if she wants, she can like come over and do my birthday stream with me. It's one of my friends from TwitchCon. I don't know how much she's told her community and stuff though, so I won't say anything for now. But yeah, we'll have a friend to spend the day with, and I was thinking we could do something like 24-hour stream or like whatever. We'll have our new place, we'll have our new setup, and yeah, hopefully it'll be good vibes. Okay. I am getting beat down mentally by my lack of brain cells right now though. Oh, and ads are trying to come. Snooze to ads. I'm not trying to smack y'all with the ads freaking right as we're ending. Why am I moving? Because I'm sick of apartment living. I am going to be, my next place is like a little townhouse. So no upstairs or downstairs neighbors, which is gonna be great. And I'm gonna be living in a nice, peaceful residential area rather than a busy urban city. So that'll be good for ASMR and just, I don't know, streams in general. We don't hear crazy city sounds. So yeah, I'm really excited. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really excited for this move. I think it'll be really fun. And yeah, I just hope everything goes smoothly. You guys know, I mean, I move once a year, literally, so you guys know I get a little frazzled with moving. I mean, who doesn't, though? I feel like moving is a frazzling event, but hopefully I can have everything sorted out by the time my birthday rolls around, so we can, you know, do that, have a lot of fun with it and whatnot. Couldn't find any mage towers in the housing market for sale. Yeah, no, not right now, unfortunately. Like, the mage tower, it's pretty competitive. It's pretty competitive. A lot of warlocks have recently started, like, buying up a lot of the mage towers and, like, reappropriating them into, like, I don't know, warlock towers. Like, no one's even fucking heard of a warlock tower. So someone needs to tell them that no one cares about them like that and that they should just scurry back to whatever deity they had to make a deal with to get their magical abilities. They're just lazy and they don't know how to go to school and learn spells and freaking take notes and exams. Like, oh my god. This was a nice, yeah, this is like such a nice neighborhood till those warlocks started coming on in, and now they're just like yelling out there about who has the better deity or not, and oh my gosh, like, y'all know how warlocks can get, guys. The only thing worse than a warlock is a sorceress, but we won't get into that. Not the magic caster beef. Okay, guys, sorry, I still have to clean up my art supplies, so, but thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Today was seriously a great stream. I'm super happy with how my piece turned out. Who knows, maybe we'll find a moment at some point where I can finish it, but I'm gonna really prioritize finishing this painting, and if you guys don't get to see that finishing process, I'm sorry, but I will definitely share the full finished result. Like I said, I also kind of want to go over with some of like the gold paint to add like a little bedazzle, kind of. I think it'll make it good. But I'll post all my art and stuff going forward in our Discord and in the art channel. And if you're a painter and stuff as well, like obviously I would love to see all your guys' art. I know we have a lot of people who post like their digital art and everything.
You beautifully portrayed a fire horse. I'm sure it'll remind you often of the spirit of the year, and this was a great start to it. Proud of you. Fire emoji. Have a good wind down tonight.
Hey, thank you so much. I'll have a good wind down tonight, but not as good as tomorrow because it is Wind Down Wednesday and we'll be doing ASMR. But thank you so much to support Nice People for the oh my god, thank you. So sorry, not my energy being suddenly refueled. But seriously, thank you guys. Thank you so much, everybody that subbed, gifted subs, gave bits, or donated. You guys are all my patrons. All right, like we're in the Renaissance times again, okay? I'm trying to pursue my artisanal craft. You guys are all my lovely patrons. This amazing work of art wouldn't exist without your guys' support. So seriously, thank you guys so much. And also thanks for hanging out with me. I know it probably wasn't the most exciting thing, but I don't know. I feel like you guys were saying it was like kind of ASMR vibes, kind of cozy. I feel like being able to listen to something also like made me not feel like I was doing a bad job being entertaining, you know, because I do really like that book as far as like creativity and whatnot. Okay, but I am gonna go now because I don't really have much brain cells, and I forgot to end my ASMR stream after we tried to steal the viewers, so it's still up, and I'm gonna send y'all on over. How do that sound? How do that sound? Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Happy Lunar New Year, guys. I am sending you guys so much luck and prosperity, and I'm snoozing the ads again. I'm sending you guys so much luck and prosperity in this new year. Let's really embody the energy of the fire horse, okay? Let's reach our big goals. Let's have the ambition to reach them, but also being mindful of that fire energy. Don't burn yourself out. Take care of yourself. Relax when you need it, and yeah. All right, we're gonna be just like this majestic horse here, galloping towards our goals on the horizon, and then by the end of this year, like, it's gonna be so great. So yeah, alrighty guys, I'm gonna start the raid now, but thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I'll come back tomorrow, hopefully with more brain cells. Oh my goodness, it's already after 11. But yeah, so tomorrow, oh yeah, quick game plan. Tomorrow, we're gonna be doing focus during the day, ASMR at night. Hopefully my sleep doesn't get too wrecked or anything, and yeah. Thursday should be gaming or fun activities. Friday should be something fun as well. I don't know. I'll tell you guys more about it tomorrow when I see y'all, when I have more brain cells than I have now, okay? Yeah, sleep well, everyone. Sweet dreams. Happy Lunar New Year again. Wishing you all the luck, prosperity, wealth, all that jazz. Okay, good night, everyone. Sweet dreams. Bye.